Major League Paintball is coming to Las Vegas for the first event of the 2024 season. At its heart, the game of paintball is simple. Shoot your opponents before you get shot, and then march down the field to victory. In the Major League Paintball Pro format, each team employs 5 players at a time, and they have a buzzer on their side to protect. Hit the opponent's buzzer, win the point. En route to the buzzer, both teams will be locked in gunfights, utilizing diverse strategies while moving up a field full of bunkers, fighting to get into critical positions. And these strategies could change given the score and the time left on the clock. There's 15 minutes in regulation. The highest point total wins the game. This is chess with guns, with no quarter given and no quarter requested. Welcome to Major League Paintball.
There's no camera.
Welcome to the 2024 NXL Las Vegas Major here at Craig Ranch Regional Park, North Las Vegas. And Matty Marshall got Zizek Barrow. Can't wait to see this first set. 7:15 here a.m. Baltimore Revo throwing down against Seattle Uprising. Also in this set, New York Extreme and the Bears. Zizek, so many compelling stories here. We got the top 20 pro teams. We are surrounded by hundreds of divisional teams. This is the biggest non-World Cup NXL we've ever seen. And we're getting it kicked off here with Uprising and Revo. Your thoughts on this matchup? We're looking at Uprising there in the murdered out black and red jerseys. And then we're going to get a look at Revo. So talk to Mike Jeffrey here right before we launched into this first set. Coach for Revo. Revo had a pretty good showing, but they lost some of their core guys. Said he's going to a pretty solid standard starting 5, and you see him there on your screen. Looking for a big event. Heard that Devin Stewart's been playing a lot of paintball. Elliot Weaver decided to stay on the crew, and he was just having such a phenomenal rise last year. Benny Carroll, got Caleb Abel out there. Your thoughts here on Revo's chances?
I think Revo has a better chance of winning this match than the Bears do. I think that they have a better team. They play better. But, you know, we'll see. Anything can happen here at the NXL Las Vegas. So what do you think, Matty? Who do you think's got the upper hand here?
Well, they're playing Uprising here. Bears are against New York Extreme.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
All good. It's a little early out here, and it's a little cold in the desert in the winter. Do have to, you know, it kind of brings up the paint conversation. Got to have all the equipment dialed. Paint's going to be a little bit more fragile here in the morning. It's going to be real cold tomorrow morning. Taking a look at Uprising. Unconventional layout. Kicking off point number 1 here of the 2024 season. Looks like Uprising's going to double up that back center. We're going to see that quite a bit. And then look for the pushes. So interesting field here. There's a snake on both sides. So we'll be calling either, so, you know, up right now. And so look, when they're going to the top side, that'll be Uprising Snake, and then also Revo. They will be trying to get into that red snake. And in the practice, hope you guys checked out the practice report. If you haven't, after this game, go give it a look or check it out after the broadcast. We saw Dynasty Impact and Infamous play this field. And it's an interesting field, Zizek. You know, it can play a little slow. It can play really fast. It starts out traditional in the sense that you're playing the way it's played right now, but it shifts because of those snakes on both sides as players start to drop. But it is currently a 5-on-5 situation right now.
Yeah, the asymmetrical layout also adds a little bit of an interesting dynamic too. Players don't have the standard mirrors like they're used to.
Yeah, getting a look here at our eye in the sky as looks like the Revo boys here pushing up, trying to edge out in the snake. You can see by their body language actually, now we're looking at it from the. This is the flip side from the way we'd be looking at when we're looking at from the broadcaster's booth.
It's like Uprising lost one here.
And Revo going to get into the snake, going to crawl up as Caleb Abel here getting into this crucial wedge position. And once you get to that position, you're allowed to wrap, you can really start chalking up kills. And he's doing just that right now. Hasn't shot anybody yet. Might have got a shot in on the back body here, and he did.
Loses 2 here.
But here's Isaac. Looks like Graham Arnold going to run down Caleb Abel as Revo repositions another body to get him out here towards the snake side. I mean, you do want to be filtering bodies into this snake, and also on that Dorito side making some moves as well, too, with Benny Carroll. And another body coming off right now. Not looking good here currently for Uprising as a sea of those black jerseys walking off right now, Isaac.
Looks like first point will go to Revo here. And, you know, what I was saying earlier with when I got the teams mixed up here. I think actually Revo has the advantage over Uprising as well, Manny.
Yeah, you know, Revo losing Henry Sense and Stephen O'Mara, who was kind of defined that team for so long. They went to the Los Angeles Ironman, but the group that Revo has, still very talented, very experienced. I love their coach. He you know, Mike's real smart, Mike Jeffrey. So now we're looking at Brooklyn Bears. Picking up Barolo. They got Buffton, the Altamores. Chris Coney, he's been pretty solid as well, too.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how New York Extreme does with Thomas Taylor. They pick up Patty Gleason. So I want to see how these old guys do here.
Yeah, New York Extreme having such a good run last year. Not a great show. Well, they won the 7-3 tournament at the beginning of World Cup, but not the performance they wanted to have. And they lost Corey, so we'll see. But they picked up Thomas, like you said, and he can slot right into that spot that Corey played. So on the breakout right now, NYX going to be starting from the red side. The Bears in the red, starting from the blue side. And kind of a traditional break so far we're seeing here. No big aggressive moves in these first couple points so far to start out this tournament here, Isaac.
Bears fill into the snake here.
Yeah, Bears getting into the snake, crawling up into snake one. Looking like he wants to wrap around, wants to make that move up. Yeah, and he's getting in from the D side too, so this is actually really good for the Bears. And it looks like Extreme going to match it. They do not know that Altamore's there. Altamore should be able to get that kill inside if he's able to just peek out a little bit and get a shot in on that pack, and he does. Shoots Josh Taylor in the back. I think this is Hennessy. Hennessy must have heard Altamore's gun. He did. He sees it, and he's going to stitch up Altamore. Nice read and react from Will Hennessy, but a great kill from Altamore there inside on Josh Taylor's, Isaac.
Looks like the Dorito guy's getting checked here for the Bears. He's clean.
That was Pat Kraft, actually. So it wasn't Hennessy, it was Pat Kraft. A beautiful job by Pat Kraft, one of the all-stars here from New York Extreme.
See if Kraft can capitalize on that and move down that snake. Nothing's stopping him, really.
Yeah, nothing's stopping him. Does look like the Bears are doing a bit of a readjustment right now, and they have some threats they need to deal with. As top side, the blue snake is hot and the red snake is hot. Both snakes here hot right now.
Bears lost their corner. Pat, go for it. There you go.
So Pat hits the deck. He's going to crawl up here on your screen. Pat Kraft getting to that crucial wedge position where he can just start wrapping around. There's just two bodies left alive right now for the Bears. Stuck over there on their snake side and getting pretty much shot at the identical moment. And that is going to do it here. So Pat Kraft earning his keep here. Point number one for New York Extreme. It was looking a little scary for New York Extreme with Altamore getting up there. No one knew he was there. I also like how Pat did that. You know, he heard the gun. He saw Josh die, knew there must be a body in front of him relatively close, but he played it smart. Head check real quick. He wasn't feeling any pressure. Came up, stitched up Altamore, stayed alive, most importantly, and then came right back down to finish the point. So nice job here, Pat Kraft, and New York Extreme taking an early lead.
Yeah, an inexperienced player would probably just, run out, try and bunker him, not pay attention to the lanes coming at him. So Pat played that real smart, got the kill, stayed alive, and finished out the point for his team. Good job there, Pat.
Seeing some pretty chill first points here. You know, no one really risking much, just taking some very survivable spots, doubling up that back center. There goes Elliot Weaver, Benny Carroll, Frank Enta, Tommaso, Caleb Abel. So, yeah, it looks like Revo is just running with this starting five. It's a good starting five, man. I know they lost that core with Sense and O'Mara, but the five they have right now, man, these dudes can play some paintball. It would not surprise me if they were to go deep this year at some point. Maybe it'll be here at this event. They also playing with a little fire. You know, you lose a couple of your core guys. It puts that added cocky attitude almost. You get like, all right, well, I'm going to go prove to the world that we are a team that needs to be feared. And they're going to go offense here pretty quick, and they get Frank into the snake on the D side as these teams have now switched sides. So we're looking at our eye in the sky, drone shot. Team switch sides if a point is won. Occasionally you will see a no point. And Frank out to Tommaso playing the aggressor. He's typically the wrecking ball for any team that he's played on. And playing the aggressor from the Dorito side here is Isaac.
Yeah, I'd like to see him play outside more, wrap on those two guys in the back center. It's like he's he can't let him fill out like that. So Uprising fills out to the corner. That's gonna lock this guy up a little bit here in the snake.
Yeah, looking it up over the shoulder here of Uprising as that's their snake side. So anytime you see that stand-up can, you know you're looking at the snake side for that team, but they're playing defense right now with the early offense from Anta Tommaso for Revo. And Frank Smart, he's just kind of kicking it in his spot right now, seeing where the pressure's coming from, knows he's in a really good position. Eventually they'll try to push into the snake as well too. Looks like Borromeo filters out for Uprising to get to that crucial Aztec. A lot of good shots from that spot. And they get into the snake as well.
You think the teams are just, trying to get a feel for the layout? We haven't seen anyone go in the center yet.
Well, the center can pay dividends, but the snakes are pretty much where most of the points are decided. I definitely saw some really nice counterpunch moves from the center of the field. You can get lost up there, but you just got to be careful because you can't hide much. I mean, if one of the snakes gets blown open, that's it. It's a wrap. So it can be finished from the center, but this is a pretty tape-dominant, sideline-dominant field with some creativity needed occasionally to finish points off from the middle of the field. But I mean, we just saw that in that last point when Altamore went up, shot Taylor, but then it got decided by Pat. So, and looks like Uprising has now crawled up to the 50-yard line in the red snake. Ooh, Frank Anta Tommaso gets a little bit sloppy on a gunfight right there.
Playing over the top.
But then Uprising throws a body away, as looks like Shane Howell, the ageless wonder, was in a good spot, but he ends up getting taken out as well. Running referee coming to check out the Aztec on the blue side of the field for Revo, and looks like Kayla's going to take the walk. Will we see our first penalty of the Las Vegas Major? Looks like no. So 3 bodies on the field right now for Revo. Uprising has 4, so it's a 4-on-3 situation. Uprising better field position as they have a body in the top side snake from their Dorito side. And they're trying to put it together right now, Isaac, trying to figure out where these last few bodies are.
Yep, trying to find that little unlocking mechanism there to break through. And see, this is where I think it makes sense to send someone up the middle here for Uprising.
Yeah, again, when you own the snakes, you can finish it from the middle because everyone's guns go out, right? It's where is the pressure? If the pressure's going outside and there's no pressure inside in the middle, well, yeah, you can close from there. We're definitely going to see some nice run-through finishes in that from the middle at some point here at this tournament. Because with Uprising having both snakes and they have 2 bodies in the middle, yes, they could start filtering those bodies up that way, because that's they're in positions to make offensive moves from those spots.
Looks like Uprising might not be aware of where all the bodies are at this point.
Yeah, and I think they just lost Eaton, so
yep.
Tough death over there. So now it's going to even up the counts. 3-on-3 here currently. Still both snakes for Uprising, and good defense so far. Going to draw this point out. Still 9 minutes on the clock here. We're in point number 2. Looking over the shoulder. Olsen for Uprising. He's at that 50-yard line. He's got to believe Benny Carroll in front of him. You can see Benny. He's in that shadow. He's just leaning out, hoping to catch Olsen. Olsen using that wedge to block out from Benny. I think he knows where Benny is, and he's trying to pinch out the Aztec with Devin Stewart. And Devin's just hiding nicely in there as he's feeling the pinch. Weaver alive as well, too, for Revo. He's at the back corner can on their snake side. So now Olsen's getting a decent amount of the attention. There's 2 guns Olsen's away. Devin's looking towards the body who's at the 50-yard line in their snake. That topside snake. Yeah, everyone's just talking up, trying to put it together here in this 3-on-3 right now.
Yeah, playing real patient, waiting for the shots. No one's forcing anything, which I'm not mad at, but I'd like to see something. Like to see him put it together here.
So Olsen's going to hit the deck. He's going to crawl up to the 50. Here comes the move as Benny Carroll tries to dunk on Olsen, and he stays alive. Benny Carroll, now he's blocked out from the pin from that middle, and he's going to get kill number 2. That forces a desperation moment for the last player left alive for Uprising. Benny Carroll might have got caught by that body. That would turn it into a 2-on-3. No, it's still going to be a 3-on-1. Is Benny going to chalk up this 3rd kill, get a little 3-pack here? We do have our move of the tournament money, courtesy of Pate Smith Law. And that's the first one that we've seen. Now, I know we're still really early here, and we're only a couple points in, but that was a good move. Little 2-pack to finish. I doubt that's going to be the one that wins it, but in the conversation at least.
30 seconds.
Nick was just shouting at me that Benny Carroll saw the guy's shadow in the snake, and that's what gave him the ability to run him down. Smart. Play shadows.
Well, mornings and afternoons, and you see those long shadows out there, you definitely can use that to your advantage. If you're not playing the shadows in the morning and afternoon, you're not playing elite paintball. It's a great job by Benny Carroll. He saved that point. Was not looking
Absolutely.
good. Okay, point number 2 here. Brooklyn Bears and Extreme have switched sides, so the Bears in the red jerseys and on the red side of the field. Looks like they're going to get a kill off the break. New York Extreme, CJ Cantor, I believe, taking the walk. And they're still doubling up that back center. Here on the right-hand side of your screen, our drone shot. Body filters out from that back center for the Bears as they lose their first attacker up the middle.
4-on-4. New York Extreme still in the pocket.
Move outside wide. This is Extreme. Filtering bodies up the middle as well, or a body. Getting out to their D side. So yeah, you can see here on your screen, if you're just tuning in and haven't seen this layout or played it, snakes on both sides, Doritos on both sides. But when we say New York Extreme's Dorito side, that's the bottom right-hand corner of your screen where those 3 Doritos are. Brooklyn Bears Dorito side is the top left-hand corner. And then New York Extreme jumping into their snake. And then here come the Bears. So that's kind of how this field's playing. Plays heads up first. It starts to twist sideways as the players and teams make their way into the snakes and make their way up the field. Running referee coming over to check out Josh Taylor for New York Extreme in the back spot. Looks like he's good to go. Bears are going to be moving up as Extreme loses Pat Kraft from the snake top side, and they're going to lose Josh Taylor who tried to back him up. So the snake side's dying over there and dying fast. Bears trying to capitalize, and they clip out Hennessy, and that should do it.
It's like a tie ball game here. Great job, Bears.
Yeah, Sakaguchi on the close with Altamore. Still a lot of time left in this one here. 1-1, 10:48 here in regulation. Now here comes Uprising and Baltimore Revo. Revo now on your screen. Looks like Salcedo might be getting a spin. Yeah, it's looking to see. It's always interesting too. I mean, so many different ways to look at this game, right? And you know, these teams carrying typically at least 8, ideally. Some teams carrying upwards of 10 or 11. So when you head into the first event, some changes here, there. Some, you know, Uprising's had essentially the same roster for a long period of time. But I'm always wondering who's going to be getting the majority of the spins. I mean, it's a kind of their cast of characters that you see typically. I mean, Graham, Arnold, and Borromeo and Olsen kind of almost never leave the field. And then no Ilya anymore for them, I believe. I don't think he's going to be able to make it to this event. Yeah, he's not on the roster.
Big move up the middle here for Uprising.
Yeah, but here
Revo all the way up in the 50 snake.
Yeah, Revo taking all the ground, getting to that crucial spot. This is the spot, man. This is the key spot. If you let your opponents get to this wedge, they wrap around and they can shoot everybody. Caleb Abel getting a couple kills there. Did he get those first 2? Wow,
Yeah,
Caleb Abel.
I think that was at least 4.
Yeah, Caleb Abel by first-degree murder here in North Las Vegas to put yet another point on the board. 3-0. Very quick one. Dominant performance of Caleb Abel, who's hearing good things about Caleb. He's been training a bunch. They also picked up Clint Moore, too, to bulk out their roster. Clint Moore coming over from the Lucky 15s, making the trip over from England. He was their captain and their leader, so that's a pretty solid pickup here for Revo. But it does look like Mike Jeffrey is running that starting 5 until the wheels fall off here.
I saw paintball legend Opie Logren.
Oh, is Opie here?
He
would come to the Vegas
in the
event.
Revo area.
Well, yeah, he was.
Saw him with a jersey on.
He's playing?
Yeah, I saw him with the jersey on yesterday.
God bless him. Yeah, well, Opie was helping out Tom, coaching a little bit, and helping Mike out, too. I mean, Mike's the coach. So Mike Jeffrey's a really smart guy and been around paintball for a long time. He actually used to intern for us at Paintball Access like 12 years ago, so he's been around for a while. Baltimore taking the snake, actually taking the snake from the D side here for the Bears. Seen that a few times already here in these first couple points. 5-on-5 break for both squads, but better field position here for the Bears in this tie ball game, 1-1. Robbie Altimore, good spot. And looks like the Bears going to reposition, trying to get outside wide. Maybe good zone control there. I thought he was asking for a check, but it looks like he's good to go. He is asking for, is he asking for a check or not? I don't see a referee running in there. Weaver, or Pat Kraft trying to get out wide here for Extreme. Looks like he makes it clean. So 3 bodies towards, for New York Extreme towards their snake side. They're on the red side of the field. Robbie Altimore already right in front of them though, and posted up down the sideline. Now he's going to check off towards that middle. Good cross-field spread here for the Bears with a slight bit of penetration up the field. Yeah, and Extreme, no lead to protect here, Isaac.
Say that again?
No lead to protect.
No lead to protect.
Yeah, but they just kind of have all the back spots. They're kind of just hoping that the Bears make a mistake and run on their guns. Okay, now they're going to get a little offense going as Josh Taylor glides into the Dorito right behind the snake, red side of the field.
See if the Bears can keep him from pushing down the snake side.
Taylor initially shooting towards the sideline. Now he's going to switch his gun, try to shoot cross field, and might have got that kill as a body walking off right now for the Bears. He was in snake 2, but he's taking the slow walk back to the pits. It's going to be 5-on-4 situation, so we just talked about that. New York Extreme, good zone control here. Taylor dips into that Dorito right behind the snake and gets that first kill to soften up the line a bit. And then it looks like they're going to swing a body out wide past Taylor. He's going to get into snake 2.
And the shadow gave him away there. Bears are aware that he's in there.
Good communication from both squads right now. Better, I would say slightly better though. I'm hearing more chatter from New York Extreme. CJ Cantor was the one making the move into snake 2. And he's got to worry about Robbie Altimore posted up, just waiting for Cantor to make a mistake. These two teams are very familiar with each other. Got New York Extreme and the Brooklyn Bears. Oh, and so it looks like Robbie Altimore going to be taking the walk as he gets shot out of his spot, and that allows Cantor to go on the attack, but he did not know that they had dipped the body out into that back corner bunker. Might have caught one. Referee going to give him a check, and it looks like he's good to go. So whoever that is in the Bears just completely missed that shot. Those are the shots you need to make, as you have about half of Cantor's body.
Yeah, it was a great tactical retreat to that corner, and then his snake eye died. Looks like New York didn't pick it up.
Well, it was a tactical retreat for what, right? It was a tactical retreat to hope that they don't see you getting in there and then you catch somebody slipping. He just missed that shot. Hey, it happens. You know, you're not going to make every shot that every time you pull the trigger. It doesn't work that way out here. It's difficult. Triple stack of bodies as Carl gets right behind Cantor. Great communication from New York Extreme. Coach Rich Telford and Coach Dan probably pretty happy with the communication. They should be.
They should be. It was, yeah. I mean, they're putting it together very well, playing controlled, methodical paintball, as you like to say.
Yes. Well, you know, again, it's a 1-1 game, and there's 6:45 left, so time's starting to dwindle down. And this is a point. They're up on bodies. They have the real estate. You cannot throw these away. So, yeah, talk it up a little bit more. Make sure you know exactly where these last couple bodies are, and then figure out where the move needs to be made. I mean, have complete control of their snake side here, bottom side, with Carl and Cantor, and can't see that is behind them, but they have a triple stack of bodies this way. It's going to be up to the other side to try to get up the field a bit, take a little bit of pressure off these bodies here on your screen for New York Extreme.
So Bears filled out to the snake side corner so they could back up their snake guy here.
Hey, I don't think there's a snake.
And it sounds like New York doesn't know that there's a snake guy.
Well, he said it almost with a question mark, like, hey, I don't think there's a snake.
He's all the way up there. He's playing the outside of it. And
But Extreme's they're playing smart right now. They're unsure of where these last bodies are. They know the score. They know the situation. They know they're in an advantage. They just don't know how big of an advantage it is.
Look at this, Matty.
Oh, Thomas Taylor switched his number up this year. So Thomas Taylor, Jerry Caro, and CJ Cantor on the Snake side. They have a body at the Aztec.
Everyone looking towards the show side.
Well, I think they figured out that there's a body for the Bears way up on in the Snake for them. I think they've definitely figured that out now.
And let's see if this Bears corner guy figures that out. Knowing that all the guns are switched inside, he has a great opportunity to make something happen, but he's got to recognize it.
So here come, ooh, look at this. The Bears moving all the way onto Extreme side of the field. That forces a tactical retreat here from Jerry Caro. And then another outside, dip out wide here for the Bears. So risky play here, but hey, man, when you're down a body, sometimes the best situation is to play offense when it's a crucial moment like this.
I'm not sure if this Bears guy is aware. Who's this in the corner here, Matty? I'm not sure he's aware that his guy's all the way up on their Dorito, on New York Extreme's Dorito. He's not doing much from there.
Yeah, I don't think he did. I think he might know that. I think that's Joey Altamore that made that move across. But he's in a treacherous spot, but I think he's going to get the kill. Might have traded his body, though, so he does get the kill. That forces the retreat from Thomas.
2-on-2.
I think that was McLean taking the walk, but he did trade out, but that was fine. I mean, that's a good trade right there. Because then it forces what's about to go down right now. And, yeah, so Cantor's going to trade out with that body. So there's just one body left alive right now for the Bears. He went into the Snake, so he's going to go back to their Snake 1. It's a 2-on-1 situation right now.
He's got in the pack there. That's it for the Bears.
Well, that was a close point, but Extreme is going to be taking a slight lead. Because I was going to say, Bears need to concede that point, preserve the time. Just 3:30 left to go.
That was a long point.
Yeah, this field's interesting. I mean, every field could have faster points and slower points, and every field does slow down on Sunday. But we're getting a look here. Let's get a look at this replay. Can't quite see it on my screen. I got a bit. Oh, there we go. So that's Cantor getting the first shot. And then Cantor comes around and dodges that ball. Look at this dodge. Look at that. Oh, he just dodged. He actually did get shot. Okay, there's something that explodes. I think that might have actually.
Shoulder.
Yeah,
like
I think he did get shot. So the referee goes in but calls Cantor clean. So a little bit of a break here for New York Extreme. Cantor with his second life out there, and he made the most of it. Yeah, did you see what I saw? It looked like I couldn't tell.
I saw something come off of his shoulder. It could have been like dust off of him. It could have been spray.
Yeah,
but the ref's right there.
Yeah,
so.
It did look like an explosion of paint, but sometimes a paintball hits you and everything breaks off of you and it doesn't leave any paint.
Yeah.
So now if a ref sees that happen, he actually sees the ball hit you, then he's going to call you out, regardless of the whole. Oh, it's not a quarter.
Right.
That's not how it works. It's about did the ball hit you and leave any paint, and if a ref sees it, but if he doesn't see it. And it's just sometimes that's how it works out here.
Yeah, if it doesn't see it, it counts as a bounce.
Frank talking to Sean. So Sean Salcedo going to get a spin here. I don't see Devin Stewart leaving the field at all for Baltimore Revo. Played many years with Houston Heat and then made the move over to Revo and getting a ton of playing time with them, rightfully so. Looking at Uprising's line. And, yeah, pretty much running with that starting 5. Olsen, Mikey, Borromeo, Graham Arnold. Can't see how that other body is. But they have some work to do here, Isaac. Down by 3. Can't let it get
this is the point.
Get that deficit get any worse right now.
This is the point for Uprising. They've got to turn it around here.
Yeah, they still have time. Their points have gone relatively fast, so they definitely have enough time to work with, but it's definitely been going their way, Baltimore Revo's way, and Caleb Abel just had a pretty nasty point out there. I think he got at least a 4-pack.
Yeah, at least.
That's definitely on the list for move of the prelims, for sure. Courtesy of Pate Smith Law. Devin Stewart staying at the Hertz bunker in the back center. And, yeah, so Revo, even with the big lead, deciding not to double up that back center. They did not go conservative on this one.
Well, Revo lost one off the break here from the back center.
So
it's 4-on-5 here.
Sorry, it's Uprising not going conservative, pushing on there into the red snake. Wrapping around from snake 2 for Uprising on your screen.
Now this looks real good for Uprising here. They got the field position, they've got the bodies. So let's see if they can capitalize on that. This is the point for them to turn it around.
Yeah, it's just 6:30 left here. So this is a big moment for Uprising. They're in game number 1. Be real good for Revo's spread if they could put a couple more on the board. You get 4 games in the prelims. Ideally, you want to win by the biggest margin you can, because the teams that move on to Sunday, you know, if we cut it in half, only 10 teams move on to Sunday, and typically, you know, through your 4 games, you need to have a positive point spread. Ooh, Devin Stewart dying out of that Hertz can in the back. It's looking good for Uprising right here. Isaac, 5-on-3 situation.
A little bit of a desperate fill out there for Revo. Makes it clean. Well, he's getting checked, and he's still alive there.
So yeah, just 3 bodies, 2 of them. So it looks like Salcedo's on the island over here. Sean Salcedo, he's at D2 on the island. That means he's by himself. His other 2 bodies are on their top side, their snake side, back corner, Can, and the Dorito over there, insert Dorito. Great comms right now from Uprising. Talking it up, trying to figure out where these last bodies are. Another thing for Revo here with this 3-point leads, Isaac, is they just burn time. Even if you go drop this point,
they can burn it.
They definitely, I mean, Uprising should win this one. They have a pretty big high body situation. But if Revo can burn another minute and a half off, I don't think it's going to happen now that they lost Salcedo. So this side's completely blown open. And as soon as Uprising gets to this wedge and wraps, it will be a wrap. And last body, another body coming off as Weaver takes a walk for Revo, and desperation run forward. And that is going to do it. So, solid point here for Uprising.
Much needed.
Their first point of the tournament.
They don't know if they've killed everyone yet, but looks like they're aware now. So there it is. They got 4 minutes and 30 seconds to score 2 more points to tie up the game. And that's a tall order, it seems like, right now.
Mikey was just making sure. You know, he's just making sure everybody's dead, playing it smart. Now, it's a good point from Mikey Daniel. So everyone, pretty much. Uprising, he shot that body on the break. They stayed alive. They took the crucial spots. Won a couple gunfights. That's how it's done. 2-point spread, 4:30 to go in that match. This one is a 1-point spread here. Bears only down by 1, but getting a little low on time. After the conclusion of this set, we're going to see the ML Kings take on PB Fit, new pro team in the league. Absolutely dominant in semi-pro. They won all of the semi-pro events last year, every one of them. And also in that set, Aftermath and Aftershock. As Aftershock, brand new team, but very familiar faces if you've been watching pro paintball for a while on the brand new revamped Aftershock line. Great to see the legendary name Aftershock. Shout out to Todd Adamson and Todd Martinez. And jumping into this next point here is the Bears on the red side. And keeping 5 bodies alive. It's a good old classic 5-on-5 break, which bodes well for Extreme since they have a lead, and there's just 3:19 left to go. Josh Taylor staying at that back Hertz bunker and ripping his gun towards their snake side, and then he's going to filter that way. So Extreme stacking 3 bodies that way again here as we get our eye in the sky drone shot, looking at this unconventional layout. Now a move from Extreme from the D side. They've been doing this quite a bit.
Looks like New York lost Thomas in the middle there. And do Bears still have all 5?
Oh, another body coming off right now. Josh Taylor. Josh Taylor taking the walk from their snake side. So just down to 3 bodies. As like you had said, Isaac, Thomas Taylor, their new pickup this year, paintball legend, and Josh Taylor. So looking good for the Bears. Try to tie this one up. They got 2:30 to work with. Barolo dodges a stream as he dives into Snake 2. So he got to know that Jared Carr was posted up down the sideline on him right now.
He almost became victim of another shadow giveaway there and tucked in right as the stream came in.
Well, the sun is starting to, raise in the sky, so the shadows are getting not
smaller.
As long. But you can still, the shadows are going to be a tell for at least probably another hour or so. It's a pretty low-scoring game here. Extreme trying to just hold on.
Just under 2 minutes here, so this is an important point. Bears definitely got to win this one to stay in the game.
Yeah, Bears reposition. They go to the South Electronics Tower, and then they're going to get a little closer to Barolo. I think that's Chris Coney. But they got a good crossfield spread, man. Great crossfield spread here for the Bears. D1 top side, Snake 2, now into the wedge. So kind of into New York Extreme's Snake. Barolo has a back player looking down the sideline. So Extreme just posted up. Oh, they're going to lose another body, though. So that's a tough death there for New York Extreme. And they're going to lose Pat Kraft as well, too. That leaves just Jerry Carl, and then Barolo's going to run the highway, call the highway the inside part of the Snake to clear out. Ooh, now we're going to see our first penalty of the tournament. Who's it going to be on? If that's on Extreme, that's a really tough break to get a penalty on the last guy.
Yeah.
There's just no reason for that.
Really good point for the Bears, though. They needed that one. Tie up the ball game with about a minute left.
Well, let's get a look at this replay here. So you can see the shadow. So Barolo goes out a pretty wide. And did he get caught? Oh, just dodged that stream. I did not see an explosion when we went to the replay before with Cantor. Did see the paint explode. This one we did not. And then here comes the finish. So that's from the top side. So CJ Cantor just posted up. Oh, they're going to lose another. Yeah, so then here comes Barolo running that highway to take out Carl. Let's see where the penalty goes. So yeah, Carl, see, look at Carl's gun. Carl continues to try to put paint on Barolo. And you see he had that hit on the top of his head, I believe, there. So yeah, that is probably penalty Extreme. And that's just, unfortunately, one that's not needed. I don't know if Carl knew he was the last body left alive, but when your last body gets a penalty forcing you to start down because there's no one to pull, that's a problem.
It looked kind of like a bang-bang play to me.
And I don't know. In slow-mo, at live, it looked bang-bang.
Yeah.
In slow-mo, it didn't really look as bang-bang. So here we go. 4:20 on the clock. Uprising down by 2 and on your screen. Doubling up the Hertz can and filtering a body up. And they are going to be losing Daniel, so down to 4. Not going to help their comeback chances. And looks like Revo, 5 bodies left. So 5-on-4 situation in favor of Baltimore Revo. They are also doubling up that Hertz can. They're going to filter a body out towards their Snake to get into that insert Dorito. And also going to get Benny Carroll out to the Aztec out of that doubled up spot in the Hertz can. Olsen in a pretty good position for Uprising. He's leaning into that tower, though. That's going to kind of telegraph his spot, his position to his enemies.
Baltimore Revo taking a walk.
So now down to just 3. 5-on-3 situation, down by 2. I might want to blow the horn.
Yeah, that might be a tactical move there.
So below, meaning concede. So Uprising has the opportunity, every team does, to concede. If you are not in a good tactical position, you want to preserve time on the clock, you concede the point. But they're just going to let it ride. So now they're going to lose another body. So now it's a 2-on-5, no, 2-on-4. As Caleb Abel taking the walk for Revo. Now it's a 1-on-4. Yeah, proceed. So this is what I'm talking about. It was 3:30 when I was saying, hey, maybe concede the point.
And that 30 seconds is huge.
Exactly. So now instead of having 3:30 left to reset, now they only have 3:03. So they're down, they just kind of squander that 27 seconds. It's tough, though. I get it. You want to give your boys faith. But the way Isaac, the way the game has evolved, if you're not doing clock management, proper point clock management, and spread, because that's the thing too. Because if you take a beating, now they're not taking a beating right now. The points have been relatively close. But if you do, because it will happen at some point out here this weekend, and you lose by the 6-point mercy rule, that means just to get back to an even point spread, you have to go win. You have to go get a mercy rule win.
Yeah.
Just to get back to a 1-1 and even on the spread. And again, the teams that will make Sunday typically, we're looking at like the 10th team making in. Typically, would be a 2-2 record with maybe like a +2, would be relatively safe. So yeah, I got to play the clock.
Got to play the spread.
Got to play the spread. Got to play your opponents. Got to play the field. There's a lot going on out here.
There's a lot of things happening here on the paintball field, all at once, and that's why we love the game.
So tie ball game right now.
2-2. We could see this go to overtime, or we could see one of these teams win the game right here.
Yeah. So in this bracket D, it's Impact, Extreme, Aftermath, Bears, and Aftershock definitely one of the potential brackets of death. Bracket A could make an argument that that one's tougher, but this is one of the tougher brackets out here. I mean, anytime you have a brand new super team that just got assembled in the 5th tier in your bracket, meaning technically, you know, on paper, supposed to be the worst team in the bracket, and it's Shock right now, that's going to be a tough bracket. So jumping into this one here is taking a lot of ground for the Bears early, getting to that crew. This is, again, what I'm going to be talking about all weekend long. Very crucial spot. Wedges on both sides, all the way up in the snake. Because when you wrap around, you basically have a shot on everybody. So Patcraft's going to go through, and he's going to trade out. Sakaguchi begging for a penalty, not going to get it, though. So now 4-on-4 situation. Neither team with much of a tactical advantage on the real estate, but it does look like Bears just dove into the snake here, Isaac.
Yeah, just 10 seconds left here. I don't think it's enough time to close out either way for either team. So it looks like this one will go into overtime.
First set, first overtime game.
I like that.
That's why we started.
I'm not mad at that.
That's why we started. Neither am I. I want them as close as possible all day long. But that's why we start 7:15 in the morning, because we're going to need every bit of daylight if we're going to have a bunch of overtime games.
30 seconds.
So those two teams going to go back in the pits, try to figure out what they're going to do in that 5-minute overtime period as Uprising and Baltimore Revo take the field. Revo with a pretty sizable 3-point lead, 4-1 the score. A little over 3 minutes to go. We're going to start to see the offensive full court press capabilities here because Uprising needs a point a minute.
They need a point a minute, so they have to play like they need a point a minute. And the coach needs to recognize if they're not doing that to adjust. And it looks like they are going to play that way.
So there's the first big bite in the middle of the field, but it does look like Thomas Taylor saw it, and he comes and dunks on him. Did he make the run clean? It looks like he did. So they're going to trade. Nice move from Thomas Taylor. Or no, not Thomas Taylor. Plays on New York Extreme. That was Sean Salcedo, I think. Dunking on Shane Howell.
He moved like Thomas, though. Kind of looked Thomas-ish.
That was a nice read and react from Sean Salcedo.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because that body needed to die. So Uprising with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. See what they can do here as they did take that big bite in the middle. Didn't work out because of that beautiful move from Sean Salcedo. Now they dive into the snake. Getting into the snake too, wrapping around, putting the pressure on those inside bodies for Revo. Revo going to get a body out wide, though. If he makes it clean, that would be pretty crucial as Weaver going to be taking the walk. Tackle retreat from, I believe, Caleb.
All right, Uprising. We got to go here. And it looks like Revo's down to 2. Is that right, Maddie?
Yeah, so Caleb just got shot. Weaver had took the walk right before that. And so that leaves just Benny Carroll and another body in the back corner bunker here. So, yeah, it's not looking good for Revo, at least in this point. But in this situation for Revo, you got to just tuck into your spot and stay alive as long as possible. You're going to drop this point more than likely. Oh, penalty.
Oh, that's not good. Penalty there on Revo. And that gives Uprising a chance.
It did look like Benny was alive when that penalty was pulled. And so they're going to be good to go. Who was that? Oh, it was Bowen. So Bowen got the penalty. It pulled out Benny Carroll. So they'll be able to start with 5 with a minute. So it's a 2-point game, 1:26 on the clock.
Yeah, and that point took Uprising a minute and a half. So, you know, just based on that, they got to speed it up next point.
Well, because we are watching the best teams in the world as we see this replay. You know, one of the big questions on these layouts is what's the quickest point are we going to see? Are we going to see a 10-second point, 15-second, 20-second? What's the quickest that can happen? There's Sean Salcedo with the read and react.
Look,
and
Sean saw him through a tiny window. He saw him go through a tiny window, and he read that. He ran straight up the middle and dunked on him.
Yeah, he almost did. He definitely dunked on him. He almost stepped on his head, too.
Well, sometimes we'll have that, you know?
So here's Borromeo with the shot on Bowen. And the ref through the penalty. Yeah, he goes in and sees it, pulls the penalty. So nice job by Borromeo on the close. Heading into overtime here, throwing 5 minutes on the clock. Brooklyn Bears and New York Extreme. Running referee checking out body in the back center here as the Bears doubled it up. They're going to lose another body as well, too. So it's 3 bodies left alive for the Brooklyn Bears. They're on the blue side of the field. And body coming. Oh, it looks like Pat Kraft's going to be taking the walk and Hennessy. Oh, man, this is a chaotic overtime point 3-on-3, I believe. So neither team with an advantage. I was going to say a little bit better field position for the Bears as they're in that topside blue snake, but Josh Taylor just made his move to counter that, and he gets into the snake. He's at snake 2. He's going to go to that crucial wedge position and does have to worry. He does have a body in front of him in the back corner, Little Dorito. Oh, and so that's a tough death right there.
He just missed the snake guy on the opposite side as well, and then caught one.
Well, he was playing that, Zizek, like he had 20 seconds.
Exactly. It was weird, huh?
Dude, you have 4 minutes, Josh. Take a deep breath. He just didn't know the body was out wide. So that was look, when you get out wide, you're hoping the guy that's attacking in front of you makes a mistake like that, and they made him pay. And he made a shot. Nice job for the Bears. And now the Bears are kind of glimpsing downfield. They're trying to figure out where these bodies are. Should be a 2-on-2, I believe.
Bears have 3. They have snake corner.
Okay, that snake player is still alive. So 3-on-2 should be in favor of the Bears. Yeah, okay, he's all the way at the wedge. Yeah, this is a game that the Bears should win, and that's going to really frustrate New York Extreme. New York Extreme had a real big run last year. They were one of the top teams, made some deep runs on Sunday. It looks like Thomas Taylor going to be the last body alive here in this overtime point. So Brooklyn Bears going to go 1-0.
I think that's an upset.
That's definitely an upset. On paper, New York Extreme, yeah, they lost Corey, but on paper, with how well they did last year, keeping the bulk of their roster together, on paper they should be beating the Bears.
Yeah.
But that's not how it works.
That's not paintball.
That's not how it works all the time. So congratulations to the Bears. And again, in that bracket, it's Impact Extreme, Aftermath, who looked really good at World Cup, Bears, and then Shock. Bears 4th seed in bracket D just took down the number 2 seed. This event could get really interesting here, Isaac. Yeah. We already have an upset. We already have an overtime. Not quite penalty-ridden. Do you like how the field's playing? Yeah, it's going to be a fun weekend.
It's a great start. It's a great start, Maddie.
Now, it would be crazy if Uprising can find a way to score 2 points in, what, minute 30 they have? Minute 27?
I would just take off the headset and leave. I'd just be too shocked. Let's see.
Yeah, minute 26 left on the clock. Uprising on the blue side. They're going to go into the snake, actually, from their Dorito side. We're seeing that quite a bit, this specific run from the blue side here, Isaac. And this field undulates a little bit. It's not perfectly flat and level. There are little positives and negatives depending on which spot you're in. And then a little counter here from Revo with just a minute left to go. 4-court press is 4 bodies up near the 40-yard line right now for Seattle Uprising as they're trying to put some magic together. Not able to shoot. No, they did they shoot the body? Oh, here comes a big push as Joel Eaton launches and runs down first attacker. They lose 2 more, though. Still 1 body left this way. Graham Arnold's going to launch. And, I mean, hey, man, I'm not knocking Uprising at all for any attempted offense. They had to try to do that.
You have to go.
No choice. You have to play like you need 2, not play like you need 1. And they did it just textbook as you're supposed to do that situation. Now, great, and then for Revo, hold the line.
Yeah.
A little bit of offense helps in these situations. You don't want to just take all the back spots. So they did. They threw some secondary offensive moves out there, but they just held the line. They made their shots, and unfortunately for Uprising, that will cost them the game. Revo going to be taken. Yeah, they're going to let that time go all the way down so they don't have to play another one here and take a solid 3-point win. Yeah, what do you think? I think Revo looked pretty good. New York Extreme has some discussions they need to have. I thought the Bears looked, obviously they won, but that game was a little bit less scoring. And the Uprising had some moments, but it got off to a little bit of a slow start. They dug that 3-0 hole, or 0-3 hole.
Yeah, Uprising is kind of playing like, I didn't see the urgency soon enough. You know, this last point, I saw some urgency, but also saw him kind of just running into guns. You know, and you do need to go, but you also have to go smart, right?
So coming up next, going to be the ML Kings taking on the rookie pro team PB Fit, who are just absolutely crushing everybody, mostly Blastcamp, in the semi-pro division. Blastcamp also going to see them in a little bit, but then also in the set's going to be SD Aftermath taking on Chicago Aftershock here at the 2024 NXL Las Vegas Major. I'm Matty Marshall, it's Isaac Barrow from Paintball Nerd, and we'll be right back here on Go Sports. Stick with us. In that bracket, it's Impact Extreme.
Major League Paintball is coming to Las Vegas for the first event of the 2024 season. At its heart, the game of paintball is simple. Shoot your opponents before you get shot, and then march down the field to victory. In the Major League Paintball Pro format, each team employs 5 players at a time, and they have a buzzer on their side to protect. Hit the opponent's buzzer, win the point. En route to the buzzer, both teams will be locked in gunfights, utilizing diverse strategies while moving up a field full of bunkers, fighting to get into critical positions. And these strategies could change given the score and the time left on the clock. There's 15 minutes in regulation. The highest point total wins the game. This is chess with guns, with no quarter given and no quarter requested. Welcome to Major League Paintball.
We should have won the point. Yeah, the other shit, whatever. We pull those back. We should have won that point. End of the point, we should have won that point. I killed a thing!
There's no Dorito, there's no corner. And I'm screaming and I'm shooting my gun. And then Brandon gets up there and he's helping hold. The move's there.
It is 1 weekend before the first event of the 2024 season here, NXL, Major League Paintball, and all across the United States. The 20 best teams in the world, the 20 teams that comprise the Pro Division, are all practicing right now, trying to learn this unconventional layout. Now, we happen to be at one of the best places for this training. It's Capital Edge, Northern California, and it's San Diego Dynasty and Edmonton Impact, the number 1 and number 2 teams at World Cup, and also Los Angeles Infamous, a 3-team battle going back and forth here to try to figure this thing out. So we're going to dive into a practice report. We're going to see what's working, what's not, touch base with some players about tactics and strategy, and also just kind of see how the sausage is made at the professional level and see how this goes down. Let's check it out.
So right here, this is the coolest part of the duel. I boxed when I was younger in high school. I wrestled, and you always put your feet in the ground and you look straight across at your opponent, whether it be 80 feet or 5 feet.
It's one-on-one, man. It's no man's land out there. You can try to think you have a way, and it could get completely corrupted really quickly.
I think that it's the truest form of skill. It shows how quick you can be, how much work you've done with your gun skills. I get to battle this guy. I get to go to war with this guy.
$10,000. $10,000. I've never won $10,000 playing paintball.
You can't bluff, you can't pretend like you're good. You gotta put 10 points up, and you gotta look the other guy in the face and tell that guy that you're gonna put 10 points on him, and he can't do anything about it, or maybe he will.
Gunfight. Gunfight.
Get on this box, look the other guy in the eye, tell him you're gonna fuck him up, and go fuck him up. It's that simple, baby.
Hey, what's up everyone? This is Walker with Carbon Paintball, here to show you the difference between the SC and the CC harness. Our premier pack is the SC harness. The first thing you're going to notice when you grab that is actually how light it is and how small it is. In fact, it is 1 pod less in width than a traditional harness as well. Secondly, the silicone that's throughout the whole belt is going to secure the pack on you, so if you're running, diving, jumping, it's not going to move around. And then you're also going to notice the ventilation. So the whole belt has perforations throughout to keep it way more breathable than a traditional pack. Lastly is the lumbar support on the SC pack is hard. That's going to keep it tighter to your back, especially if you're a little bit of a smaller guy. And the CC harness, the main difference that you're going to notice is that it doesn't have the ventilated belt. And also when you put it on, it has a way larger lumbar support. It's a 2-tier foam, so it's really cushy, it's really comfortable, but it's not as rugged and tight as the SC harness. Other than that, what you're going to notice is all of the harder injection moldings for all of the logos on the CC harness versus the SC, all of them are soft or they're non-existent to keep the pack as light as possible. Besides that, both packs feature our tapered tube ejectors, so they actually slim as you pull pods, which is going to move the pods to the middle of your back and keeping your profile as tight and slim as possible. Both packs do come in 2 sizes, small, medium, and large XL, and they're both available in 4 and 5 pack as well. For a full feature list and more information, visit crbnpaintball.com.
Like, you guys think you're shooting your guns, dude? Fucking, dude, go watch. You know what? Fucking watch Marcelo. Watch him play, because he's playing it fucking perfect. That motherfucker's living, talking, and shooting his gun. You guys want an example how to win a game? It's that motherfucker right there. Screaming, talking, shooting his gun.
Sunday's the best day. I don't know why. Sundays, for some reason, I'm always in a good mood on Sunday. We win a lot.
We just got done with another match. You know, it's Sunday, so we're playing matches against Impact and Infamous. We're doing 6 minutes. Really, the whole point of it is just to get acclimated with playing the score, the clock in different situations, being able to protect the lead or come back. In that match, we were down a point with 1.5 minutes to go. We were able to tie it up, go to overtime. Lost in overtime, but it's still really good practice to see those situations.
30 seconds.
or NXL Las Vegas Major. We are in the second set. ML Kings taking on the rookie pro team PB Fit, who are just absolutely dominant in semi-pro, earning the right to be a pro team here in 2024. And then also in this set, huge story, Chicago Aftershock has reformed with a bunch of familiar faces, a core of the Ironman who won this event on this field in 2020. They're going to be taking on the, talk about up and coming, man, Aftermath looked real good at World Cup. Jumping into this first one here with ML Kings and PB Fit. PB Fit starting, doubling up that Hertz can. They're on the blue side.
ML Kings, first team to take the snake here on the bottom side. Have we named the difference between the two snakes yet, like snake and zipper?
Well, you could, so where ML Kings are, notice how that one's all red, and the other one's all blue, so it's like red snake, blue snake. And then, or ML Kings is snake. Yeah. And then with the Dorito side, it's a little confusing, but it's fun. Everyone seems to like.
Hey, that's what we're here for. That's what ML Kings dropping their first body out of back center. I was a little concerned that ML Kings didn't start Harris Hussein. It's kind of weird having your best player on the bench for that first point. Kind of interesting read. 5-on-4 advantage here for Paintball Fit as they get into the ML Kings other side of the snake, zipper.
Well, PB Fit absolutely dominant in semi-pro. They won every single event last year. Now they have mostly
every single match last year, right?
Except a lot of these guys were, they played as AC Dallas and got relegated, went down and dominated semi-pro. And now they're back as another body coming off, 2 more bodies. It's not looking good here in this first point. But
5-on-2 advantage for Fit.
But the secret to the success for Fit. Their survivability is great. They shoot bodies on the break.
They're amazing on the break.
Yeah, they shoot bodies on the break. They stay alive in their spots, and they have a couple big threats, big punches. Chavez is awesome, and he's playing on the their D side. And we're seeing this a lot from the blue side of the field here, Rich, is the first attacker getting quickly into this wedge and not messing around with the Doritos.
Yeah, those Doritos suck. Yeah, real good game here for Fit. And Fit's one of those teams that play paintball all the time. So they're super sharp. They don't come out rusty, sloppy during the first event of the season. Yeah, Fit feeling back to the snake corner.
Yeah, they're not worried if their snapshots dialed.
Yeah.
Their snapshots are all dialed.
They are locked in. And they've essentially won this point. It's a 5-on-2 with Paintball Fit in the advantage, and the only 2 ML King players are both on the snake side of the field, so they're kind of isolated over there, and Paintball Fit's going to end up turning the corner.
Rich, I'm just wondering here do they know the count? Do they know it's a 5-on-2?
Yeah, I think they're...
Or a 5-on-nothing.
5-on-nothing. I think they might have been a body off, but I think they kind of have that slower, more methodical style that they're going to find every single body before they just run down the field. Chavez doing a good job of getting to that key bunker here on the bottom blue side of the field.
Well, it's pretty nice if you come back into the pro league and obviously going to have probably some nerves, and then you win your first point and convincingly win your first point. And they did it with the way they were winning a lot of games and tournaments is they shoot body early, they stay alive, they get into crucial spots. It's a team that doesn't fumble the ball.
Yeah, they don't make a lot of mistakes. Yeah. In that New York Extreme match this morning, we had a lot of individual errors, a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, I don't want to say you guys looked flat, but you looked a little flat.
A little flat, and just like I said, just guys going out there and just kind of, underperforming, assuming that everybody else is going to pick up the slack and pull it off for them. And the tough thing is for New York is it doesn't get any easier. Yeah. Every team they play after that's going to be harder.
Yeah, New York Extreme got the first game to the Bears. Bears looked pretty good. It was an overtime match. But looking at point number 1 here, so one of the best stories out here, more compelling stories this year, Chicago Aftershock. How are they going to do? Aftermath is also a compelling story because if you're a divisional paintball player out here and you're not a fan of what Aftermath is doing at ASG,
you're a terrible human being.
Yeah, pretty much. It's a great story too. They got some hungry young guys who came up, mostly divisional players, and they earned their keep at Cup though, man. They really looked good at Cup.
Yeah, another team that plays together almost every weekend. A-Rod now releasing up the center for Aftershock. Big pickup for Aftershock. Oh, and A-Rod gets eliminated, but I believe the player that went through was hit, so Aftermath's to draw that penalty.
Yeah, and then Aftermath had lost one before, so that's going to be it, actually. All 5 bodies have now come off the field for Aftermath. It was a major penalty, a red flag, and that means the guy that got shot and 2 of his friends. Parrish dips into, well, there's no one left to shoot, but all those bodies came off so fast that Aftershock just didn't have the chance to count them.
Take him a second to figure it out.
So Parrish is playing it smart. He's just making sure that everyone's dead, doesn't step on a landmine. He's got Corey Hall behind him. I do like the hats off to Todd Adamson. Last year, Todd said to me, he's like, hey, I want to get a pro team. It took him a while to figure out how he was going to get in and make it work. Took over Level, had everybody try out. Weber, Corwin Weber picked him up from Columbus Level. I think that's a huge pickup. But then just assembled a pretty all-star roster, bringing back the Chicago Aftershock name. And if you just got into paintball, Chicago Aftershock is one of the longest-running pro teams ever.
They've been around.
So, and they are got a bit of a gift with that major penalty here on Aftermath, but so yeah, it looked like a little bit of an offensive look for Aftermath early in that secondary, getting A-Rod, Alex Rodriguez up in that middle. Also going to be interesting to see how much that middle is going to play a factor on this field. Let's get a look at the replay. So there's A-Rod. So both teams actually send that body up. Here goes the launch from Aftermath. And referee ended up pulling that major. Let's get another look at it. Is that Gladstone? Couldn't see who that was for Aftermath. Yeah, so there's the hit on his right, bottom of his right shoulder, and just ran through, and that was right in front of the ref. So that's a pretty textbook major penalty on Aftermath. Corey Hall with his signature celebration, as they're going to go up 1-0. Heading back into this ML Kings PB Fit match with Fit. Textbook paintball, man, they straight out of the textbook. Shoot a body on the break, stay alive, make a couple moves, get into some good spots, don't lose gunfights, win gunfights. You got an early lead. So now they're going to switch sides. Every time a point is won, the teams will switch sides. And if there's a no point, which does happen quite a bit, then the teams will stay on the sides that they were on.
Beautiful day out here in North Las Vegas.
Yeah, it's starting to warm up a little bit.
That's blessed to have an event somewhere close to the West Coast. We only get one every 5 years or so we have to enjoy them. Nice, similar breakout for Fit again, Matt. All 5 guys inside the pocket. That's one in each temple, 2 back center, and 1 little lay down on their snake side. ML Kings have 3 across the back and 1 in each wing, so they're also in the pocket.
Well, ML Kings, when you play Fit, try to survive the break. I was just going to say, the first mission accomplished, survive the break, but no, they quickly lose the gunfight.
Harris Hussein's getting a check in the back center. He's taking a couple bounces back there already. There's a bounce shot coming back to the back center that everyone's trying to identify where it's coming from. But the guys playing back there are incentivized to get out of that bunker as quickly as they can because there's random paint bouncing in there all the time.
Yeah, a lot of teams have decided to double up that Hertz back spot to get that extra gun up off the break.
Well, and you get additional discounts if you do double that bunker up. So it's usually 15% off Hertz.
What is it?
But it's 30% if you're doubling it up.
Is it time? Like if you spend 30 seconds there, 30%.
100%. And you can upgrade to a luxury vehicle.
Yeah, shout out to Hertz, but not actually true. Don't quote us on that.
Well, you can quote Matt. Just don't quote me,
just
please.
Playing.
But it is nice to have like a real live professional sponsor on the field, like, you know, real big company.
Yeah, no.
Harris Hussein releasing through the center, gets up there like a little jungle cat, gets right to that center 50. He's going to look to lock down Paintball Fit and keep Paintball Fit out of getting into their zipper or the red snake.
ML Kings from their Dorito side, getting into their snake 1.
Apparently there's a hole in that snake beam because there's paint just pumping through that on the ground.
Fit losing a body though.
4 on forward. Similar field positions.
Yeah, it's pretty mirrored up right now. Both teams have that body at the wedge. Harris Hussein going to be taking the walk.
Yeah.
And not taking a body with them, so that's going to put ML Kings at a deficit, down by 1 body.
Well, what you were talking about earlier about kind of seeing how strong the center of the field is it's a really strong center of the field. Unfortunately, both tapes that are on outside of that are also very, very strong. So it's really easy to get isolated in the center of the field, look one way, the guy slips in behind you.
Well, these snakes run almost the entire length of the field. So if you're up in the middle and just one of the snakes gets blown open, that's curtains for you.
You're getting shot in the back of the head.
You're going to get shot. So the middle's more of an early positional situation while you still control real estate or are trying to get real estate. But if you lose a snake, you need to figure a way to either tactically retreat or make a forward move because you're probably going to die in the middle. You can also finish from the middle as the attention goes out wide.
The finish is through the middle. Yeah. And the key to being good, if you want to play the middle here, is being proactive. You can't just go up there, sit and wait on a cut and hope you get a guy. You've got to go up there and kind of challenge and get a couple guys to get into gunfight. Fit losing another player from the top side.
And ML Kings losing another player from the top side as well, too.
I believe it's a 2-on-2, Matty. Maybe a 3-on-2 for Fit, but at least 2-on-2. I see 2 King players. I see 2 Fit players. Might be missing a body somewhere. But could be a 22, 2 players on each team. Fit is got 1 in back center and 1 on the top side, the red snake. ML Kings are both over here on the blue bottom snake. 1 in the Dorito, 1 in snake 1. Oh, Fit's now gotten past him on that side, Matty.
Yeah,
and Fit's got another body hiding.
Yeah. So it's a 1 body advantage right now for Fit, and they have completely blown open the red side, the top snake side, so their snake side.
We could call that the VIP snake.
Sure.
Just because it's on the VIP side of the field.
It is on the VIP side. And if you have not checked out the VIP section, you should if you're here at this event. Did they get that body? No, he's still alive.
No, he's still there.
This is that cross. It's interesting how this field plays. It plays straight up traditional, heads up, but then it goes sideways as those attacks start pushing down the snake side. Chavez going to finish this one off, and it's so consistent.
That was smart. Yeah, Chavez is smart.
And people are going to start to know that's a guy that they need to protect, because if he keeps doing the things I've seen him do.
And Matt, when you say protect, what do you mean by that?
Don't let one of the top teams come in and offer him some guns or some cash.
Yeah, so what you're saying is placate him with money so he doesn't leave you to a better team.
Yeah, protect him.
Yes, that makes complete sense. Teams need to do more of that as they start identifying these key players.
Well, and also when you're playing fit, you got to figure out, okay, what side is Chavez going?
Stop Chavez.
Make sure that you contain him, because he's very aggressive.
So
he's hard to shoot.
It's a two-part plan. Containing Chavez and offering Chavez more money than he's getting right now. I got you. I'm following you, Matty.
For sure.
We're coming in hot to 2023.
Everything together, right fucking now, boys.
2024.
2024. Oh, man, these years go so fast.
I know. They all just start moving together.
Happy New Year.
Shock up by 1 right now. Again, did get the gift of that penalty on Aftermath. Ooh, Aftermath losing 3 bodies on the break.
Yeah, shooting 1, losing 3.
Yeah.
So, and here goes Aftermath, another penalty. All 5 Aftermath players are already dead, Matty.
That is an abysmal point here for Aftermath.
Really hard to see how well Aftershock is playing right now, because Aftermath is not giving them much of a fight.
Well, it does look like their off-the-break shots are absolutely dialed, because it looks like they shot 3 bodies on the break.
Shot 3, 1 penalty. Well, 4.
Yeah, 4.
Penalty, right?
Yeah, good point.
One guy just decided not to leave. Yeah, Shock's points on the break are dialed in, and if they can keep shooting like that, it's going to be real easy for them to get to Sunday.
That's one of those. Go back. All right. So who shot those bodies? We all did.
Yeah, duh.
Yeah, and with the roster that Todd Martinez has, interested to see who's going to be getting reps. Is he going to go more starting 5? Because the guys on the bench, you know, I mean, Nick Sloviak's really good. Al Fernandez has helped the Ironman throughout the years. They picked up Trent Nita. So that team is pretty deep. I think they're rolling with 10. Weber.
Weber.
I don't see how much Corin Weber's going to play. They got Silos Cortez. So now
lots of talented players.
2-point lead here for PB Fit, and a 2-point lead for Shock in this set.
This is kind of, obviously I love World Cup, but this is honestly my kind of favorite tournament of the year. Just to see like all the new teams, all the new players on the new teams. Like you see a guy in a certain jersey, you get used to seeing him in that jersey. You see him in another jersey, you're like, oh wait a minute, that's shocking.
Yeah, there's 200 pro players, around 200 pro players, 20 pro teams, and then hundreds of divisional teams. See how the semi-pro and WNXL are going to look this year. But I agree with you, Rich. Obviously, World Cup is a special event because of its magnitude and how important that last event is, World Championship. But the first event of the year, with all of the chaos that always happens in the off-season and all these different stories, we start to see it play out.
Some of the East Coast teams are a little rusty because they've been in the snow belt. Some of the other teams have, basically put a whole new group of guys together. So it's like there's a lot of things going on. It's very, very interesting watching this first event. And it kind of gives you a preview of like what the rest of the season might look like, right?
Yeah, for sure. So right now, ML King, see if they can get something done against PB Fit. PB Fit starting from the blue side, right-hand side of your screen.
PB Fit, same breakout, get 1 kill.
Yeah, man, they're just so lethal off the break here, keeping 5 bodies alive. So it's a 5-on-4 situation in favor of PB Fit. See if they can get another. They do, so another quick kill. ML King's having some survivability issues. Is Peterson going to move up, try to make something happen here on your screen, and that insert Dorito on their snake side, the red snake.
What I love too, Matty, is Fit is winning these games from the pocket. They're shooting 4 guys before, or 3 guys before they even leave the pocket. They're in a 4-on-2 now. They lost Lockout out of the back center there. But huge advantage here for Fit. 4-on-2. ML Kings with 1 player in the snake here. He takes a bouncer on the hopper. The other player moving across to the little lay-down wing. Fit was still with 3 bodies in the pocket. Now with 1 player, I believe Chavez, in the bottom snake here.
And Chavez carries a lot of paint for his position. Strapped up.
Yeah.
And that's going to do it. Concession here from the Kings. So the Kings getting off to a very slow start. But, looking at their roster, they have had these guys have been on the team for a while.
Yeah,
now.
they've been there long enough where they got to kind of be doing this or this, right? Like either you got to get rid of them or they got to get focused up and start playing.
But they have some weapons.
For sure.
Yeah, I mean, Josh, Donaldson, Navarro's been good. Peterson's solid.
Yeah,
Elias Rodriguez is good. Kyle
Peterson.
Berry is the leader. I mean, the team is they have talent. I know they work hard.
Yeah,
they're just not looking
good
here
all the tools
at the start of this game.
Yeah, it's weird. It's almost like there's like the change. The team has gone through like multiple evolutions over the last couple seasons, where they kind of pick up some guys, start looking good, lose a couple guys, pick up a couple guys, and just kind of riding that roller coaster. So it'll be interesting to see if they're on their way up or they're on their way down this season.
Chicago Aftershock up by 2 here, and see if Aftermath can wake up. 13-12 to go. These points have gone quick. A lot of time.
Here it is, Matt. Here's the breakout we're going to see all weekend. Both temples, 2 back center, and the 1 lay down nipple on the strong side.
Yeah, conservative breakout for both squads as everyone gets bodies out alive. It's a 5-on-5 situation here as both teams start with 5 in this format of paintball. If you want to play 10-man, there's a huge 10-man field here as well.
And 7-man.
Yeah. Yeah, this event's sold out.
Yeah, whatever kind of paintball you want, we got. Come on out.
Yeah, 3-man, 5-man, X-ball, 10-man.
Shock
Need to throw some one-on-one
snake here on this bottom side, Matt.
Yeah, I like the moves that Shock's making. They definitely know this field.
Yeah.
They have put the work in. I mean, there's no puzzlement in their position when they get to these spots in their body language. They know all these angles.
Aftermath losing their first player up the center of the field. LJ Parrish from the snake calling that kill out. 4-on-5 advantage here for Shock. Shock with 4 in the pocket, 1 in the bottom snake. Aftermath with 3 in the pocket and 1 here on the bottom snake as well.
Yeah, it does look like if you're playing Shock, you're going to see a steady dose of Corey Hall and LJ Parrish.
That's a really good combination.
Side.
Yeah, they work really well together.
Yeah, you worked with Corey Hall last year. He helped you guys on New York Extreme. Now a counter move here. ASG Aftermath going to be getting to that wedge top side of your screen.
Yeah, had LJ been looking inside, he would have caught that move, but he'd switched to look outside to see if he could go forward. That opened that gap up.
So here on your screen, this is the Dorito side cam, what would normally be the Dorito side, but we have snakes on both sides, so we actually have a camera. But just remember that when we switch to this this angle, we are switching the perspective. So just keep that in mind throughout the weekend. We'll keep reminding you guys. Another
when
body.
He says you guys, he's talking to me, actually.
Another body coming off as Aftermath is just...
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Aftermath looked so good at World Cup. They were outstanding in the prelims. They made it to Sunday, and for such a young team, it was a pretty heroic performance. But these first 3 points, Rich, they do not look that dialed right now.
Yeah, and it's hard to say. Are they not that dialed? Oh, LJ, sloppy death there. Are they not that dialed, or is Shock just that good? I mean, at one point, they shot 3 guys on the break. It's hard to be dialed when you lose 3 bodies in your break. So LJ taking the walk, Corey immediately following up that position. I like that fill.
Yeah, a little bit of an overextension from LJ Parrish.
A little sloppy, yeah, a little sloppy.
Yeah, he didn't need to make that move. I like the creativity. We actually have another sponsor that's going to be giving some custom artwork, I believe, but it's a...
Yeah, I think that's a cool idea.
Yeah, Vera Art and Outdoors for the most creative move. Now, if he had pulled that off, that would be in the running for that. We also have the best move, most lethal move, courtesy of Pate Smith Law. It's a cash prize. So right now, Corey Hall just chilling, just protecting this lead. It would be in the best interest of Shock to win this point, but burn some clock off if possible. So that's why Corey Hall is he's probing, he's looking, but he's just kind of chilling in the spot, staying alive because he did lose his front player, and he's on an island right now.
Yep, and it's a 1-body advantage for Shock. They've got a player on both tapes, which gives them advantage. Aftermath with 1 in the snake corner, which is a very dominant position, and 1 in the temple on the VIP side.
Looks like Shock just threw a pod. I didn't see. So A-Rod just threw, was that Silos up there? He just chucked a pod to one of his teammates. That guy's already out of paint. He needs to carry more pods.
Yeah. You were talking about the guy Chavez, the last game, carrying a lot of pods. And as bigger guys, like we always carried a lot of pods, it's not that big a deal. But when you see one of those small frame guys with like
9 pods on him,
you're like, wow, that guy's got some weight on his back.
Must have a strong back.
Yeah. He's not just carrying the team, he's also carrying some bodies. I think that's Silos on the top side for Shock.
Yeah, Silos
on the bottom side.
Yeah, Silos and Corey both in the snakes on both sides for Shock. Aftermath does have a body over in their snake one, or actually in Shock's snake. Oh, but so Corey, if he backed up, would have a shot cross field. I like this move from Corey. Corey Hall protected, though, but he has to be careful. He has the pin and the wedge in the middle of the field to protect him, but I'm wondering if he knows where that body is. Because if he did, he could have backed up on that spot. Okay, he's got to be seeing that stream right now, and he should know where that body is.
And like you said, Corey is the island over here. Corey can't afford to dive because all the Aftershock players are on the other tape.
Yeah, he's being very proactive, but yes, Rich, he is, on an island means you're the only body on that side, and with 3 bodies stacked up on the other side and just Corey over here, I mean, Corey's looking good right now.
Yeah.
But he's got to be very, just as I say that.
Unless he loses the gunfight down the tape.
Yeah, so that's two tough deaths here for Shock. They lose Parrish for no reason. He got tried to get a little bit too offensive-minded.
Aftermath loses their guy, though. Aftermath could have turned this point around. Unfortunately, they lose their player on the top side.
But then A-Rod comes over and he saves it, so we might have our first two-on-one. Yeah, it's 2-on-1 situation. So a little something to work on here for Shock. As oh, did he get eaten up? Okay, yeah. So
A-Rod versus Aftermath.
So our first 1-on-1. Got a red and gold coin, courtesy of Hormesis and the coin duel.
I think it's so cool that they do that.
I mean,
I love all the extra stuff that's going on now in the league.
Yeah, we're kind of getting into another golden age of paintball.
Yeah,
I hope people realize that.
We're forcing it, right? Last time it just happened naturally. This time we're going to make it happen.
Well, we're doing it ourselves this time. So 1-on-1 situation. Can't see who that is here for Aftermath, but A-Rod is a paintball legend for a reason, and it's because he's really good at these situations, and he's a bruiser. So, again, on paper, advantage would go to A-Rod just because of his experience. But, as far as amount of time on a paintball field in the past few years, I'd put up Aftermath's numbers there against anybody in the game. So
A-Rod does have a little bit of a disadvantage in that he is looking into the sun here from this side of the field.
I don't know if he has any paint left, too, because he chucked a pod to his boy, so he might be down to just,
he has one balling, so it kind of makes sense.
He doesn't have anything. Whatever's in the stopper, that's all he's got. Oh, and A-Rod makes it count here, so he was down on the ammo, down to his last few balls, and winning that snapshot battle here. So A-Rod continues to extend his legend in this game, and Chicago Aftershock going to take a 3-0 lead.
I'm surprised they're not conceding that point.
Well, maybe spread, because you got to play the clock, but you also got to play the spread. Because if you take a beating, if you lose 6-0, or any sort of mercy rule, because it's a 6
or any kind of 0.
Well, then you have to. What do you have to do? Well, you have to show up, and then you got to win a big one.
Yeah.
So it does put a lot of pressure on you. So sometimes you'll see coaches, from a strategy perspective with clock management, burn a little clock off, just to take that time down a little bit when it starts to get in the situation. So there's, so a couple tough deaths for Shock on their Dorito side as they were moving up into the snake, and then A-Rod saves the day and saves the point here and wins the snapshot battle. Again, low on paint. So, yeah, man, A-Rod still got it.
Still got it.
Yeah, he was the hero for them, for the LA Ironman 4 years ago. Last time we were in Vegas, 2020.
Vegas has always been good to A-Rod.
Yeah, and A-Rod was he was shooting like 3 guys a point. It's just absolutely demolishing people at that event. Paintball Fit, also with 3-point lead. See if the ML Kings can wake up here, as they're going to be losing a body, trying to get into their snake.
Losing another body. Harris Hussein looking to get him back in the game by moving up the center of the field. He's gunfighting a couple bodies. Let's see what he can do. Harris with a big move up to that outside wing, uses that pin.
ML Kings down to 3, Rich, and they have no one on this bottom side, their D side.
Yeah.
Ooh, penalty going to be assessed. Who's it going to be on?
Harris Hussein.
Yeah, so they're looking, always when you look at the body language of the referee, when they look towards one side, that's typically who it's going to be on. It does look like it's going to be on the ML Kings. It pulls out Peterson. At least they had a body to pull.
Yeah. It's unlike Harris to get a penalty. Hope everything's okay over there. Must have got a sneaker in the pack.
Well.
Oh, hey, did you go buy the pink box this morning?
The pink box?
Yeah, the pink box.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
The pink box. You know what a pink box is?
No.
It's the most amazing donut shop ever.
Oh, you're talking about sugar-filled treats.
The pink box.
Just a public service announcement. Rich is, he doesn't have many vices. Sugar is one of his big vices.
Yeah, and I'm doing so much better. I don't drink 7-Up at home anymore. I don't eat popsicles. I don't eat sugary cereal anymore.
Good, because I don't want you to get the diabetes.
And you know what? I'm not any happier. Not any happier at all. Shock flying on the field. Looked like their last guy. Maybe Clay Hughes getting in there for a spin.
Well, It's a lot to a little on these scores in both these games as Chicago Aftershock up by 3 over Aftermath with just, that's 6:45 left to go. That's definitely enough time to score 3 points out here. But Aftermath needs to tighten it up, they need to stay alive, and need to find a way to get up this field and not get penalties.
A-Rod got caught trying to go up the middle, 4-on-4 now.
So A-Rod trying to get a little creative.
Yeah, it's exactly what he's trying to do. And, you know, when you have a few points on the other team, it gives you an opportunity to try some things that normally you wouldn't try because, hey, we can't lose this point. But he can try to be creative. If it doesn't work, no big deal. We got a margin.
Yeah, maybe try a route.
100%, right?
You're thinking. Looks like they're going to be losing another body. I think that's Parrish taking the walk. So Corey's going to filter out. And now he's going to be on an island again. So down to 3.
And this kind of goes back to what we were talking about. Is Shock really playing well, or was Aftermath just struggling? Because now Aftermath is starting to pull back some of these points, and when it's close on points, Aftermath looks just as strong as Shock. Aftermath actually with an advantage here, right? 4-on-3?
Yeah, Aftermath with, I believe, their first advantage of the game.
Yeah, body advantage at least, right?
Yeah, but they need to play this one like they need 3 and not like they need 1. I'm not saying run down the field right now, but there's 5 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. You need 3 points. You have a high body situation, slight high body situation.
So you
got to be proactive.
What happens with both of these sides of the field, because they're mirrored, is once you get to the big wing on either side, because the corner is soft, there's nowhere really for you to go forward. So you get stuck there, and that's when you have to start pivoting through the middle.
Well, they are playing like they need 3. They are in good positions, but they need to start filtering these other 2 bodies up the field behind their first attack.
Or through the middle.
Because like you said, you can get stuck because all the pressure goes to you. I mean, paintball is a game of managing pressure. When one of your teammates is having 2 or 3 guns on them,
that's good.
Well, then you're the one that needs to make a move. And then the guns will shift to you, and then he
Aftermath player just got shot. That was a terrible death. They needed him to stay alive there. Oh, they dropped 2 on that. I think that's Clay Hughes that just snuck in the snake, got 2 key kills against Aftermath in the center of the field. Oh, but didn't get shot.
Well, he did his damage, though.
For sure.
And turn it around a little bit here. And then Aftermath's going to go running to their death. Did he get a body on that attack? No, there is a body. Corey comes off.
1-on-1, and he runs right into the gun, Matt.
Yeah, must have not known the count here as...
I think he was just trying to press that advantage because he didn't see anybody in front of him, but I think that's...
Well, that was a chaotic close. So Clay Hughes goes up, gets 2 cross-field kills, big move. Then he gets shot. And then Aftermath, though, and again, look, they're down a decent amount. They don't have a ton of time left. You do have to ride that aggressive edge.
For sure.
And just hope that your opponent is going to make a mistake. They are going to grind a little bit more of this clock off. They're not conceding this 4th point quite yet. Who is this that played the hero for Shock? Is that Weber? Or is that Silos? Oh, it's Thomas Kim. Oh, Thomas Kim. Thomas Kim still got it, too.
The brains of the organization.
Yeah, so Thomas Kim, so it was A-Rod and Thomas Kim doing the lion's share of the killing for the LA Ironman in 24 years ago. And then Thomas Kim, continued to be an elite attacker. And then he's about to be a pilot, so he had to kind of take a break from paintball. Shock brought him back. The only reason he's back is he's reuniting with the group that won this tournament 4 years ago. And I talked to him yesterday, and I'm like, hey, man, it's like riding a bike. How are you feeling right now? He's like, actually, I feel really good.
Oh, good.
So
man, sometimes a guy takes a couple years off and the body gets healthy again because, when you're playing every season, like your body's perpetually not in good shape. You're always at 80%. They come back, and they're better than ever. See if ML Kings can get back in this match. Fit's been kicking their butt the whole morning. ML Kings dropping another body on the break. Fit is just winning every single breakout, Matt. They're giving themselves now another body. They're giving themselves a 20 to 40% advantage every single time.
Yeah, there's 5 bodies out there for each team. Each body is 20% of your firepower, and this is just Fit paintball. They shoot bodies on the break. They stay alive. They get Chavez going on the attack. It's when it's working, it's kind of hard. It was impossible to beat last year in semi-pro. No one could do it.
Yeah, Fit. So Paintball Fit just shot 3 ML King players by not leaving the pocket.
Yeah, they win gunfights.
Yeah.
These guys play, if you haven't been down to Paintball Fit, Waxahachie, Texas, go check it out. It's an amazing field. And these guys play a ton of paintball. It's like Aftermath at ASG. I mean, these fields that are these fields that house home teams where those guys can just play every weekend. They can play during the week. Paintball Fit has lights.
What you're saying is the more you play, the better you get.
You read my mind.
That's interesting.
You're picking up what I'm putting down here.
Because I notice a lot of guys don't play that often and still claim to be really good.
Well, it's one of the question is, if you're Dynasty or Damage and the Razor's edge is already very sharp, you have to be careful not to take too much material.
You only have so many swings.
Yeah, especially as you get older, right? But if you're coming up the ranks and you're trying to get to that level,
more spins.
Yeah, you
gotta get that 10,000 hours.
They call it. You got to get the, you got to grind, and has been happening for these squads. So Fit looks outstanding here against the ML Kings so far. Be interesting to see how they look against Heat and Revo, the top two seeds in their bracket. Chicago Aftershock is in the bracket with Impact, NYX, Aftermath, and the Bears, but they're the bottom seed because a brand new team taking over level spot. 5 bodies alive for both squads.
Yeah, first 5-on-5 I think we've had. Everybody's pocketed up. Aftermath has gone through the center of the field and is on Aftershock's side of the field. They're in the center of the field. He is proactive over the top. They're going to look to run him down on the inside, though.
Here comes Al Fernandez, who's going to make the move. Nice read here from Al.
Al says night-night.
And this is also with this lead, too. Looks like he shot up Grayson, so Grayson's been playing that middle. But this is good for Todd Martinez and Shock, because with this big lead, he can get everyone spins, too, and keep them fresh.
Yeah, get everybody a couple spins, different looks, different reads. Aftershock goes into the snake on the bottom. Aftermath goes in on the top.
Parrish crawls in nice and low, taking a little bit of heat, staying alive as he gets into the wedge here, bottom side of your screen.
It's like Nick Sloviak getting spin in there for Shock out of the back center. Aftermath getting checked, filled into the God bunker. That's the snake insert, the big Dorito that inserts into the snake. Referees get in there, say he's clean.
Yeah, got a double dose of a ref check in there for Aftermath.
Yeah, you're always nervous when you see him running like that from different positions.
Yeah.
Like, what did he see that the other guy didn't see?
Yeah, if I saw 2 refs run in on my boy, I'd be like, oh no, what's going on over
we
there?
just lost that guy.
So Parrish is now past the 50-yard line. Really like the offense we're seeing out of Parrish. Yeah, trying to get a little too creative in that last one. Who cares? I mean, I kind of want him thinking
you're
those
5-on-2. You have the opportunity to make mistakes when you have 5 bodies out there with only 2 bodies.
Another body coming off right now for Aftermath.
Yeah, Aftermath down to just 2 bodies left alive. The snake insert and then the VIP snake. And then now, there was a player in the back center. So it's back center. Back center fills into the snake side temple, bottom side temple. Chicago goes through, trades through. Chicago Shock just gets a major. They're going to lose their first point here, thanks to...
No, I think it's going to be a no point because there's no one left alive on Aftermath. Parrish came through here, traded out with this body. Penalty comes from their snake side, from that top side of the VIP side.
Silos Cortez.
Yeah, Silos shaking his head. Looks like major might have been on Silos. But that will put a stop to that point. Looked like it was going to be an
might be starting
one.
with 4, though, because Nick was the only one left out.
That was be my next question. Was there enough bodies to pull?
I was just ahead of you. I'm sorry. I'll slow that down. We just got to work on our timing, buddy. We're going to get it. It's the first event of the year. Let's not be too harsh on each other.
Well,
that's Darren's job.
It still bodes well here for Shock. Even if they, not ideal to be starting with 4, but they still got the cushy 4-0 lead.
I was going to say, with 4-0 lead, it doesn't matter, right? You're like, hey, we get to work on our penalty point. Let's go 2 outside, 2 up the gut.
Well, it's been nothing but a masterclass off the break shots and survivability here for Paintball Fit in their first game as a pro team here. And they're looking real good. ML Kings not looking so good. They need to find a way to get 5 bodies out alive. Have not really been able to do that with any sort of consistency, and that's one of the big reasons that score is sitting at 5-0 right now. So on the breakout here, ML Kings on the blue side, Fit on the red side, running referee checking out one of the players from Fit, and it looks like he's going to get pulled. A penalty going to be assessed. Minor penalty here on Fit.
Whoa, Fit finally loses a breakout.
Dueling minors, though, as Donaldson going to be getting a penalty, pulls out Rodriguez, and Donaldson not happy about that call. 3-on-3 situation.
Oh, and they pulled another one because those guys were... Donaldson was complaining about it coming off the field.
So Donaldson might be getting 2 penalties. That pulls out Harris Hussein. And that should give Fit Fit does have 1 body they need to shoot. He's in a really good spot. He's at the wedge.
I think it's 3-on-1, though, Matty.
Yeah, but they don't see him. They don't know where he is. There's no one looking at that body. No one has any idea that ML Kings has a body on their side. I think they do now. They do. Okay, Colt. Colt found him.
Colt found him.
Good job, Colt. Head on a swivel always. Monster gunfighter. Colt Lukau.
Harris Hussein walking on the field. Looks like he might have dropped a few pounds.
Colt
for this season.
Colt catches a bouncer off the stomach, and
Oh, wait.
Oh, there was a guy, Kyle Berry.
We got a flasher.
Yeah, so there was another body over there. And Kyle runs to his death, though. And that looks like Fit going to put the finishing touches. Oh, a couple extra bonus balls, huh?
Kyle's head was just down over like,
oh Fit, didn't know you guys rolled like that, huh?
Well, I got to say, welcome to the league, Fit. Good job, man. They look really good.
Yeah, a 6-0 beating right now. Paintball Fit over the ML Kings. That's a head scratcher for the ML Kings. On paper, the ML Kings should be beating Paintball Fit, but we already saw an upset with the Bears taking down New York Extreme.
Nobody told Paintball Fit that.
Yeah, it's yeah, man, you cannot come in the pro league. You can't sleep on anybody anymore. There are no easy games,
especially not the first event of the season when you don't know. You just don't know what each team is going to look like.
Yeah, so just, again, a masterclass off the break shooting and gunfighting survivability for PB Fit. ML Kings got some work to do. Aftermath finally able to get on the board here. So it was not a no point. Aftermath 1, Chicago Aftershock 4. So is Shock going to start with 5 or 4? Looks like they only have 4 bodies out there.
4 bodies out there. Like I said, they get to practice their penalty point.
Hey, 3 seconds. Hey,
3-point spread, not too much time
left.
left.
Man, having this backfield right behind us is terrible. That's another bad start. This layout is going to be challenging all weekend. Aftershock loses 2 for the bad buzzer. Aftermath loses only 1. Aftermath taking advantage going forward. Oh, but Aftershock gets caught cheating, so he gets a penalty. Aftermath's going to win this point.
Yeah, it looks like Parrish maybe with that penalty. Yeah, he's flipping out over there. So I think a penalty on Parrish. That's going to quickly swing the point to Aftermath. And now we got a 2-point spread with 1 minute and 21 seconds left. Always a question when we come into these big events. What do you think the fastest point that could be scored out here? I mean, we've seen 7-second points in layouts past. I don't think this is a 7-second layout point just because there's the huge center structure you kind of got to get around. Typically when there's a good lane to run through in the middle, or 2 of them, you can score quicker points. But what's the metric? Is it 20 seconds? Is it 15?
Well, you can definitely get to their side of the snake, their side of the field through that middle bunker in 5 seconds. If they decide to go outside, lost a couple bodies, got a penalty, you can probably still go through there in another 5 seconds.
I think you got to obviously, so we call it a staggered attack for a reason. You send bodies out wide to draw guns, and then you send streakers on the, staggering which way they're running up the middle, and hope it just all works out the way.
Everything's got to work. You're not supposed to be able to win that point, right?
Yeah, so we'll be in true X ball here, 2 minutes in between points with the beating that Fit put on the ML Kings. What an emerging story. We'll see if Fit can keep it up. I mean, the bracket is it's Heat, Revo, ML Kings, Uprising, and Fit.
Well, the way they're playing, too, it's super low risk, right? Like, they don't have to, if they can just go to their 5 spots that are safe, always be up a body, and then always be in an advantage. And if they can keep doing that, they're just, it gives them a huge advantage going forward against everybody.
So here's a replay on the bad start. So they lose their attacker going towards their snake side. That's the strong side. Though the way that this, quote-unquote Dorito side is playing, I mean, the guys are getting up there pretty easily.
You can go through either side.
Yeah.
It's just one's got a soft corner, one's got a hard corner.
So 2-point spread, 44 seconds to go before the start of the next point. After the conclusion of this match, let's see Houston Heat take the field, always a favorite. Their new coach, Ryan Smith, put down the gun, picked up the clipboard. And they're going to be taking on Uprising. Uprising got beat by Revo in their first match, but they've already warmed up. This could be a really good layout for Heat. The way that they play, I heard Fedorov was crushing people in practice, and pretty much everyone was looking pretty good. And then Impact, also second team at World Cup, lost to Dynasty in the finals, going to be taking on the Bears. And the Bears warmed up with a win. So Impact better not sleep on the Bears, because Bears look pretty decent against New York Extreme.
Yeah, they look real good. Sakaguchi. Let's see what Shock's got.
2 points in 1 minute and 21 seconds. Can they do it? Oh, not a good break here for Aftermath as Shock off the break shots just dialed again. It's going to be a 5-on-3. And then on the delay, Corey's going to dive in to
acceleration
into the snake from their D side.
It's like that knee is all healed up for Corey.
Yeah, look pretty quick. Oh, he's going to wrap around, get a nice kill on the Aztec.
He's going to get another cross kill here. Yep, he got him.
if I was Aftermath, I would be content taking this 3-point loss.
Corey's definitely feeling it. He's having a good time out there.
But you know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
So because there's 50 seconds
wouldn't
left.
rush it.
Now, if I'm Shock, I might hit that buzzer and try to score another one. Force Aftermath to make the decision. Hey, are you going to run at us again? Or
as a coach for Todd, like, hey, I want to practice my fast point, right?
Yeah.
So let's go and see if we can win a 30-second point. If we don't, no big deal.
So they're going to do just that. As Corey doing the spin for the ref, thumbs up, means the point is good. And Chicago Aftershock, as advertised, looking pretty solid here. So look at this is another false start. Man.
Yeah, it's going to be an issue all weekend.
That's just an incredibly tough break here. It's 2 of them in a row.
Yeah, literally there's 2 fields, the semi-pro field and the other field that are right behind us. So there's 3 buzzers all competing. And if they go off, during the point, it's no big deal. But if they go off within a couple seconds of your buzzer, it's very confusing.
So Aftermath heading out. Let's see what they can do with this. Again, 3-point spread. This game, it's going to be a win for Shock. It's just, what is the spread going to look like? Because the spread is so crucial as we have the conversation about top 10 teams move on.
30 seconds. Hey, you two
Let's listen in real quick.
You two attack. Hunters, we fucking play for margin.
So said you two attack, we're playing for margin. That's smart.
I like it, yeah.
Hey, should I send corner or stay in the back?
I mean, Aftermath, they're not rookies anymore. These guys they've had a decent amount of experience playing in this league. Again, really awesome performance at Cup.
And the whole program is like maturing, right? Like Ramirez is becoming a better and better coach. The players are becoming better and better. The whole program is just getting better and better.
Looks like timeout being called. Probably by Shock. So Shock trying to... Let's listen in real quick. I want to hear what these guys are saying.
Yeah, we lost. You two, we can't score 3 points. We lost. Yes, we lost. Don't fucking start attacking. Can we just send him to the guy? Absolutely. Send him to the stage. We're all going to sing. Hey, you guys. Send one. Hey, let's now and nail shots. Send him, and then we're going to shoot shots. Yep. Hey, Aftermath, you know how we win this fucking point? Off the break. Yes. Yeah. If we fucking get kills, let's go fucking score. Yeah, exactly.
Always parental advisory.
I love that
by
audio.
the way.
Though. I love that audio.
No, it's great. It's
a good insight into what they're thinking right before the match.
Yeah. But they didn't have a set plan. They're literally still talking about the plan right now.
A little freestyle.
But that's part of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like they're talking about sending Castro the Snake. Jordan and Ramirez having very intense conversation with the boys. I mean, hey, we lost. Sure, they kind of conceded that, but let's win this point and play for margin. Yes, the intensity was there. I love everything I just heard out of Aftermath.
Yeah, me too. You got to fight, man. You got to fight every step of the way. Whether you're winning or losing, it's a fight. You can't give up.
So on the breakout here with just 33 seconds left. Let's see if this offense works for Aftermath. They do get Castro into the Snake, and they also said, how do we win this one? Off the break. So they leave bodies in the back to shoot off the break. Doesn't produce any kills. Actually, no, they do get a kill a little bit after the break. Still a kill nonetheless. And that could open the door here, but just 15 seconds that they have to launch. Looks like they're going to play for margin in both ways. So here comes Castro. Castro is going to launch on the attack, but with just 8 seconds left to go, not going to have enough time to close.
Yeah, if they would have gone, they could have gone. They shot all 5 guys. They're just not going to have enough time to hit the buzzer.
Yeah, Al was eating up some bodies, too. And then also they had, who was that, Silos over there? So they still had 2 bodies left alive. Shock, who was eating up bodies on the attack. And so it will end 5-2 here in favor of Chicago Aftershock. So Aftermath getting off to a little bit of a slow start, and it cost them. But they're going to be playing New York Extreme next, who also got off to a slow start. That's going to be an interesting story. That's going down around 10-15. But next up, it's going to be Houston Heat taking on Seattle Uprising and Edmonton Impact and the Brooklyn Bears here at the 2024 NXL Las Vegas Major. Matty Marshall with Rich Telford here on Go Sports. We'll be back.
So right here, this is the coolest part of the duel. I boxed when I was younger in high school. I wrestled, and you always put your feet in the ground and you look straight across at your opponent, whether it be 80 feet or 5 feet.
It's one-on-one, man. It's no man's land out there. You can try to think you have a way, and it could get completely corrupted really quickly.
I think that it's the truest form of skill. It shows how quick you can be, how much work you've done with your gun skills. I get to battle this guy. I get to go to war with this guy.
$10,000. $10,000. I've never won $10,000 playing paintball.
You can't bluff. You can't pretend like you're good. You got to put 10 points up, and you got to look the other guy in the face and tell that guy that you're going to put 10 points on him, and he can't do anything about it, or maybe he will.
Gunfight. Gunfight.
Get on this box, look the other guy in the eye, tell him you're going to fuck him up, and go fuck him up. It's that simple, baby.
Hey, what's up everyone? This is Walker with Carbon Paintball, here to show you the difference between the SC and the CC harness. Our premier pack is the SC harness. The first thing you're going to notice when you grab that is actually how light it is and how small it is. In fact, it is 1 pod less in width than a traditional harness as well. Secondly, the silicone that's throughout the whole belt is going to secure the pack on you, so if you're running, diving, jumping, it's not going to move around. And then you're also going to notice the ventilation. So the whole belt has perforations throughout to keep it way more breathable than a traditional pack. Lastly is the lumbar support on the SC pack is hard. That's going to keep it tighter to your back, especially if you're a little bit of a smaller guy. And the CC harness, the main difference that you're going to notice is that it doesn't have the ventilated belt. And also when you put it on, it has a way larger lumbar support. It's a 2-tier foam, so it's really cushy, it's really comfortable, but it's not as rugged and tight as the SC harness. Other than that, what you're going to notice is all of the harder injection moldings for all of the logos on the CC harness versus the SC, all of them are soft or they're non-existent to keep the pack as light as possible. Besides that, both packs feature our tapered tube ejectors, so they actually slim as you pull pods, which is going to move the pods to the middle of your back and keeping your profile as tight and slim as possible. Both packs do come in 2 sizes, small, medium, and large XL, and they're both available in 4 and 5 pack as well. For a full feature list and more information, visit crbnpaintball.com.
Like, you guys think you're shooting your guns, dude? Fucking, dude, go watch. You know what? Fucking watch Marcelo. Watch him play, because he's playing it fucking perfect. That motherfucker's living, talking, and shooting his gun. You guys want an example how to win a game? It's that motherfucker right there. Screaming, talking, shooting his gun.
Sunday's the best day. I don't know why, dude. Sundays, for some reason, I'm always in a good mood on Sunday. We win a lot.
We just got done with another match. You know, it's Sunday, so we're playing matches against Impact and Infamous. We're doing 6 minutes. Really, the whole point of it is just to get acclimated with playing the score, the clock in different situations, being able to protect the lead or come back. In that match, we were down a point with 1.5 minutes to go. We were able to tie it up, go to overtime. Lost in overtime, but it's still really good practice to see those situations and get ready for the event. 3-minute overtime point. Ryan, I might come in off the gate.
I'll be way over here.
Yeah, let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Hey, hold on. We ran into this issue in Chicago, and I thought we should have a code for it, but I was like, you know what? We might not see that situation again, and we just did. Yeah. So, you could have bunkered the ghetto clean.
Yeah. If you don't shoot your gun, I don't know how the fuck you think you're going to hit anybody. That's the simplest fucking kindergarten math I can give you in paintball. If you don't shoot your gun, we are not winning this game.
Coach, I'm going to be off the back.
Okay. 2 guys over here.
Okay.
They're going to do the release.
Come here, team! Come here, team!
The Missouri All-Stars have been playing together out of Kansas City for about going on 5 years. Our play style is super aggressive. We like to just be in your face constantly, can just keep the gas going the whole time. D4 season, I had hit Walker up and was like, hey man, like, what's the situation with this carbon gear? It looks awesome. I would like to get my guys in it. And from right then and there, D4 season 4 years ago, he got us plugged in. We've been with him ever since. They're here at every event. They have gear that you can buy on hand. They have lenses on hand. If you have a tear in your knee pad, you need to swap that out. They'll have that for you. I've literally had Walker in my pit in Dallas asking me if I need help with pits. Like, you can't ask for anything more from a sponsor.
If it's meant to be, I'm up and coming, but calming down, I'm centering.
Walker here with Carbon Paintball. I'm going to run you guys through our new CC Pro bottom versus the SC bottom. The first thing that you're going to notice if you're actually trying these on is the fit. The fit is a little bit more loose, it's a little bit more relaxed. So in the SC, I wear a large personally, but I would wear a medium in this product. The reason for that is it is a little bit looser in the calf region and it's 3/4 length. So if you're a skinnier guy like me, I would still suggest the SC Pro bottoms with the full length. It's just going to be a little bit better coverage for you so it's not moving around. But if you're a little bit of a bigger guy, these do go all the way up to 3XL. And then the last feature to note is our new knee region. It's got a Cordura weave on top of our padding. So if you're not wearing a paintball specific pant, this is probably going to be a little bit more durable for you. If you have any more questions, you're looking for any more info, visit carbonpaintball.com.
The championship title is still up for grabs. The Tauntaun.
We are back. 2024 NXL Las Vegas Major here at Craig Ranch Regional Park. I'm Matty Marshall with Rich Telford here on Go Sports. One of the big favorites here at this event, Houston Heat, is about to play Uprising, and also another big favorite, Edmonton Impact, taking on the Bears. Now, Heat's playing Uprising. Uprising warmed up in a loss, and Bears warmed up in a win as Bears took down New York Extreme. But, you know, Heat had a very disappointing World Cup. They did not win one game at World Cup, but they got the bye into those final rounds because of how consistent this team has been. Multiple-time World Cup champs, but just a stellar roster of experienced all-stars, and they're coming in hungry into 2024. Uprising, they need to be absolutely dialed right now, as Houston Heat is going to be out for blood in this match. Starting point number one, Uprising in the black, starting from the blue side, and Houston Heat, red, white, and blue, starting from the red side. And a little delay, some offense here for Uprising as they get five bodies out and up slightly. And here comes Monville up the middle. He's hunting for it. So some penetration early in the middle of the field here, Rich, for Houston Heat.
Yeah, and Connor Kelly getting the spin for the start for Houston Heat. Like to see that.
Yeah, Connor Kelly, when Chad George went down with an injury last year, man, he was just so solid as their first attacker in the snake. So they're going to have him play that same role. Here comes Ryan Moorhead.
Up and over. I like that fill from Ryan Moorhead as well. 5-on-5 here. Neither team with a big advantage. Houston Heat with a little more penetration in the center of the field. Oh, these players are right next to each other here on this side of the field.
Body coming off is, looks like Olsen taking the walk for Uprising. So a 5-on-4 situation in favor of Houston Heat, as Uprising's going to filter out Mikey to the stand up on that snake side. Battle going down here in the middle with Sam Monville. Man, if Uprising just checks off inside here,
for 1 second, just for 1 second.
Yeah.
If he looks in for 1 second, he's going to be super happy.
And Rich, and Monville needs to live by his gun here. He's totally, I don't think Monville has no idea that.
No, he would run down. If Monville knew, he would got him.
So Uprising, Graham Arnold going to move up here.
Yeah,
still these tense moments, man. Uprising, who is this? He's totally focused.
Oh, he just sees him.
Eaton sees him. Eaton going to get a free kill here as he triple taps Monville's back.
Does triple tap mean 5 shots to the back of the head?
Was it back of the head?
Yeah, back and head.
Yeah, I'm a
nice
little blocked out. I saw the back. I didn't.
You just saw the intent. Houston Heat losing another player on the other side of the field there, Matty, with a cross shot.
So a bit of a miscue here from Heat early, but then they're starting to clock in.
Oh, Connor Kelly, huge kill.
Yeah, Connor Kelly gets a kill on Eaton. Heat did lose another body, though.
Yeah, it looks like Ronnie Zizon got shot up that top side.
But then Uprising losing a couple more bodies. So trading back and forth. Uprising still with one body left alive in their snake, and he's about to get dunked on by Moorhead. And then Connor Kelly going to wave to
Moorhead
Tyler.
Didn't get him. Moorhead didn't get him.
Oh, he didn't get him?
2-on-1, Matty, 2-on-1.
Oh, so a little bit of a miscue here for Ryan Moorhead as he had a free kill essentially on that body. Went to bunker him out. Must have just missed him somehow. Now it's going to be a 2-on-1 situation. Connor Kelly and Tyler Harmon.
Yeah, that's a tough 2-on-1 situation, especially when they've already split your spot.
Yeah, because Tyler can just stay here at the insert Dorito and contain him while Connor Kelly starts working up into Uprising's Doritos.
Good point here for Uprising, bringing this down to a 2-on-1 against Houston Heat, one of the best teams in the world. Connor Kelly having 2 key kills over here on this tape, Matty.
Yeah.
Tyler Harmon following up, communicating really well.
Well, just a couple mistakes here for Heat early, right? Monville was completely dedicated. Maybe he just didn't get the information.
He got the kill on that side.
Yeah, he got the kill, but then he got focused on that side, and no one told him that Eaton was that far up. So then Eaton gets that kill. They lose another body. Tyler's hunting for it. Yeah, in a 2-on-1, you just go trade out with your guy. But did he trade out? And it looks like
he did.
He did. So, and he stays alive. Nice close for Connor Kelly and Tyler Harmon. So Houston Heat.
Tyler Harmon with the old jump over the snake, spin around in the air, shoot the guy behind you, and make it look easy. I think you actually invented that, man.
I did not invent that. Yeah, so, yeah, interesting first point here. But Houston Heat ends up taking it. And now Edmonton Impact, made it to the finals at World Cup, lost to Dynasty. Had a tough practice, learned a lot. A cold and wet weekend in Northern California. We did a practice report on that battle with Dynasty, Infamous, and Impact.
It never rains in Northern California. What are you talking
Crazy.
about?
That's why it's so green. Yeah, I try not to go up there in the winter, but I always end up going up.
I've been on the road for about 7 weeks, just doing clinic. I had one vacation in there, but just on the road, and I haven't gone up to all that snow, and I'm dying to get home and go up to the mountains. Lou, if you're listening, get ready. We're going.
So point number one, looking over the shoulders here as the Bears double up. That hurts.
And again,
in the back center.
The Bears dropped one on the top side there, Matty. 5-on-4 advantage for Impact. Uprising and the Bears having a little bit of an advantage, although they're playing against a team that's higher ranked than they are. They did play one game this morning already, so they have the blood is fresh, and they've got some fresh looks. 4-on-4 out here, Matt.
Yeah, Mikey Arena attacking the snake early here, but a body dropping from the middle for impact, so 4-on-4 situation. As Bears spread out wide again. Bears won their first game against New York Extreme in overtime. Magic Mike came over and said, hey, man, people are sleeping on us. We're going to make them pay.
Make them pay, Mike.
I was like, well, you got to keep it up for the next game because you got impact. And he's like, oh, okay. Well, yeah, we know. We know.
Yeah, we saw our schedule, bro. It's like the event has started to slow down a little bit already here with Impact taking the field. They've got that snake corner, the back center. They've got the little wing on the Dorito side. They also have a fourth body somewhere that I don't see, because I know it's 4-on-4. The Bears have 3 across the back. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Mikey Arena's in the snake right here below us.
Yeah, Mikey's in that crucial wedge.
Yeah.
That wedge is massive.
That's the most key spot on both tapes on the field. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you get there, and again, with a soft corner, you can wrap and just start eliminating everyone on the inside of the field and the other side of the field. Impact with 2 players now on the bottom snake here.
Dalton getting behind Mikey Arena, so that's a great stack. So Mikey Arena making the move over from Dynasty and deciding to play with Impact this year, as Impact lost Axel. They placed him with Mikey, and then Dalton also. And on Dynasty years before.
Sure, Bart and Dave are happy to have Dalton back healthy for the beginning of the season.
Yeah, I mean, Dalton, when he's healthy, there's a reason why he's one of the best.
He gets paid the big bucks. Bears player getting the check. Saw the spray come off the bunker. Looks like he's okay. Yeah, this is potentially a really fast field, but also a slow field, because when you get everybody down in snakes and everybody kind of down on their knees, they only see really tight little windows, so not everyone's really seeing the whole side of the field. Oh, Nick Laval. Who's that? Sorry.
I think that's Zupa.
Yeah, sorry. Zupa now getting shot on the D side, the top side there for Impact. That's a bad death for him. 4-on-3 advantage now here for the Bears.
Yeah, the points where there's parity, when it's close on the count and close on the position, those points can go long.
For sure.
But yes, we could see, and we're going to see some faster points when bodies drop on the break, you don't shoot anybody, and those bodies come from one side of the field, so you can flip it quick.
But what tends to happen is when you have a field like this where both teams kind of both pocket up, and the longer they play that pocket, it gets easier to contain the other guys in the pocket, and it gets harder to get outside of the pocket. So it just kind of gets slower and slower, and then those breakout shots you were talking about become so paramount that the match is almost won or lost on those breakout shots.
So Dalton and Mikey still doubled up in the red snake, here, bottom side of your screen.
And Impact's all the way up the center of the field on the Bears side in that center wedge. So Impact with much better field position here than the Bears.
Yeah, the Bears are playing on their heels, and as we say, are you playing on your heels or playing on your toes? Sometimes you don't have a choice. Sometimes you have to play on your heels just based on who's died. And that's kind of the situation right now for these Bears players here on their D side. Oh, nice kill. Nice kill for Impact. Is
super important.
Sakaguchi taking the walk. Looks like he got ear hold too.
Oh, and they just got shot by his own guy. Mikey Arena looked inside, kills the Impact player inside of him.
Did he?
Yep.
It's a poor Brandon Cornell.
Brandon had just shot that laid out. He looked over like Mikey with so much disgust in his face.
Brandon is giving him the death stare right now.
I hate you so much. And he didn't just give him one, too. He gave him like 3 or 4.
So still 2 bodies to work out. But the field is now switched, and this is...
Oh, Mikey gets shot sloppy there.
So Mikey shot Brandon and then loses a gunfight.
Luckily, Dalton's in there to finish that up.
Yeah, it looks like... so nice finish from Dalton.
Yeah, this is we're going to see lots of kind of crazy plays today just based on people not knowing what the positions are, where the bodies are. Because when everybody drops and there's all the big bunkers in the center, you just lose that vision.
Well, we call those learning moments.
Yes,
things like that.
Learning moments. I like that.
So Dalton saving the point. Impact will go up by 1 here against the Bears. But it was a little scary for Impact for a second.
They're having some kind of debate down here, Aftershock with Jason, something on the rules.
Yeah, there's always a lot going on here at these events. There may be a heated argument going on at any point.
There's definitely heated going on at some point.
Teams yelling at each other, teams yelling at other teams, teams yelling at Jason.
Hey, if you're on your way to the field and you're out there listening and you want to bring Matt and myself some donuts and some coffee, we'd greatly appreciate it. Matt would probably even give you $100, maybe more. Houston Heat's going to be breaking out from the blue side of the field.
I will give you $100. The $100 I pull out of Rich's wallet.
Touche. Houston Heat. Uprising.
Heat. And these teams switching sides now. Heat from the blue side, Uprising in the black from the red side. And taking a little bit of ground up the middle here. Full commitment. And our drone shot high in the sky at that 50-yard line. And here comes the read and react from Houston Heat to try to deal with it.
Heat loses one of the back line, Matty.
Chad Boucher, yeah, so Heat losing, looks like Chad George. Yep. And Chad Boucher hunting up the middle. Trying to figure out where this body is, see if he can go drop the hammer.
Shane Howe making a move outside into the snake insert, but then getting caught while he was getting checked.
So Chad went and traded out to clear out that center. Is Tyler Harmon taking the walk on that on the snake side?
I think we might be down to a 2-on-2 here, Matty.
No, there's 3 bodies for sure for Uprising.
Okay.
At least, and Heat down to 2.
Well, then I was only off by 1 body. It's not that bad. Where's the 3 Uprising? I got the tower below us.
1, 2, 3. D2.
D2, thank you.
Yeah, D2 mini wall tower.
I'm blocked out by that beautiful south bunker.
Olsen getting caught.
At death, Olsen. He knew it too. He's like, no, I didn't do that.
So now down to a 2-on-2.
Mishka smoked, floats right into the snake over here on the bottom side.
I think that was Fedorov that got a little creative to get that kill on Olsen.
Okay. Yeah, it's Fedorov and Mishka right now left alive for Houston Heat.
So Mishka head checking fiercely, looking for these bodies. Commits out in the zone, and tactical retreat here from Graham Arnold. He ends up getting taken out. Fedorov had dipped into the snake, and he got that other kill. So the famous Russian combo, 2 of the best to ever do it, Mishka Kesnev and Konstantin Fedorov, saved the point for Heat.
Yeah, that's why you guys fly those guys all the way over from Russia to save you those points right there. Down on bodies, down on position, and still find a way to win.
It's just so tough when you're playing any of these stacked up top teams. There's a reason why they've won over the years.
Yeah.
So they're going to replay it because you kill the first 3 guys. Okay, well, who's still alive? Oh, it's Mishka and Fedorov. Oh, yeah, okay. Still have to
We're fine.
Deal with the 2 of the best ever. Those guys are going to be first bout Hall of Famers. And there's Chad Boucher trading out. This is that shot from Fedorov. See, Fedorov's at that top mini wall, and he just caught Olsen. So it was just a good gunfighting tenacity there for Fedorov to stay on that zone and wait for Olsen to make a mistake, and he did. There's Zach Yakimak, former MVP award winner for Edmonton Impact. Plays so good as that second attacker. Looks like Tyler Penelio is going to get a spin. He looked pretty good at practice.
Okay, I'm at the Seattle, guys.
Let's listen in real quick here. Our start gate's mic'd up. Last second call from Dave Baines yelling God. And did they go there?
They did not.
Inside and out run on the blue side here for Impact. Looks like Tyler going to be drawing a minor penalty that pulls out Zach. So just 3 bodies left alive right now for Impact. This is the Bears' chance. They're in a high body situation. See if they can tie this game up.
Yeah, Bears need to get back in this match, and this will help them do that in a 5-on-3 here. Both teams communicating very well. Everyone out here uses codes, so when you hear them saying words that you don't recognize, it's because they're trying to, looks like JC taking the walk there for top side for Impact. Impact down to just 2 bodies left alive.
Nick Laval made that inside and out run, and he's got a body right behind him with Reeser. Just 2 bodies on the field right now for Impact. This is a big opportunity here for the Bears.
Yep.
When you get into high body situations, you just, especially when you're playing the top seed in your bracket, you cannot squander this opportunity
100%.
if you're the Bears.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd like to hear a little bit more communication from the Bears.
I'd like to see some more pressure too, right? Some more paint should be coming. There's only 2 Impact players left alive, and there's 5 Bear guys. So there's literally 3 guys that could be shooting at somebody that aren't getting shot at.
Well, Nick Laval tried to go and trade out, but
yeah, and 5-on-2, that's not the move.
But I don't. Yeah, but I don't mind. Sometimes if you feel like your opponents have kind of, looks like Altimore is going to roll into a gun. Did he just get shot by his own guy?
Of course he did.
The points conceded. Sorry, I think that was Rob Velez out there here for Impact. But Man, yeah, we've seen a couple team kills out here so far today. It is a chaotic layout, but I didn't think we'd see this many team kills this early in the game.
When you have a bunch of young competitive guys competing for spots, Matt, obviously sometimes they're going to shoot each other.
Tie ball game, 1-1. Impact to the Bears. Houston Heat up by 2 over Uprising.
Yeah, Uprising going to start from the blue side. Houston Heat from the red side.
Let's go, boys.
Let's listen in real quick.
Come on, baby. Hey, communication. It's a slow strangle. 10. Go, boys. Hey, 2 red.
Lots of positivity coming from the start gate here for Houston Heat. Looks like they already have the game plan dialed. New coach Ryan Smith this year. Tom Martinez going to Chicago Aftershock, and a pretty big bite here. We're seeing a lot of this from the blue side here as Eaton for Uprising gets in. We've seen
inside
a ton of bodies going inside out, and does produce a kill as Ryan Moorhead taking a little bit of ground up in that middle, but taking the early walk.
Yeah, it sucks getting all the way up there because you get all the way up there and you think, hey, I'm going to capitalize, but you don't know they're in the snake behind you, and then you just get blown away. Houston Heat now with Chad George challenging on the bottom side.
So, yeah, Chad George here into Snake 2. Got a body right in front of him with Eaton. Eaton's has help, too.
Uprising filter behind him.
There's a nice fill to get out to that small Dorito. Here comes Olsen. Olsen moving up, trying to contain and gets the shot in on Connor Kelly. That's a nice
great
kill.
Shot. Yeah, great timing.
It's perfect. But then he gets eaten up by Chad George. Chad George.
No, that's not a penalty. Oh, my God. I think Chad George just called himself a penalty.
Oh, minor penalty going to be assessed here on Joel Eaton.
Chad George, amazing.
Hey, if you can Jedi mind trick anyone you can, you probably should attempt it.
That just makes him more valuable.
Well, Chad George has been doing this for about 15 years.
Yeah, Uprising with 1 player left alive, I think, in that top corner. No, 2 players left alive, Matty. So they got one in the top snake and one in the top corner. So it might be a 2-on-2 here, Matty.
Well, this is why this field's interesting, because it starts heads up, and then when one team wins one side and the other team wins the other side, wins that battle, it turns, so you're playing them sideways.
And guess what side most teams are winning?
Typically the snake side.
Right-handed.
Yeah, right-handed.
Wow, that was incredible. Chad George jumps across the gap, shoots across, gets a kill. 2-on-1 now, Houston Heat on Uprising side of the field. And now 2-on-0 with Sam and Chad George finishing at that point strong.
Oh, third body. There was a third body left alive for Heat.
Oh.
Dizon. Sorry, we're blocked out a little bit. Yeah, so nice close. Dizon, Chad George, Sam Monville. And it's scary for the rest of the league when Chad George is healthy.
Ugh, yeah.
Ooh, a little bit of a miscue here on the start station. So, yeah, I talked to Ryan Gray, coach of AC Diesel, and when you're playing a field that has other fields close to you and a horn could mess up your start, you cannot go off the horn.
No.
Whoever's going to be your shooter needs to have his eyes on the actual scoreboard as it ticks down. And you got to go whoever can see it, and then you literally count 5, 4, 3, and then push your guy. Just so you don't have that, because we've already seen that probably, I want to say 6 times.
Yeah, you have one guy like your home guy that's looking that way. He kind of starts you guys, not the clock.
All tied up right now. Is still 9 minutes on the clock. Lots of time. Looking over the shoulders of the Brooklyn Bears. They're at the Hertz backhand. 5-on-5 break here, Rich.
Yeah, great breakout for both teams. Impact still with 2 back center. They get their first player out, and they scurry from that temple on the top side into that wing. So they've got the Hertz can in the back center, the snake side temple, snake side can, snake side wing. So 4 guys center over here for Impact. 1 guy on the top side wing. Bears with 4 guys 5 guys still all in the pocket. 3 in the back, 2 in the center. Oh, Impact first team to get into the snake. I don't know if they know he's there or not. This is one of those snakes, Matt. If you can get in there undetected, you can get a couple kills before they know you're there.
It could be lethal, especially if you get to the wedge. If you
sure.
get to the wedge on your snake side, and you can wrap around, and also particularly if there's no one out wide that you have to worry about, oh man, you can get 3 easy kills. We saw Caleb Abel this morning stack up a 4-pack by being in that exact same position. Yeah. So Mikey Arena is going to hit the deck and crawl up into snake 2, here bottom of your screen. And then Bears are already in snake 2 in their snake,
on the top
blue
side.
snake.
Yeah, something must have been going on with Mikey's gun because he's taking a long time to go from snake 1 to snake 2. Hasn't really shot his gun, hasn't really engaged yet.
Well, Mikey's head checking down the sidelines does have that little, but that little Dorito is inset slightly.
He cannot stop Mikey from going
he can't
forward.
stop Mikey from moving around this spot.
Wow, longer point here with 5-on-5. Impact really showing their intent with 3 bodies on this snake side, Matty. And this, in my opinion, is exactly how you should be playing this field. 1 guy in the corner, 1 guy in the God, 1 guy in that snake 2, possibly snake 3, and filling in right behind him. Impact's playing this really, really well. First team this morning that I've seen that have tripled up this side. Now, if the guys on the other side just stay alive, you know you're going to end up winning this fight.
Yeah, so, Reeser and Urena have a back guy. So, yeah, you've been talking about 3 bodies here pushing up right-handed into the snake. And then now 2 bodies in their own snake here for the Bears as Body just dove in from that insert Dorito. As we're down to 650. Yeah, this could be a longer point here, Rich, because both teams have good position.
Yep. Nobody wants to make a mistake.
Got bodies alive.
Oh, our referee and our camera guys are just getting destroyed on some bounce blind shot. You see that?
Yeah.
Luckily, I think they're shooting at you, Matt. I'm gonna stand over here. It looks like those are guys. Someone's directly shooting at you. I wonder if that guy knows he's shooting 10 feet over the bunker that he's shooting at.
Just trying out the bounce shots, Rich.
Yeah, just checking it out. How to make their head ref hate you.
Yeah, the head ref just caught about Baker's dozen.
Yeah, Abel's just getting blasted up there.
Yeah, so same situation. 2 bodies in the snake for both squads on opposite sides of the field. And you can see that angle and where these bodies are shooting here from our telestration. Shout out to Steven from SVP Paintball, going to be on the 1s and 2s.
They're almost all mirrored up, Matty. The only difference is Bears have the small Dorito and Impact has the small temple on that opposite side. But 3 guys on the snake for both teams, both guys in that snake anchor. And that anchor, that corner bunker, Matty, total anchor.
Do you like it a little bit better that Impact has have committed their 3 bodies here this side with not as much of a middle presence, or would you rather have a slight more middle presence here for the Bears?
So you're saying the wing?
Yeah, the wing.
I think that's I think the 3 on the outside is the key. I don't like that wing position. I would want him to leave and come to this Dorito or to that wing, because that's the only thing that keeps Mikey from wrapping. If Mikey gets in there right now and starts wrapping, although the Bears are playing so tight, they're not really giving any shots on that cross.
Yeah, but
shot.
even just having a guy at that wedge and wrapping, it puts a massive amount of pressure on anyone to not get sloppy, and you have to adjust to that.
Yeah, and this guy in practice gunfighting against that guy, the wing almost won every time. The small inset wing just challenge. You know, it moves around a little bit. It's a flat surface, so you can't cheat it as much. So the outside is definitely where you want to be.
Well, yeah, and it means left-handed versus right-handed. Some people are like, hey, don't talk about the right-handed left-handed thing because everyone can do both. I'm like, yeah, but
not at 100%.
If you're being honest,
it's not 100%.
People will prefer one side or the other.
And why is that, Matt? Well, it's not about hand dominance. What is it?
It's both eye dominance.
Eye dominance.
Yeah,
right.
But then so Arturo is left eye dominant but right-handed.
That's very rare.
So it's rare.
Yeah, most people right-handed, right eye, or left hand, left eye. Every once in a while you get the cross eye, and you get a guy that goes both directions really well.
So, yeah, similar, again, just same situation. And we're looking at now, as we flip the perspectives, but we're looking at the Brooklyn Bears. And, again, 1-1, 4:14 left. Everyone's basically mirrored up almost. And that's when you're going to see a longer point. Because basically the next guy to lose a gunfight or the next guy to win one, that could be the difference in this game.
Well, and we talk about it a lot, right? This could be a little bit of a microcosm of what we're going to be seeing Sunday afternoon.
Yeah,
right?
We're already there.
Yeah. It's Friday morning. It's a little earlier than usual. This is usually a Saturday afternoon thing, but with all these big bunkers and all these snakes, like you can't see what's going on out there, and it's easy for people to be sneaky.
Rich, it would be huge for the Bears program.
Oh my God!
If they beat New York Extreme and then find a way to win this game, still to be decided, of course. But we're coming down to not much time left, and they are tied right now with Impact, one of the best teams in the world.
Bears just moved up the middle. Trevor just missed him crawling in, so he knows he's in there. So it might be a little battle between the center 50 and the snake 2 here for Impact. Again, though, it's called Godzilla, the center 50.
Well, Impact spent a lot of time working on their communication in practice, in the big practice. Go check out the practice report. But for moments like this.
Yeah. When you can hear it, they're talking it out really, really well. The Bears aren't talking as much. Impact's always really been good on clutch points, communication, team paintball. That's kind of all really within their wheelhouse.
Yeah, you don't win that many tournaments by not having all those skills
Mike
in your
Green
bag.
gets punked out by, I think that's Sakaguchi.
Gucci with a huge kill on Urena, puts Impact into tough position. They're going to lose Brandon Cornell as he dies in that backfield, but then Sakaguchi gets shot. Chaos goes down over there on the top side as well, but then it looks like Altimore is going to get, Joey Altimore gets the shot in on Trevor Reeser, so back and forth kills, and there's still 2 bodies left to dive. I think we got a 1-on-2 situation right now in favor of the Bears with 2 minutes and 25 seconds left to go. No, it's a 2-on-2. As a body snuck over there from Impact as he dives into the snake, and then Altimore gets shot.
Oh, sloppy.
So now it's a 1-on-2 in favor of Impact. Very chaotic close to this point. It's not over yet.
It's buffed it in for the Bears, and he's filling the wrong way. He should have been filling to that corner, not across. He needs to fill out to the corner, not inside, so he can keep the 2 guys in front of him lined up. That's a good fill.
Oh, Buffin could be a hero right now if he pulls off a 1-on-2 against Impact.
He's just trying to make sure, I think, that there's no one on this side of the field for Impact.
Well, another situation, too, is when do you concede this? Because there's 2 minutes left.
Now.
Okay. Easy call now, but at a certain point, because if you're Impact and you know you're in a 2-on-1 and you know you're down on time,
for sure,
you would like to burn as much of that clock off as
100%.
possible. Yeah. Hedging your bet, as we are in Vegas, so I'm going to be throwing as many betting metaphors out as I possibly can.
Why wouldn't you? What do you got, 30 or 40 of them? Can't wait.
We'll see. We will see. So, after one of the most hotly contested points that we have seen out here, closest point so far in these 3 sets, Impact will edge out the Bears in that chaotic finish and go up by 1. 2-1 is the score, and after a long wait, a lot of time to talk about it. We'll see if Uprising has an answer here for Houston Heat. Now, Uprising got off to a slow start against Revo, kind of dug themselves a hole early, but then had started to come back.
Yeah.
And so here's how that broke down. So there's Urena, missed that shot, and then ends up getting taken out. And then here's Reeser. A body had come off for the Bears. Reeser loses that gunfight. The move into the snake was clutch here for Impact. Jumping into this one here, Houston Heat. Now on the blue side, it's like Tyler Harmon getting to the South Electronics tower up in the middle. They're doubling up the Hertz can and not able to shoot Uprising as I believe Eaton gets into the snake. Actually, that's not Eaton.
Thank you for reading the electronics for me, because I can only read the South.
Yeah, the rest of my body's breaking, but my eyes still work pretty good.
Between the 2 of us, we're okay. I can hear things.
Body coming off from the backfield is Mishka. Uncharacteristic early death for Mishka out of that Hertz can.
You're seeing a lot of those, though, Maddie, just because all of the weird angles and such a weird kind of play on the field.
Fedorov.
Good fill out to the corner there for Fedorov.
Yeah, Fedorov scurrying out, makes it alive. 4 bodies alive for Houston Heat, but Uprising now on the offense as they have taken ground here, getting to this crucial wedge position on Heat's side of the field.
I like Heat being out in both corners. I like Connor Kelly in that snake insert, looking to get himself in there. Tyler's put himself in a hard position, though, because he's inset on this bottom, trying to keep that snake from wrapping. That's a tough bunker to gunfight out of, like we've been talking about.
We've been talking about it. It's very difficult if you allow your opponents to get into this wedge and don't have anybody out there to keep them.
So Fedorov just got shot out of that corner. We can't see because the scoreboard's up now, but Fedorov got eliminated out of that corner.
And another one coming off. Connor Kelly taking the walk on the insert Aztec. So now just 2 bodies alive here for Houston Heat. Looking good for Uprising here, Rich.
Yeah, 3 or 4 for Uprising, Matt. Only 2 for Heat.
I think Uprising has 5 still.
Oh, good job, Uprising.
Yeah, 5 bodies, 5-on-2 situation here at Uprising. And they are making the most of it. They're in both snakes. They're all the way up in the wedge here in their snake, the red snake. And then the top side snake, they just dove in there, and they have an insert as a Dorito 3 as well, too. Yeah, it's looking stellar in this point here and they need to close. They need to close smart, though.
I was just going to say how disciplined Tyler Harmon is, just sitting on that crucial, because he knows if a guy gets there and wraps, he's going to lose the point.
But if you are a pro team and you could have 1 body to be in this situation, Tyler Harmon would be one of the first names out of your lips.
They're putting a lot of pressure on Tyler from both sides.
Tyler might have got
saying they shot him in the barrel.
It's just a suggestion.
Yeah.
The tuck back in. That's barrel hits. No. Barrel hits, bottom of the foot.
Hopper.
If the ref sees you, you can get called on it, but it doesn't happen all that often.
Yeah. Well, a lot of times you're just trying to get the referee to get that guy to check his gun, right? Just get him to get off that lane so you can get back in the gunfighting advantage. Uprising now with 3 players up on the 40 line yard of Houston Heat. They just got to work together. They can easily go get Tyler because there's nobody watching over him. The corner every time the corner looks away, they can go get Tyler.
We also talked about how the center, you can close to the center.
Yeah.
And with, I think that's Chad in the back corner in Cannon. He's going back and forth, but the move here with the 5 bodies is a move from the middle.
Yeah. Yeah, they can go right into that South Electronics Division bunker.
Yeah.
Block
Shoot
out
Tyler
Chad,
in the back.
Shoot Tyler, then wrap and shoot Chad. I mean, that's the way we would do it.
It's just tough. Well, they've already committed their bodies out wide though.
Yeah, they're just wasting a lot of time. And like in a 5-on-2, when you're down by 3 points, like every second kind of, it's not crucial, but every second's important.
Well, here comes the close as Uprising is going to thread the needle as Eaton gets the shot in on Tyler. Desperation run from Chad Boucher. And looks like Uprising might have been maybe off by 1 on the count.
Yeah, that's possible too.
Yeah, well, they're closing out.
Very easy to do out here.
Yeah, they were closing out kind of like they thought there might have been 3 bodies. Still, that was a great point for Uprising. And
I think on this field, the most important factor, other than obviously winning the breakout, is understanding where the bodies are. If you know where the bodies are, at least you can understand how to play. If you don't know where the bodies are, if you're missing 1 or 2 bodies on this field, that's huge.
And I think that's why we are seeing a decent amount of guys that don't typically. So, okay, New York Extreme. Josh Taylor doesn't die early a lot, and he died early maybe 3 times for you guys, maybe 4.
As a bonus to that, he broke his hand during the match, so that's amazing.
That might, if it was early in the match, that might explain some of those deaths, though.
Yeah,
I've
it was
mangled
after the match,
my hands
when he punched the table because he was frustrated that we didn't do well. Jesus. So yeah, keep coming.
Does he have the
coming at me?
Boxer's fracture?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't seen him yet. I can't wait to.
Everybody's got that, right?
Super excited about having that conversation with him. Also, I don't want to panic you, but they did take our ladder, so we're up here for a while.
So we got Mike's on the start station here. Bears about to play Impact. Impact down or up by 1.
They're going to run over there. Don't worry about it.
I feel like you want. Sorry,
hold on. Let's listen in real quick. It looks like Impact's already got very little conversation about the plan.
Yeah, I would think they're probably dialed in.
Well, like the Cornell's jumping over to try to get a look. You're basically looking down the pipe to get a read on your opponent, and then maybe adjusting from what you see there.
Definitely read and react.
Yeah, based on the scouting. But it looked like they had the play already sewn up. Run for Laval to get into this crucial spot. Both teams down low, but looks like Altamore going to be taking the walk, and maybe penalty. Yeah, penalty assessed, and that is not going to help the Bears' chances to try to get back in this match with just 1 minute and 30 left. Impact going to be on a pretty big high body situation here in a 5-on-3 moment, up by 1. They should be able to take this win here, Rich.
For sure. Is that Trevor in the bottom screen?
Trevor Reeser, sorry.
I love. I thought those things just kind of. So I love Trevor or Nick Laval going there early, looking inside, cutting down the whole field from that position. Yeah. It's a little bit of a risk, but it's a little easier, I think, to get to this snake than it is from the other snake from this side of the field. So I love that play call, getting him in there, putting that cross pressure, and really making it hard for the Bears to move up the center or into the top side snake. Good play call, good execution. And look, there's already 4 pods on the ground. He's literally just chain gunning that gun.
Yeah, Trevor Reeser's a vet, and he knows, hey, if I get to this spot alive and I just chainsaw the center of the field and just dump, because, again, only 43 seconds left.
He's already shot 5 pods.
Fill that zone with paint. Don't let him get another body in the snake. Maybe if they already got one in there, fine. Don't let him get any help to basically mirror up the move mirror the move he's doing right now. Yeah, Bears, and with the Bears should be okay taking a 1-point loss here because they got to win against New York Extreme. Yeah, they take a loss, they'll go 1-1 with even on the point spread. Yeah. Reset for tomorrow.
And Impact being the highest division team in the bracket.
Yeah. So not a bad day.
Yeah, if you're going to take a loss to a team and a margin of 1 point is exactly what you want on Impact. Oh, Trevor gets shot there.
Yeah, there's only 5 seconds left.
Yeah, I was going to say, but after he shot 7 pods.
Did his job.
Yeah, for sure.
Did his job.
It's funny though when you said Nick Laval. I was like, I love Nick Laval going in and like because he used to go up the middle so well.
He has played that spot.
I know, and I was like, I love him going in there. I'm looking at him like the body language looks different, and I'm like, oh wait, that's Trevor. And I was like, but the body, like the dive, everything looked the same coming in. Same run up the middle and over. Good point there for Impact.
Yeah, Impact. They got some talking to do, some meetings to have, but they had that really long point. Not a ton of mistakes. It's just the Bears were playing tight. They didn't get a lot of free kills off the Bears. Ended up sealing up the win. A win's a win, man. That's their first match, so they're 1-0, and they have to play Aftermath next. Aftermath got off to a slow start against Shock, too.
They did.
So
they did.
They had probably a big, decent team meeting to discuss the mistakes they made. So now Houston Heat and Uprising. 2-point spread, 4:37 left to go. Looks like Uprising going to be losing one body up the middle.
Yep. 5-on-4 advantage for Heat. Heat's got 2 on the top side, 3 here on the bottom side. Tyler Harmon pushing forward into the snake.
Yeah, Tyler Harmon with a nice crawl up into snake 2. He's got a body behind him. And Ryan Moorhead at the mini wall inside, shooting towards Uprising snake side. Got VIP top side. Yeah, Houston Heat on the red side. Seattle Uprising on the right, on the blue side.
Uprising player taking a walk from that strong corner, Matty.
Yeah, looking good for Heat here now.
5-on-3.
Ryan Moorhead, he releases up that middle. Tyler Harmon also going to crawl up to this very crucial wedge position. Now past the 50-yard line. Ryan Moorhead trying to find Olsen. Olsen.
Nice move for Olsen.
Yeah, a desperation attack. He's going to get the drop in on Moorhead, and he stays alive. Does he get the other kill here? No, Tyler Harmon.
No, Tyler caught him.
Yeah, so.
Good move on Ryan, though.
Yeah, that was a nice move from Olsen. Ryan needed to die, but Tyler Harmon's still at a very crucial position, and he, you look there, left-hand side of your screen. So that was the kill. Tyler just got inside on Olsen. Tyler Harmon does have a player behind him. And then Houston Heat with his 2-point lead, burning clock too intelligently as the top left-hand portion of your screen. They got a body in the Aztec and in D2. So good crossfield spread here for Heat.
Yeah, 4-on-1. They're just letting the time go.
Yeah, they're just basically hoping that Uprising will concede the point. Or I'd be content with a 2-point win.
Yeah. A win's a win.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be nicer for Heat.
Have a little more
the bodies
cushion.
have a little bit bigger cushion on the point spread, but like you said, a win is a win.
And again, it's so hard to lose bodies out here, Matt. I think they just figured out that it's a 4-on-1. Sam Monville releases to go through the center. It looks like he thinks there might be one left in the center, or he's just trying to put that pressure on that D corner. But I believe Heat now those, and Sam is just going through the middle. Get the shot on that Dorito, and he's going to go hit that buzzer now.
Yeah, as soon as Heat accurately identified that they were in a big high body situation, then they started to try to drop the hammer, knowing, hey, look, we're looking good, feeling good. We got a decent lead right now. We're going to have this, because, again, a win is a win. But once you realize that it's 4-on-1, let's close this point out, reset. Yeah. And they didn't. As soon as they figured it out, Sam launched. They launched on the D, up on their D side as well, too. So a nice little close there from Sam Monville with Ronnie Dizon making some moves, and Tyler Harmon was in a real good spot. Got that nice accurate shot on Olsen, who was causing problems for him in the middle. So we will have 2 minutes in between points.
X-Ball, baby.
True X-Ball. And next up is going to be Revo taking on PB Fit, and New York Extreme taking on Aftershock. Aftershock looked outstanding. Saw A-Rod. A-Rod won a one-on-one. Thomas Kim pulled one off for him. They were shooting bodies on the break, making some nice moves.
Yeah, it looked really good.
I told him my game, he was like, what do you think? I was like, give you guys an A-. Just a couple mistakes. He's like, I totally agree. So that's interesting because, again, New York Extreme they got off to a slow start. Guys, I guess Josh Taylor broke his hand. They got some issues to fix. PB Fit looked amazing against the ML Kings. First pro game for them, and it was a 6-0 absolute destruction.
Honestly, they look better out here than anybody so far.
Yeah, they look the
based
best
on
right
playing
now.
this field, right?
Yeah,
they can beat another team by playing in the pocket. I haven't seen another team that hasn't been able, that hasn't had to get outside to win the point.
Yeah, they looked the best so far.
Can you stuff me, Papa?
Yes. Can you show me the full picture?
In the pits right now, Houston Heat.
Good?
Tell them. It'd be a good time.
Good talk.
Hey, if you do that, we could change like me and Yaya, and then I go with you or something.
Yeah. Birdman, hey, you good with it? You good with it? No, I know, but you good with it? I'm good with this. Are you guys good with it? I was just saying short, real short. This is really fucking short. That's what I'm saying. We don't need it, but it's up to you. What do you think?
He's saying
I want to
try to get him.
Okay. Where do you want to go?
Let's go here.
What? Okay, then go which one? Yes. Because then Yaya has a spot. Go to the one. All right, hey.
1 minute. 1 minute, gentlemen. 1 minute. Far side. Far side, strong side.
Calm and composed. New coach. Well, Coach again, I should say.
New old
Smith has
coach. New
has
old
coached
coach.
the squad before. But yeah, man, they're feeling good, looking good. 3-point lead.
Well, and again, from a coach's perspective, not a lot of time left, up by 3 points. Now you can take advantage of like, hey, let's try that play that we weren't really sure about, right? Like it worked a couple times in practice, but we didn't execute it very well. Let's try to execute it perfectly.
Or maybe get a couple new bodies out there, keep them fresh.
Or do both.
Yeah, so it's going to be Fedorov, Tyler Harmon, Chad George.
Yeah.
Mishka, Connor Kelly.
Oh, Connor, okay. Who's 21 lined up in the middle there?
That's Connor.
That's Connor.
23.
23, okay.
Oh, 2, yeah. So Chad Boucher, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, Connor is out there.
So it is, yeah.
So long
Uprising
breakout.
dropping one, Matt. 5-on-4 advantage for Houston Heat.
Yeah.
5-on-3.
Uprising losing Mikey. They're losing Borromeo. 5-on-3 situation for Heat. Heat still double stacking that Hertz can. Yeah, man, throwing laser beams down the field right now.
Yeah.
Getting into the snake.
Not just throwing them, they're shooting them down there.
Yeah, Connor Kelly taking a huge bite up in the middle. It does get shot out of that spot, though.
Yeah, I see the guy in the middle dies more often than he actually gets somebody. But it's like you still got to go up there because it takes the heat off of the tape.
Chad George goes and trades out.
Yeah, got his guy. Looked like he could have got a penalty there. It was a little sloppy, but he did get him. Connor Kelly taking the walk. Chad George taking the walk. So it's 2-on-3. Is that right, Matt? Oh, Yaya's taking the walk, too.
Oh, and Fedorov's taking the walk. What happened?
It might be a 2-on-1 advantage for Uprising.
Yeah,
I see
it was
four
looking.
Houston Heat guys walking off.
It was looking good. It was a 5-on-3.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden,
now it's just Mishka.
As I was trying to figure out where the last couple bodies were here for Uprising, a bomb blew up over on Houston Heat side, and the lone soldier is still out there.
I just heard the Dorito player say he's over there somewhere.
It's not wrong.
He narrowed it down. He's in one of the blue bunkers. Eliminate all the red bunkers. Assume he's in one of the blues.
It's not a lie. He's over there somewhere.
And Mishka's got a full stack on his back, too. He's got 9 pods.
And I don't know if Uprising knows the count right now.
No.
It would be really good for their spread with the loss they took in their first match to, only a minute left.
Yeah,
it's a
inside
3-point lead for Heat. And Mishka knows that. You can head check the scoreboard right here. So he's moving up into D3. And now he's going to go into the wedge. Yeah, the Uprising the bodies drop so fast, I don't think they know there's just one body out there.
Well, Mishka's playing like he's down on points when he's up on points. He just needs to relax and just catch one of these guys in a gap. Not challenge him too much because they don't know where he's at. They're calling that he's still in the corner and he's moved up into the snake on the bottom of the field here, blue side.
Well, Uprising has spread the field. They got a body out back corner can now.
And in the snake on the top side. But you can just tell by the body language that they don't know where Mishka is or if Mishka has a friend.
I mean, did we lose a body?
We could have easily lost a body.
I think it's just Mishka. We're looking at Iron Sky on our screen right now, and I think it's just Mishka.
I counted 4 off.
Well, the problem...
4 walking.
Yeah, if you're Uprising in this situation presented itself and it was a 1-on-2, down by 3, knowing you dropped your first game, kind of want to put this one up at least. So now you're losing by 2 instead of 3.
Yeah. As a coach, I would have been like, hey, man, I'd rather have you guys lose that point trying to win than just sit there and giving that up, right, just for our future growth.
100%. So that's going to do it here. Houston Heat taking the win, and Edmonton Impact as well. Close game, though, against the Bears. Bears look pretty good. They go 1-1 today. It was Impact and Heat's first matches. Unfortunately for Uprising, 0-2. Next up, Baltimore Revo taking on the rookie sensations here, PB Fit and New York Extreme and Aftershock. Stick with us. More action coming at you from the 2024 NXL Las Vegas Major. I'm Matty Marshall here on Go Sports. We will...
The Missouri All-Stars have been playing together out of Kansas City for about going on 5 years.
I'm
Our play style is super aggressive. We like to just be in your face constantly, can just keep the gas going the whole time. D4 season, I had hit Walker up and was like, hey man, like, what's the situation with this carbon gear? It looks awesome. I would like to get my guys in it. And from right then and there, D4 season 4 years ago, he got us plugged in. We've been with him ever since. They're here at every event. They have gear that you can buy on hand. They have lenses on hand. If you have a tear in your knee pad, you need to swap that out. They'll have that for you. I've literally had Walker in my pit in Dallas asking me if I need help with pits. Like, you can't ask for anything more from a sponsor.
If it's meant to be, I'm up and coming, but calming down, I'm centering.
Walker here with Carbon Paintball. I'm going to run you guys through our new CC Pro bottom versus the SC bottom. The first thing that you're going to notice if you're actually trying these on is the fit. The fit is a little bit more loose, it's a little bit more relaxed. So in the SC, I wear a large personally, but I would wear a medium in this product. The reason for that is it is a little bit looser in the calf region and it's 3/4 length. So if you're a skinnier guy like me, I would still suggest the SC Pro bottoms with the full length. It's just going to be a little bit better coverage for you so it's not moving around. But if you're a little bit of a bigger guy, these do go all the way up to 3XL. And then the last feature to note is our new knee region. It's got a Cordura weave on top of our padding. So if you're not wearing a paintball specific pant, this is probably going to be a little bit more durable for you. If you have any more questions, you're looking for any more info, visit carbonpaintball.com.
In their first meeting during the 2023 season, the Toulouse Tauntauns will face off against Stockholm's Joy Division in the finals. These two teams are sitting first and second respectively in the season standings, and each team has only lost a single prelim match this entire season. While both of these teams have already punched their tickets to World Cup, the 2023 season championship title is still up for grabs. The Tauntauns are looking to complete the three-peat after winning both the 2021 and the 2022 series titles. But the Joy Division squad is hungry to take home their first title.
Communicate, shoot them one by one. Extra fucking cute. Hey, they're good, but we're better. Yes! Hook them, hit them, heal them. 1, 2, 3. Yo, 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 yo! That's not good. One. That's one off. 60 seconds. Keep calm. Hold up, stop. On in. Take line. Don't take line. 30 seconds.
Some dreams are elusive, but some do come true. For the Tauntauns, their dream of European mastery has been achieved, taking the European Championship 3 years in a row. But when one dream is fulfilled, another, more grand in scope, will always arise. The Tauntauns will be joined in the pursuit of this new dream by Joy Division, versed in the Lucky 15s. With the final event of the European season in the books, these 4 squads will travel to the United States in November to compete on the grandest of all paintball stages, the NXL World Cup in Kissimmee, Florida. There they will face the toughest of all paintball tests as they battle against the most dominant teams in history to see if they can earn the right to call themselves world champions.
Hey, this is Walker with Carbon Paintball here to talk to you about our SC custom jerseys. To start your team's design, head over to crbnpaintball.com, fill in some team information, including what colors, what template you want to base your jersey off of, upload your main team logo and any sponsors, enter your name and your number, and we're going to kick you back a 3D image of your jersey. The custom jersey is built on a 5-panel design that's all customizable. The jersey features a DWR coating all throughout the jersey, so it is water resistant. It also is stain proof, and it has side mesh venting. The jersey is also very fitted, so it has a compact neck collar, and it also features elastic thumb loops to keep the sleeves in place while you're sliding or running. To start your team design, head over to crbnpaintball.com.
The Tauntauns came out swinging in their match against the favored San Diego Dynasty at this year's NXL World Cup. And while the battle was back and forth the entire series, Dynasty ultimately came out on top in their decisive victory in overtime. With the series being so back and forth, I thought it would be a good idea to look at each point and see what lessons can be learned that we can apply to our own gameplay. Let's take a look. Point 1 goes to the Tauntauns, despite Dynasty making a strong early push up the middle. This was in large part because Ryan Greenspan was run down in an uneven trade shortly after making his move. How did this happen? Well, if we look at where Ryan and the rest of his team were, we can see that the only players who can really protect him this far up the field are either Archie, whose only chance is landing a trade with a player who comes to run him down, or from Chris Shear, who would have to look on the inside of the field from the Dorito can. In their current positioning, Shear is likely the best candidate to protect Ryan, although this would slow down their Dorito push. The lesson learned: if you plan to make early and aggressive pushes up the field, be aware of whose job it is to protect that person. There's nothing worse than going through so much effort to take ground, only to have it snatched away shortly after. Dynasty answers back in point number 2 by getting Chris Shear into the Dorito 50 early. This was likely the game plan in response to the Tauntauns applying a lot more pressure to the snake side rather than...
We are back, 2024 NXL Las Vegas Major. I'm Matty Marshall, got Isaac Barrow from Paintball Nerd up here, and former champion, professional player. To watch this next set, it's going to be Baltimore Revo taking on PB Fit, New York Extreme, and Chicago Aftershock. Isaac, what a first performance for PB Fit.
Jeez,
they
man.
just completely demolished the ML Kings. It was a 6-0 Mercy Rule shutout over the ML Kings, and now they have Revo. And, you know, when Revo had a win against Uprising, it was a pretty solid 5-2 win. So even though Revo did lose their core, Henry Sense and Stephen O'Mara, who went to the Ironman, we'll see the Ironman this afternoon, Revo looked pretty good. They still have a pretty stellar roster, too, and warmed up in a win. So it's going to be Revo versus Fit, and then also New York Extreme and Shock. Now, Shock had a real solid first game with that super team put together by Todd Adamson, bringing in Todd Martinez to coach, and then got the core of the 2020 Ironman, who won the tournament here 4 years ago on this field. So jumping into point number 1, Fit and Revo. See who's going to take this one. Fit,
4-on-4.
Fit losing a body off the breaks. A little taste of their own medicine here, but they shoot 2. So it's going to be a 4-on-3 situation here in favor of Fit. Starting from the blue side, they're doubling up that Hertz back bunker still. See if they can get out of there. Looks like they're going to fill out towards their snake side, towards that top side, and he gets out clean.
Yeah, I really want to see if Revo tests Fit a little bit more than ML Kings did. Right now, Fit has the advantage on bodies. So it'll be interesting to see here, Matty.
Yeah, so, yeah, advantage on bodies. No outside penetration at all here currently for Revo, but they change it up, send a body from the mini wall out to D2, and he's going to go right into D3. Looks like Salcedo, and they get a kill. So now evening up the count. It's going to be 3-on-3 here. And here goes Chavez. Chavez releases outside wide into his D1. So better field position currently for Revo, as it does look like Revo is on the attack right now, Isaac.
Certainly. And Chavez is going to make his way up the snake here. He's not going to sit in that bat. Oh, it looks like he's getting checked here. And he's gone.
Yeah, good zone control here for Revo. So initially not looking great for Revo, but winning some gunfights, making some nice moves, controlling zones, and now they have a one-body advantage. And Fit trapped in the middle right now. Got Colt back bunker. He's at that Hertz bunker. And another body at the little mini wall. And they're just crossed up right now as Isaac hoping to catch Revo making a mistake. Revo pushing their D side with 2 bodies and then 1 body on an island over here towards their snake side. Salcedo going to get into the wedge and wrap around. See if he can catch Colt. Or I believe I think Johnson's the other body that's left alive out there.
Let's see if Revo gets out here wide and they can pinch these guys in the middle if he does that.
Revo releasing up the middle. This is smart right now because the guns for Fit are out wide. And, I mean, the best they can do is kind of head check, try to keep that middle honest. So this is a good place to go up and now create some confusion, force those guns to look inside in the middle, and then get this outside movement going on into their snake.
Revo playing it slow, not rushing anything.
Yeah, so Revo, you can see here on your screen, hunting up that middle. Yeah, and I think they've got the codes down now. I think that's Weaver diving in right now. So nice moves for Revo and some nice gunfight wins to get this one back slightly. Weaver going to hit the deck, crawl all the way up into this crucial wedge. Now this is going to be a pretty key spot, as he's going to be able to wrap around and really put that pressure and get those kills. Yeah, see, he's putting that pressure on Colt. Weaver gets the kill. And they knew the count. Perfect, too, Isaac.
So it looks like Fit has lost their first point of this tournament so far. So Revo is testing them a lot more than ML Kings did. And let's see how the rest of the match goes. We got Aftershock and Extreme coming up here. Extreme's got a little bit of chip on their shoulder, huh? They had a tough match.
Yeah, and I think Taylor broke his hand. Josh Taylor broke his hand.
That's not good.
That's what Rich said.
That's not good.
So we'll see if he's able to play through that. Doesn't look like he even has a pack on, so I don't think we're going to see Taylor for this game. He's typically one of their most consistent guys. Also wrote an amazing article for the new Great American Paintball magazine that's coming out. So please subscribe to that so we don't let print die on our watch. Now we're looking at Shock and Extreme. With the way this first two games went with Shock and Extreme, got to give the advantage to Shock in this one.
Certainly.
So Shock in the blue and starting from the blue side and taking a pretty big bite towards their snake. Sending two bodies that way after a quick delay. Into the insert, not taking the snake quite yet. Here comes Thomas Taylor, still looking fast. In his 21st professional years, he's going to take the snake, but does look like Extreme is going to be dropping a body from that side. So it's a 4-on-5 situation, actually 4-on-4, as Shock also losing a body from the D side. I think that's Parrish taking the walk. Yeah, I believe so. So there's no one actually on this side of the... Oh, sorry, no, they're actually in a good position with Corey Hall. So Corey Hall matching up right now on the snake. And Corey Hall going to win that gunfight, maybe a trade with Jerry Caro. Yeah, so this is actually interesting, too, because Corey Hall played with New York Extreme as one of their starters and a big component of their success last year. So first time against his former teammate, Jerry Caro, and they're going to trade on the gunfight. So now there's no one for Chicago Aftershock over on their D side. And New York Extreme does have a body out wide from their snake side. So, again, unconventional layout. You can see here our eye in the sky and our telestration. See those three bodies for Shock. All on their snake side of the field.
I think Shock might have two.
They have two? I thought there was a body in 3-1. Yeah, they have three.
Oh, there it is. Okay, he was hiding from me. It's an opportunity here for New York Extreme.
Yeah, well, New York
push
Extreme,
down.
they got great penetration in the snake, right? And then they have CJ Cantor, and then now Pat Kraft gets going over here. So they have a great cross-field spread. It's a 3-on-3, but way better field position, because as soon as Pat can start wrapping around from this wedge, he's really going to put... Ooh, misses his first shot, though. Or did he? No, didn't miss.
Looks like he got him.
Yes, Thomas Kim going to be taking the walk. Looks like A-Rod's going to be eating up. So Pat Kraft doing some damage. This is such a crucial position here, Isaac. When no one's in front of you and you have that snake to yourself, there's no one in those Doritos. As Thomas Taylor drops the hammer on Clay Hughes. And first point going to go to Extreme. So again, Extreme got off to a pretty slow start in their first match, dropping it to the Bears. I mean, it was a close game. It went to overtime, but on paper...
shouldn't have been that way.
Yeah, yeah. If you're looking at how well Extreme did last year and what the Bears did last year, you got to give it to Extreme. But we've had a whole offseason to train, some changes of rosters, and yeah, they ended up taking that loss. But looking really good here in point number one. See if Chicago Aftershock can tighten it up.
I think they will, Maddie. I think they got it in them to do just that. But we'll see. This is paintball.
So you see the shadow kind of gives them away a little bit, but then they end up trading here in this gun battle between Jerry Carl for New York Extreme and his former teammate Corey Hall. And then this was the opposite side. Here comes Thomas Taylor, still got some wheels. Clay Hughes, just the last body left alive, not much he could do in that situation. So Thomas Taylor with the finish, first point to Extreme. Now see if Fit can pick it up as they drop the first one against Baltimore Revo. Paintball Fit. These teams are switching sides now. When a point is won, they switch sides. If there's no point, they'll stay on the same side. So Revo from the blue side, BB Fit from the red side. Revo and Fit both doubling up that back center Hertz can. Pretty standard game plan at this point here, is Isaac.
Yep, see that happening quite a bit here. 5-on-5, both teams still in the pocket, and it looks like Revo drops one here out of the temple.
So I think that's Clint. Is that Clint Moore getting a spin? Clint Moore coming over from Revo. He's captain of Lucky 15s. Decided he wanted to have an American adventure again. And he makes it out clean into the Aztec. 4-on-5 situation, favor of Fit. Fit, man, rolling their guns. Putting a lot of pressure downfield here on Revo.
They're certainly good at shooting off the break and rolling their guns, communicating. It's paying off for them here on this layout.
So Benny Carroll, the farthest man up for Baltimore Revo right here on the right-hand side of your screen. With that little mini wall looking towards his D side. Clint Moore behind him. Still got a body in the Hertz can, but kind of in a defensive posture, it looks like, for Baltimore Revo. Everyone's on their knees. No one's Carroll's body language does, Benny Carroll does look like he wants to maybe make a move, but not quite yet, so it's biding his time.
Well, you got to. You can't just be looking over the top like that without moving somewhere. No one's shooting at you. Do something.
Longer point here, so we're down to 10 minutes. Revo feeling it out. Looks like Devin Stewart in that back center, going back and forth with his gun, trying to catch somebody on Fit making a move, but Fit kind of content to just chill in their spots right now and roll their guns, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what you have to do. You know, you down a point and want to see how the game plays out. Don't make any stupid moves. I'm expecting Fit to be a little bit more aggressive, though. Let's see if they start pushing.
Well, Chavez, I think, is unarguably the most aggressive guy on that team. He's at the Aztec right now, towards their D side, and he's just been kind of pumping paint downfield. They got a body at the mini wall too, but they kind of look like they're sitting on a lead right now. But maybe just trying to, you know, with the one body advantage, eventually they are going to have to try to do something with that. Yeah, getting a look at the back line here on your screen. Paintball Fit. Still 5 up. And they're talking it up, trying to figure out where they want to put or make their next move. So looks like they're going to double up the mini wall. Actually, just use that to block it up. Go to the south elect.
Revo just lost their back center, so we got a 3-on-5 situation here.
Yeah, it's just kind of Fit paintball, right?
Yeah.
Get into some gunfights. They feel so confident, and rightfully so. The gunfight's going to win another one here. It's another body taking the walk for Revo. So just down to 2, not looking good. Moore is going to try to get out wide. Not much Clint. Clint couldn't really do much there. He had to try to make that move. And that leaves just Benny Carroll. So nothing crazy, nothing flashy, just good, solid, old-fashioned, win some gunfights paintball here from PV Fit.
Yeah, they made the adjustment. They, lost the first point and figured out what they needed to do to tie it up here. So good job, Fit.
Burnt a little time off the clock.
Sure.
All the way down to 8 minutes. So, Isaac, have you done any bad lip reading yet today?
Just in my heart and in my mind.
Prepping potentials.
Yeah,
potential jokes.
You have to get mentally prepared for doing something like that.
Yeah, check out Paintball Nerd. He's got products, selling some gear, doing some cool interviews, and some bad lip reading.
Yeah, for the people.
Yeah, so Shock down by 1 to Extreme. Had some, because of that long point. It's a split deck format. If you're just watching paintball for the first time, thank you guys so much for joining us. Yeah, so 4 teams battle it out. It's, just in their games, but 4 teams in a set. And when you have a longer point, it gives you a little bit more time to talk strategy.
Take a breath.
We've also mic'd up the start gates. So getting some interesting conversations there in different looks. So Carl with the big bite goes all the way to D1. They are going to be losing their back center, though, here for New York Extreme. New York Extreme on the blue side. Shock on the red side.
Shock dropped 2.
Yeah,
each side of the field.
Yeah, they lose Clay and is that Silos? No, Parrish. So a couple of the big attackers coming off right now for Shock. 4-on-3 situation, 4-on-2 situation is A-Rod taking the walk too. So Carl also got shot. So might be down to 3 here for New York Extreme.
Looks like 2 for Shock, so 3-on-2 situation.
Yeah, 2 bodies here. Yeah, so just 3 bodies left alive right now. So 3-on-2 in favor of New York Extreme. We have 2 bodies here down low, calling that their D side to Shock's Snake side.
Shock is in both corners here, and it looks like their Snake corner is getting pretty sneaky here.
Well, Thomas Kim did pull off some low body magic in their first game, that first win they had against Aftermath. Let's see if he can do it again. It's great to see Thomas Kim back in the game. It's going to be a pilot soon. So.
Shock's down to 1 here, Maddie.
It's just Tom, but if Thomas Kim's out there, he's still alive, they got a chance.
It would have to be a devastating ball dropping for
well, sometimes it's the 1-on-3s that end up getting you money from Pate Smith Law for moving the prelims, so we'll see. Thomas Kim now going up into D1. Looks like Pat Kraft going to get into the Snake. Thomas Taylor has moved up on their D side. Trying to press his advantage here. Thomas Kim, though, yeah, just going to that mini wall. Kind of tough to gunfight 3 bodies from that mini wall.
Not a good spot, 3-on-1.
So Extreme going to close it out. Yeah, so Shock having some learning moments here in these first couple points, Isaac. Extreme getting off to a much better start than they did in that first game.
Yeah, kind of unexpected. I mean, with Josh out with the hurt hand, kind of expecting New York Extreme to be on their heels a little bit, but they're 2 points up here.
Thomas Taylor's pumped up too.
You know, Thomas Taylor, he's been bulking, you know, before this event.
Has he been bulking?
He's been bulking.
When you get into your 40s, you have to be careful with the bulking.
Sure.
Because that could go the opposite way.
Could turn into fatting.
Yeah. No, fatting. Yeah. No. Thomas Taylor keeps himself in really good shape. Always has, and that's why he's still able to play the game here, starting to get into his 40s.
He's an anomaly.
But
guys like that.
Yeah, but you can play paintball into your 40s if you're a good gunfighter and you got some experience. So, tie ball game right now. Baltimore Revo, a little under 8 to play here against PB Fit. And off the break, looks like 5-on-5 break, a little bit further up the field for Revo from the red side. Fit with a little bit more of a conservative game plan, still doubling up that back center, Hertz bunker. Chavez did look like he wanted to make a move. Ooh, they're going to be losing Johnson. That gets filled by, I believe, Mason.
I think Fit might need to change up their breakup a little bit here. They've been doing the same breakout.
Well, it's one of those things that you keep going with it until it stops working.
Sure.
So we'll see if it actually stops working. But another thing at the pro level is that every single micro move and every bit of your strategy is completely analyzed by your opponents. So you can't get too predictable.
Yep.
As Sean Salcedo making a move up into that wedge in the middle here for Revo with this one body advantage they have. See if they can try to spread the field. No penetration yet into their Doritos on that top VIP side. Benny Carroll's thinking about it, though. Ooh, they lose Devin Stewart from that back center. I think there might be a decent bounce shot at these back centers. We're starting to see bodies drop from them.
Coming off the start box.
So that is going to even up the counts 4-on-4.
Revo with certainly a better field position, and Fit loses another. That's 3-on-4.
Yeah, 4 for Revo, and they've now made it out wide with Benny Carroll, so he bided his time. Then Chavez is going to mirror that. So Chavez mirrors the move. Benny Carroll out wide into their D1. Chavez into the Fitz D1. Looks like Colt gets shot out of that back center. There goes Mason. Mason is going to make the move into insert bunker on their Snake side, as Caleb Abel has moved into bunker, into Snake 2 for Baltimore Revo. 2-on-4 situation. Favor of Revo with a little under 6 to play.
These guys are pretty spread apart on Fit. You know, they got to keep the communication up to hear each other across the field here and relay what's going on.
I like these, Isaac. I really like the moves that Revo's making. They're making very tight secondary, tertiary moves here, and Chavez. Good zone control. So Chavez, I think Chavez knew he was in a low body situation. Actually, maybe traded out, and that's going to force a concession. So, yeah, just solid. Abel, great job. Sean Salcedo, Benny Carroll, Weaver, excellent work here for Revo, as they're going to take the lead by 1. see if Shock can pick it up. Facing their first bit of adversity here.
Yeah, well, you know what they say about adversity.
What do they say?
It's an old wooden ship.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that's great.
Little Anchorman quote there for you?
Yeah, there you go.
Wasn't sure if you were going to pick up on that.
Well, it's like that's all we used to do is just quote Anchorman to each other back in the day, before social media.
Exactly. Well, I think Shock needs the adversity. Sometimes teams need a little bit of a gut check to be like, okay, let's turn it up here. Down by 2 will do that to you.
So they're going to risk it a little bit in the middle. Looks like Thomas Kim going up to the South Electrics tower, doubling up that back center with Hall and A-Rod. Hall going to get out to the D side behind Parrish. And then there goes Kim. Kim's going to launch up that middle. So on the attack a little bit here, knowing they need to make something happen, and Thomas Kim gets the shot in on Jerry Carl. So Jerry had made it all the way up to that crucial wedge position there, bottom of your screen. But Thomas Kim, as we're tracking him, the one-body advantage, actually two-body advantage. I think there's just 3 bodies left alive right now for New York Extreme.
Extreme fills out to the far snake there and out to the corner. So good position on that far VIP side.
Shock does lose A-Rod, though, as another body coming off for Extreme. Hennessy taking the walk as he dove into that snake. So Parrish looking good here. Thomas Kim looking really good. There goes Shock filtering into the snake. Corey Hall still out, playing tight behind Parrish.
Looks like Aftershock's getting itchy here to go from that far side snake on the VIP side.
Yeah, body language definitely looks like he wants to put a guy in and try to make a move. They're only looking at a couple guns. They still have a lot of time to work with, so 9.5
all day.
High body situation, just be very patient. Yeah, if a move's open, take it, but these are moments you cannot squander these opportunities, and they're playing pretty good. Hughes does look like he wants to. Is that Hughes or Cortez? Can't see if that's Silos. That's Silos. Yeah, Hughes is in the pits right now. Yeah, Silos definitely, as Isaac, looks like he wants to put something together and move up on that into their snake.
Yeah, he's doing it. Looks like Extreme just lost their near side corner here.
Well, Parrish going to get shot. Might have traded, though. Yeah, I think Parrish traded out with a coast-to-coast shot with
good
D1.
trade.
Yeah, take that trade all day. High body situation. Not the normal type of trade we see with the coast-to-coast shot trade, but it still worked out. He had a back guy behind him. They had numerical superiority. Silos closing out. Might have been off on the count a little bit, but not going to matter. So Shock going to get on the board here with 8.5 to go. Thumbs up. Point is good. Silos Cortez looking solid in that point.
Yeah, certainly look good. I don't know if they look dominant, but they look good.
There's Johnson for PB Fit. He's a one-on-one, extraordinary one-on-one player.
Yeah, he played the duel.
Yeah, he was real good.
Made it far.
Yeah, Oliver was calling, he thought he had a legit chance to win it. Didn't work out that way, but.
That's paintball for you.
Yeah, shout out to Tommy Greenleaf.
Let me get some of that chair right here. Let's go.
Let's listen in real quick.
Get a bait. Let's go, baby.
10 seconds.
Not much conversation. Must have everything just perfectly dialed right now. Oh, Chavez with a quick check. See what's in front of him. And then we're following Chavez out here at PB Fit. Down by 1 Revo. Just 5:15 to go. Referee runner. Check out one of the players here for Revo. Looks like he's good. 5-on-5. Here's Isaac. Fit just loving to double up, double stack that Hertz bunker, and Revo doing the same thing. We're going to see a lot of that this weekend.
Yep, same breakout here for Fit that they've been doing. No one out wide. But it seems to be working all right so far.
Ooh, Chavez. I don't see Chavez take many early walks, but it's a big kill here for Baltimore Revo.
Yeah, maybe he's trying to force the issue a little bit too soon here.
Benny's probably going to want to get out of that doubled up spot. He looking like he wants to go in that back Hertz bunker. You can see the right-hand side of your screen. But Revo's the one with the lead, so Benny can be careful right now. And Devin Stewart gets out, actually. Goes towards that top side, VIP snake side.
4 minutes here, not a lot of time. Especially if Revo goes up one.
Well, we were in a similar situation before, and Fit likes to sucker guys into gunfights, right? Because they're real good at them.
Yeah.
But down a body, not in some great spots. One of their big attacker Chavez off the field. It's not do or die time right now, yet 4 minutes. But if you're Revo, just stay alive and control some zones.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, but it is a big point. You know, whoever wins this, it's like, it's going to be a tough one for Fit to come back from if Revo puts up a point here. So it's kind of crucial, I think, for Fit. It's like, now we're now at 3:30.
Yeah. The less points you play, the more important each one of those points become. If you're not getting a lot of them. Oh, Benny Carroll. See, this is the thing with Fit, man. They win timely gunfights. Even up the count right now, there's only one body towards the D side for Revo. So I wonder if they're going to try to filter Devin back out that way or just go hardcore press with those 3 bodies into the snake at some point, or just try to hold the line and try to win a gunfight real quick and get back the body advantage. Currently 4-on-4. Revo going to crawl up from that backhand into the insert bunker. 1 bunker away from their snake. And here comes, so I was kind of wondering if Devin was going to push back over to give Salcedo a little help.
Smart move. Let's see if he sends Salcedo into the snake here.
Yeah, a slightly better field position in this 4-on-4 for Revo. They're up a couple more spots. They're just
a bit wider.
Yeah, a bit wider. Just a little dive away from getting into that crucial snake spot. And if you're just joining us, this field is interesting because it just starts playing the traditional way. So when the breakout happens, but you see those big long snakes on both sides. The guys get to play right-handed down, so a lot of times these points shift, and now you end up fighting sideways.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, Salcedo almost catches one as he digs out. Gun fought his way using his gun to get out wide.
The ref's all over Colt. Looks like he might have shot him. Bounced him.
Yeah, looks
Ref
like
saw something.
Colt good to go in that back hurts can. Colt Lucal for PB Fit. Big gun in the back. Still 4-on-4 here, down to 1:40.
So we're coming up on go time here for Fit.
Yeah, this is what this field's probably going to play like come Sunday, too.
Slow, waiting for the shots. You know, it's interesting because this near side here to us seems hard to lock down from that back center, but Colt seems to be doing a pretty good job of it.
Yeah, some teams are pushing from the blue side on the Dorito side a little bit more, getting that inside run and into the snake. That guy's making it more than he's getting shot. Some teams are content to go a little bit more conservative, bide their time, try to gunfight it out from some of these back spots. Now move up the middle here for PB Fit, getting into that wedge shading towards their D side as we get to the minute mark. Can Revo hold on to this 1-point win, or is Fit going to find a way under 60 seconds to go to tie it up? We will see.
Well, Colt needs some support up there in the middle. You know, he's got to have his guys feeding off of him somehow.
Oh, Salcedo getting a little bit of help.
And
looks
Colt
like
takes a walk.
Yeah, so Devin almost got the drop in on Fit, trying to get out wide. Colt taking the walk from the middle. Not going to help their chances here, down to just 3 bodies. So it's a 3-on-4 situation now as PB Fit gets Johnson out into insert bunker here, snake side for them. And he's going to hit the deck, get into snake 1. Going to crawl right into snake 2. Doesn't have much time to work with here. Just 20 seconds left to go, Isaac. And the cardinal sin of paintball is to be alive in your bunker down by 1. So there's no reason anyone on Fit should be alive when the dust settles as this time expires. And they are going to commit. Can Revo? I think they're gonna. Oh, just needed about another second in order to put up that 3rd point. They're gonna take the win, and Revo's gonna be undefeated on day 1. They took down Uprising this morning in our first set by, I believe, 3, and then gonna take a slight 1-point win. So Fit gonna take their first loss. They're gonna go 1-1, but that's okay for Fit because they had that big, huge Mercy Rule shutout victory against the ML Kings. So they'll go 1-1 with a +5s, Isaac. Not a bad first day for this new pro team.
Not a bad first day. A little bit of an adjustment, though, huh? Going from averaging about a minute a point in their first match to losing by 1.
Yeah, a little bit of a change, but Revo was just dug in tighter. Just better gunfights for Revo than we saw out of the ML Kings. I mean, Revo just outplayed him. Very close game, though. Very, very close game, but Revo did almost put up that third point. So after another decently long point, Shock down by 1 to New York Extreme. Let's listen in real quick. And we've mic'd up the start stations. So you notice that he was counting his guys down. These fields are very close. The divisional fields are close. We've had some false starts this morning, so that's really smart when you listen to Shock. Counted down from 5. Parrish, relentless over there, diving in past D3 to get into that snake structure top side.
Looks like Extreme dropped one off the break here. We got a 4-on-5?
Yeah, 4-on-5 situation. Now it's going to be a 3-on-5. Yeah, Thomas Taylor taking the early walk. And then they lose another body. So look at Patty Gleason decided to come over and play with the squad. They needed bodies. They're going to lose Pat Kraft.
Patty Gleason also bulking right now, ladies and gentlemen, if you're curious.
Shock did, no, so that's not Shock. That's Pat Kraft walking off from that other side. Just 2 bodies left alive right now. Now, actually just 1 here for New York Extreme. This life's going to be limited. He's going to catch a couple extra. Oh,
maybe a little.
A-Rod wanted to pump up Caro. Got to be careful not to get a excessive shooting penalty right there.
It looks like he said something too on his way past him.
Yeah, it's part of the game.
Give him a little love.
Silos getting checked out. Looks like he's good to go. Going to have a tie game. We'll have 2 minutes in between points with 7:17 in regulation.
Lots of time for a high-scoring game. Let's see if that happens.
Get a look on the replay. So see, this is that close. And here's A-Rod. Comes through. Guy's already dead. A-Rod thought about pulling it. Did he actually give Jerry any extra? I don't think he did.
Just pointed it at him. Just say, hey, I'm here. I could have done it. See that look? Could have done it.
A little spring in A-Rod's step.
Yeah.
Stoked to be back with the boys. Yeah, it's just a cool story with Shock in a lot of different ways.
Especially being at this event, right?
Yeah, that's so. Yeah, Todd Adamson, legendary, first ballot Hall of Famer, wants to get a pro team, takes over Columbus Level, decides to change the name to Chicago Aftershock, one of the most legendary teams ever to play the game, and then picks up essentially the core of the Ironman from 2020, who won at this event 4 years ago before the COVID shutdown. We're in the pits right now here with Revo. Let's listen in. Pretty calm in the pits here, as they should be. Revo just took that win. 2-point win over, or 1-point win over Fit. And another story with Shock is, Todd's got 10 guys to work with. Who's going to be getting the lion's share of the spins?
Yeah.
Because they got Clay Hughes and Silos. He's been getting both those guys spins. Are they both going to play at the same time? We will see as the tournament progresses. Parrish has been looking pretty good. Corey Hall's been looking good.
Does the
A-Rod,
squad...
Thomas Kim. But then they've got Corwin Weber out there. They got Nick Sloviak, Al Fernandez.
Well, Corwin's injured. He's not playing.
Oh, did he hurt his knee finally?
Yeah, his knee's hurt again, so he's out for this event.
Oh, that's a bummer.
But do you think Shock looks as strong as they did in 2020, that squad on the Ironman?
That remains to be seen. First game was pretty solid. Jerry Carl getting shot off the break here. Penalty going to be assessed on Jerry. It's going to pull out Pat. And they're going to be losing another body from the pads. This is a disastrous start to this point here for New York Extreme. So we'll see if they're actually just going to concede it.
Smart.
Reserve the time.
So we'll see if Extreme adjusts here or if Aftershock pulls away. Momentum is a big thing in paintball. That is certainly a thing, and confidence is a big thing as well.
Yeah, well, anytime you have a really rough point, you got to just shake that one off. Have that selective memory. Let the lesson resonate, but move on. Yeah. Let's listen in real quick.
Oh, sorry. They're going here. He dives in immediately. They 88 on us, and then this guy's free to go. So I can't actually stop this because this guy's just jumping in and shooting at me. No, the back center's shooting the outside, so he's here.
I'm just letting you know I'm going to have to roll off, and I'm not going to die. But instantly, he's shooting, instead of shooting cross here, he's shooting cross here, but at me.
1 minute. 7 minutes on the clock, guys. Plenty of time.
Yeah, plenty of time, guys.
Have that gun, Josh.
I need my gun. We got Georgie's gun.
Am I good up here?
Thank you, sir.
Am I clean? Okay, same thing for me?
Yeah, same.
Pretty calm, right?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, Thomas is intensely talking about a specific shot.
Yes, sir.
That's the type of intensity you want to see, but it's a focused intensity. He's not losing his mind. This game is not out of hand. They got a lot of time to work with. Extreme's got some vets on that squad. I mean, you're not going to find a longer running veteran than Thomas Taylor at this point.
Exactly.
And then these guys had such a good run last year, learned a lot, snubbled at Cup. Yeah, they won the 7-3 exhibition, but didn't finish the way they wanted to. Lost Corey Hall, but they still got a lot of good guys on that squad. That's kind of what you want the pit to look like. They did lose Josh Taylor, though, to a broken hand.
Is that confirmed? Does he have a broken hand? He looks.
That's what Rich said. Rich said he punched a table and broke his hand.
Well, Rich is an exaggerator. let's first say that.
That's if Joey Blue was here, it'd be like facts. So jumping in this next one here, 7 minutes on the clock. Extreme down by 1, and they are starting from the blue side, doubling up that back center. And they're going to be getting a kill on Parrish here early out of the Aztec, and they're going to get another kill as well on Corey Hall. So that D side completely blown open. Just 3 bodies left alive right now for Shock, and kind of tucked in pretty tough positions here. No outside penetration.
Ooh,
and kind of trapped.
Looks like A-Rod might have caught one there in the middle.
Yeah, and the running referee.
And that'll be a penalty if he did.
Running referee jumping to get a glimpse of top A-Rod's head as the close starting to push up the field here for Extreme. They do lose a body.
A-Rod's good to go there.
Oh, no, that's Corey Hall walking off.
So Shock not in the best position on the field, but they're still fighting from their spots, staying alive.
Well, they still got Thomas Kim and A-Rod out there, right? Thomas Kim and A-Rod are really good in these positions. They're just in tough spots, though.
Yeah.
I mean positions as in situation. But if Extreme can get another body into up this D side and into the Aftershocks portion of the snake, then it's going to be really
takes
tough.
a walk here, Maddie. So Shock is down to 2. Both on this near side of the field here. And drops another one out of that wing nut. Or mini wall, as you call it. Oh, lose their corner as well. So New York Extreme is going to tie it up. Not knowing that they shot all the bodies. It seems like bodies are getting lost out here. The guys don't really know that they shot everyone.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the visibility is always difficult on a 3-dimensional field, some worse than others, but it also depends on when those bodies come off. They had those 3 last bodies out here, a bunch of them come off at once. If you're on the other side with your head down, crawling up snake, may pop up and have to clear the field that way. That's, as we always say, why communication's so important, right?
Absolutely. And it's prudent. It's prudent to run, clear the field with your gun up if you don't know if everyone's gone, so not mad at it.
So Extreme making this one a match here, Isaac, as we get past that 5-minute mark, 4:58 to go, and we are in True X Ball if you're just joining us, so 2 minutes in between points. Revo took a victory, had some long ones against PB Fit. Game ended 2-1, so PB Fit going 1-1 on the day. Revo 2-0 on the day, and let's look at this replay here. Is the running referee going to come in and
look at the speed?
Some speed. Look at this. Oh, he's got some hops. Jumps over the pod.
That's commitment to your craft.
Lands gracefully. And he was clean, too, so did all that work for nothing. No, he did his job.
He did his job. He's doing it right.
And here was the close. So, Shock, it's just tough. This is a snake-dominant layout, unconventional with the way the snake bunkers are on both sides. And if you don't have any depth upfield, anyone out wide or only out wide on one side, it's just really tough to pull and scrap back in those low body situations, which is where Aftershock found themselves. So tie ball game again here, 3-3. But yeah, so PB Fit beat up on the ML Kings 6-0 and then lost to Revo by 1. So they're sitting 1-1 with a +5. Revo going to be 2-0 with I believe a +4. I think their first one was a win by 3. But he was going to get another spin here for Shock with Thomas Kim. You know, Thomas Kim may be flying, if you're out there listening, and
when you get on some commercial airline flights, a couple years, Thomas Kim may be flying you around.
He may be. He's got the mustache for it, and he's ready to go. He's taking flight school.
Yeah, the facial hair is pretty outstanding on Chicago Aftershock.
Yeah.
A-Rod looks like a gunfighter from the Old West, circa 1870, and then Thomas Kim looks like a RAF pilot, World War II, with his crisp mustache.
I think Aftershock might be historically known for gritty facial hair.
Well, when we're throwing it back like 30 years and we're talking about the Lumberjacks, yes, always had some facial hair. They had some mustaches back in the day when I was 16 and playing with them, or against them, sorry. So, yeah, 5 minutes to go here. Who's going to take this very close battle, and these teams have switched sides anytime a point is won. So, Shock going to be on the blue side now. New York Extreme on the red side. They doubled up that Hertz can, back center, but then get the body out of that. Shock taking a little bit of ground, trying to get into that snake, pausing at the Dorito. Here comes a big bite from Thomas Taylor.
Interesting run there.
Thomas Taylor was still got some wheels, gets all the way through. Oh, no, he'd end up getting clipped out. So not sure exactly when Thomas got shot, possibly on that secondary move, maybe when he got in there.
Yeah, it looked like he was running at this mini wall here, and then he had a last second decision change. He said, you know what, I'm going to go to the snake. I'm going to go to the far snake.
Here comes Thomas Kim, going to run up and with a smooth move. Nice little bunker move here from Thomas Kim.
Bunker your guys, stay alive. That's what you want.
That forces Caro to reposition to get outside wide, try to get into the snake. And does he make it in clean? Thomas Kim has his gun that way from the left-hand side. Looks like Caro was able to make it into the snake. Thomas Kim tucked into that spot at the 50-yard line, middle of the field for Shock. Carl hunting for him, though.
Thomas goes back a little bit here.
That's a good tactical retreat.
Smart.
And then now A-Rod going to move up into the tower. Ooh, Thomas Kim, though, losing a gunfight. Oh, but then Jerry Carl gets taken out, I think, by Corey Hall, former teammate. Corey Hall, nice read on this one, comes up, tries to win another gunfight as things looking dire for New York Extreme on the opposite side of the field. As Aftershock starting to shark down, just one body left alive, and here comes the burst of speed from A-Rod. And a couple extra bonus balls there.
More than you needed to.
Well, and the bonus balls came more from Corey and who was that over there on the Clay on the other side. Regardless, hey, man, that's just part of the game. Shock, looking good here.
Would you say that point was shocking, Natty?
Not with their roster. Oh, I see what you're doing there. So, yeah, 1 point lead starting to dwindle down on the time and the chances for New York Extreme, but they definitely have enough to play a regular point. No need to run into the guns quite yet. So on the breakout, you see Pat Kraft with a big bite off the break. Goes all the way up, hits the deck, crawls onto Shock's side. And see, in a second, Thomas Kim with the read. Comes through, gets the shot on Pat, stays alive, and then did a little tactical retreat. Things got a little chaotic after that as Jerry Caro gets the shot on Thomas Kim. He's going to crawl up. He gets shot. Good zone control from Shock. And then here comes the close. A-Rod hits the afterburners, dices up chicken wing CJ Cantor, and then Cantor catches a couple more from both Hall and Clay Hughes. In the pits right now with Extreme.
Should I go through it or not? No. Am I on? We're going to have you shoot. Hey, CJ, you're on the panda cut. You got a panda roll. Dan, then you shoot and release. Same. Where's my gun? Here. You got it, PK? Go.
30 seconds.
What's the score? We're down by 1. We're down?
Thank you. 20 seconds.
20 seconds to go before the start of the next point. See if Extreme has an answer.
CJ, what way do you shoot? CJ, what way do you shoot? I said I'm in the panda. I said here,
Last minute conversations about directions of off the break shots. Shock dialed in here. And on the breakout, so yeah, a little under 3. Lots of totally enough time for a regular point if Extreme can stay alive. Not able to stay alive on the break though, so going to be a 5-on-4 situation. in favor of Chicago Aftershock. Extreme on the blue side. We're looking over their shoulders right now. Thomas Taylor and Pat Kraft Jr. doubling up that Hertz can. George McLean taking the walk here early, getting shot off the break, wearing Coach Lee's jersey. Had to sell his jersey today. Got to get money for the tables later, you know?
Naturally, yes. Extreme now moving into their side, Shock side of the snake here on the VIP side. Oh, did he take a walk? No, he's still alive. So he's in their wedge there on the VIP side.
Another body walking off here, and I think that is Chicago Aftershock. I think it's Parrish. So even on the count right now, 4-on-4. Oh, but here comes New York Extreme. Jerry Carl trying to burst things open. Cannot let a body get that deep. Couple bodies coming off. Looks like Thomas Kim. He gets shot. Corey Hall gets shot. But A-Rod's eating up bodies here on a counter attack as he tries to desperation run outside wide. But Thomas Taylor with the containment. And Pat Kraft still alive as well. Looks like CJ Cantor in the mix in the middle. And they're going to tie it up here with about probably 1:20 by the time they get in and hit that buzzer. Looks like Pat wants Thomas to come and hit the buzzer.
Maybe he caught a bounce or something.
You got to be careful, right?
Yeah.
Either ask for a check for you guys or get another somebody who wasn't taking as much heat. Because you do not want to hit that buzzer with a hit on you.
Or maybe they're intentionally taking some time off the clock for some reason here.
They could be. I mean, they might want to just go to overtime. I'm wondering if Shock will let them do that. Probably. No, it looks like they're going to take it down to under a minute. Decent chance we'll see an over. If we get a 5-on-5 breaks, Isaac, I think we're probably going to go to OT. What do you think?
I mean, I feel like with a guy like A-Rod on the field and the roster that Shock has, they're going to say, let's go for the W.
Well, I think they're going to say that. It's just, can they actually execute it? Now, oftentimes you will see the elite players try to steal a win in these situations.
Sure.
What I mean by that is that you go out and try to play a little bit more of an offensive point. And when your opponents maybe think, hey, maybe they're going to want to take this overtime, a little element of surprise. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But time and time again, we have seen elite players and elite teams steal wins in the last seconds in situations like this. Typically not when there's a minute left. It's more when like it's a 30-second point.
Yeah.
But we will see. Quick points typically come down to how many bodies, some sort of differential of kills off the break. One team shoots a body or two, other ones and then stays alive. So we will see here in about 1:10 seconds. Who do you got in this one?
Oh, man. You know, I have emotional ties to both teams.
Well, you play 10-man with Shock. Sometimes.
Yeah. So I have to give it to Shock just because I have more friends on that team.
Yeah.
but you know, in all honesty, I think that Shock has a little bit of a stronger roster, but they don't have the time playing together that New York Extreme does.
Did you? I know you play with Shock 10-man, and obviously know your Ironman tenure. Did you ever play in 7-man in X-Ball, and you won tournaments with them? But did you ever play with Shock in X-Ball back in the day? I didn't think so. I just wanted to double check. So I didn't know how biased your answer was about to be.
I love New York Extreme. Don't get me wrong here. I love New York Extreme. Great guys, great players.
Let's listen in here. Last minute talk before the start of potentially a winning point. See, they're counting it down. That's smart. We've had some false starts as these fields are all bottled up together.
A little condensed here.
So 57 seconds left in regulation, and a big bite for New York Extreme. They take the snake on both sides as Thomas Taylor from that D side with the inside and out route, and he runs in it clean, but Shock also doing the same thing, but Shock going to be losing Corey Hall. Here comes Parrish. Parrish wrapping around, and here comes Parrish. He's going to commit. Should be able to get that inside, but then a counterattack from Jerry Carl as Jerry Carl dices up Parrish. He ends up getting taken out. A-Rod has to trade his body to get that kill. Just two bodies left alive right now for Chicago Aftershock.
30 seconds,
and I think
man.
it's a 2-on-2 with 30 seconds left to go. Here's Isaac. Here comes the big push up the highway from, I believe, Silos Cortez, and Pat Kraft sneaks in to try to steal this win. Pat, don't hit it. Wait. Oh, Pat. Okay, so
see, now you give Aftershock 12
seconds to work with. See, sometimes you see the blood in the water. He might not have felt he had enough time to head check.
Yeah.
You know, when you're running past the clock and you know if you stop, and even or just head glance, that might cost you a half second. So like, hey man, yeah, definitely put that point on the board. But the best case scenario would pump the brakes, let the time get down to about 3 seconds, then hit it, and for sure solidify the win.
Especially against this roster with Aftershock, because they do have the ability to do. They could score 2 points in this time. You know, they can make that happen. So
we're in the pits here with a potential victorious New York Extreme. Let's listen in.
Hey, both corners. Both corners.
Might clean.
Bring that line over. I got pods.
Go, brother. Or at least one of them. One corner. We run one side, and then we dive the panda or right there.
Let's dive panda and range. Hell yeah.
Yep.
Cross it up.
Yeah, but then the ranch has the outside of the
12 seconds, man.
Dan, what do you want?
12 seconds.
This is my gun. I choose your gun.
I think we go one stop the break. We dive the panda, and we just have 2 guns, him and him, controlling this. We need it.
This one on the out. This one on the out. This one.
I didn't mean to hang.
Just do that.
1 minute far side. Hey, whoever might, I think my Utah dives and just start shooting different.
Yeah, no shooters on the break. Or we have one.
We have 2. We have 3 shooters. Careful. Or 2 shooters. One shooter.
Hey, what are we doing?
Do this when we flash out. Yeah, we're calling a timeout.
Hey, who's on the middle though? Who's on the
That's
middle?
what we're trying to figure out right now.
They're gonna come to the Moss?
Hey, if anything, then we have a shooter and kick.
Jerry, did you make the god again?
Yes, I did.
Let's do it again. They're not dialed in. They're frustrated.
Okay.
So pull the 100 off.
Hey, no pedal 100 off. We're gonna do this.
It looks like CJ Cantor's almost quarterbacking the game plan here.
Hey, listen. That line straight here, looking across. This guy kick, this shoot. This guy heads up, but kind of be on a swivel. Jerry on the god across.
I expect him to come straight through the money. I expect him to come straight through.
Yeah. Hey, they're going to the Utah, and then on the inside making that move up to
no
the
penalties, no excuses. Let's go.
Give me my gun.
It's really good that Rich told them no penalties in that situation. There's only 12 seconds left. It's going to take a bit of a miracle for Shock to score a 12-second point, but that part of that miracle could come if Extreme plays on and gets a major penalty. So, I mean, it's just about sealed up here for New York Extreme. They don't even need to get 5 bodies out alive. They just need to protect the buzzer and not get penalties. And then Shock needs a lot of things to go right. They need to send bodies out wide, draw the guns, send 2 runners in a staggered attack up the middle from different angles, and just hope it all shakes out. And then the 3rd body up the middle, too, because that guy's the guy that's probably just going to be running the whole time.
yeah, we're definitely going to see Shock going for it here on this point. They have to, obviously.
Yeah, for sure. Like, this is going to be full send. We're going to see if you can, because that's one of the big questions always. Can you score a fast point? How fast?
And the type of field definitely plays a factor in that. I don't know if this is a 12-second field or not.
I'm with you, Isaac. I don't think it is, to be honest. You have to jump over that beam. There we go. And on the full send, is Shock's going to send it, and there go the outside bodies. They're getting chewed up, though. It does look like Extreme. They have not dropped a body. They're not getting any penalties, and they are going to hold on to take this victory as long as we don't see any flags in the air. Carl launching down the field scared me for a second, but that is going to do it. So Extreme going to take, at this point, I'd say upset victory based on what we saw in those first 2 matches, with Extreme losing to the Bears and Shock not beating up on Aftermath, but a pretty solid win there. But now Extreme 1-1, Shock 1-1, but don't go anywhere. Houston Heat going to take the field again. A pretty decent win over Uprising. They're going to play the ML Kings, who got skunked by PB Fit. Impact, they're going to take the field again. They beat the Bears, but just by 1, and they're going to play Aftermath. So that's a battle that's about to go down here in Vegas at the 2024 NXL Las Vegas Major. Manny Marshall here on Go Sports. Thank you, Isaac. We will be back.
Good job, Gary. Let's go, boys. Hey, way to be. We wanted that. Let's go. Hey, way to step, Thomas. Let's go. Boys back.
Major League Paintball is coming to Las Vegas for the first event of the 2024 season. At its heart, the game of paintball is simple. Shoot your opponents before you get shot, and then march down the field to victory. In the Major League Paintball Pro format, each team employs 5 players at a time. They have a buzzer on their side to protect. Hit the opponent's buzzer, win the point. En route to the buzzer, both teams will be locked in gunfights, utilizing diverse strategies while moving up a field full of bunkers, fighting to get into critical positions. And these strategies could change given the score and the time left on the clock. There's 15 minutes in regulation. The highest point total wins the game. This is chess with guns, with no quarter given and no quarter requested. Welcome to Major League Paintball.
We should have won the point. Yeah, the other shit, whatever. We pulled those back. We should have won that point. End of the point, we should have won that point.
There's no Dorito, there's no corner. And I'm screaming and I'm shooting my gun. And then Brandon gets up there and he's helping hold. The move's there.
It is 1 weekend before the first event of the 2024 season here, NXL, Major League Paintball, and all across the United States. The 20 best teams in the world, the 20 teams that comprise the Pro Division, are all practicing right now, trying to learn this unconventional layout. Now, we happen to be at one of the best places for this training. It's Capital A, Northern California, and it's San Diego Dynasty and Edmonton Impact, the #1 and #2 teams at World Cup, and also Los Angeles Infamous, a 3-team battle going back and forth here to try to figure this thing out. So we're going to dive into a practice report. We're going to see what's working, what's not, touch base with some players about tactics and strategy, and also just kind of see how the sausage is made at the professional level and see how this goes down. Let's check it out.
So right here, this is the coolest part of the duel. I boxed when I was younger in high school. I wrestled, and you always put your feet in the ground and you look straight across at your opponent, whether it be 80 feet or 5 feet.
It's one-on-one, man. It's no man's land out there. You can try to think you have a way, and it could get completely corrupted really quickly.
I think that it's the truest form of skill. It shows how quick you can be, how much work you've done with your gun skills. I get to battle this guy. I get to go to war with this guy.
$10,000. $10,000. I've never won $10,000 playing paintball.
You can't bluff. You can't pretend like you're good. you got to put 10 points up. And you got to look the other guy in the face and tell that guy that you're going to put 10 points on him and he can't do anything about it, or maybe he will.
Gunfight. Gunfight.
Get on this box, look the other guy in the eye, tell him you're going to fuck him up, and go fuck him up. It's that simple, baby.
Hey, what's up, everyone? This is Walker with Carbon Paintball, here to show you the difference between the SC and the CC harness. Our premier pack is the SC harness. The first thing you're going to notice when you grab that is actually how light it is and how small it is. In fact, it is 1 pod less in width than a traditional harness as well. Secondly, the silicone that's throughout the whole belt is going to secure the pack on you, so if you're running, diving, jumping, it's not going to move around. And then you're also going to notice the ventilation. So the whole belt has perforations throughout to keep it way more breathable than a traditional pack. Lastly is the lumbar support on the SC pack is hard. That's going to keep it tighter to your back, especially if you're a little bit of a smaller guy. And the CC harness, the main difference that you're going to...
Welcome back here, 2024 NXL Las Vegas Major at Craig Ranch Park. I'm Matty Marshall alongside Rich Telford here on gosports.com. Houston Heat taking on the ML Kings and Edmonton Impact taking on SD Aftermath. Battle going down on center court right now. Houston Heat warmed up with a win against Uprising. Pretty solid win there. A few mistakes, but looking like Houston Heat. Yeah. And after their performance at World Cup, where they didn't win a game, and as the most consistent team that didn't win a team last year, they are out for blood at this one. ML Kings had a real rough go of it against PB Fit, where they lost 6-0, so they definitely have a lot of changes that they need to make. ML Kings going to be starting from the blue side, and Houston Heat striking first. First ball to come off. 5-on-4 situation here, Rick.
Houston Heat, first team to apply a breakout where they threw nobody on the top side on the break. All 5 guys were centered this way, and then fill out afterwards. It did get them a kill, and then they have a 5-on-4 advantage here. So
yeah, and they went breakout. They went incredibly heavy guns.
Yeah, 5 guns on the break basically.
It worked out, though. Did present an advantage. I mean, then the question is, can you move up? Oh, and they get another kill as well, too. So ML Kings down to 3.
Thank you very, very much for whoever brought us donuts and coffee. Matt and I both appreciate it. I hope Matt gave you the $100. If not, I will get that for him and bring it to you.
Yeah, shout out to BioWorks. If you need an IV here at the site.
Yeah, that is so cool. I wish I would have heard about that a lot earlier. That's like the coolest thing. They didn't have that in our day. We'd have felt a lot fresher.
So now Houston Heat gets Tyler Harmon into their snake. He's going to crawl
Ty.
all the way up here. Bottom of your screen is going to get to that crucial wedge. And he can wrap around, start getting kills from that spot. He's going to check off inside first, though.
Yeah, still a 5-on-3 advantage here for Houston Heat. Oh, Heat gets another kill, Matty, so 5-on-2 now.
Yeah, Rodriguez taking the walk. And not looking good here for the ML Kings, as they're going to be losing that back corner bunker. And they're going to get a concession, though they still had one body left alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. I like that game plan from Houston Heat.
I just
5 guns up off the break.
In all the practices and all the practice videos I watched from all the other teams, I never saw that breakout.
Well, they did so they went heavy guns at 3 backs, but then also another guy on a blind zone and then an immediate launch.
Yep.
So they kind of got the best of both worlds. They got that kill off the break, heavy guns off the break, but they didn't just take all the back spots. They launched and released from that spot.
Well, and that D side is the side that's harder to get to. That small temple and that little cake are a little bit farther out, so that's a little harder to get to. So by not risking anybody there, putting an extra gun on that side, it just gave them a huge advantage. It was a great breakout.
Yeah, and if you guys are tuning in on social media, please head on over to gosports.com. We got documentary features, live shows, and the best paintball players in the world battling out in the NXL all season long. gosports.com. We need you guys' support. We're trying to build the best show we can, but without your support, we can't do it.
Aftermath losing their first attacker on the top side of the field, taking the walk from that small temple. 5-on-4 advantage here for Impact.
Yeah,
Impact with 4 across the back line.
Yeah, 4 across the back line and rolling their guns nicely. I mean,
it's one thing Impact is always doing really good is shooting their guns and communicating. That's definitely a staple of that team. Good release there on the top side for Impact. Getting to that second Dorito over there.
Yeah, during the big practice they have with Dynasty and Infamous, where they're really focusing on communication. They were having some hard times with communication.
Yeah. I was really hurt that you were in Northern California and you didn't stop by. You were literally like 10 feet from my house.
Up to 5.
Whatever, dude. I mean, I wasn't there. I was in Texas, but still, I feel like you should have come by, said hi. The dog misses you.
Dog almost killed me. Mike Urena now hitting the deck and getting up. They're bottom of your screen, and they also have that body up in the impact was great.
All three,
right
three
now.
on the 40-yard line for impact. I'm really interested to see how Mike Urena develops now with he's playing with impact. Like, this is kind of his second big team, second bigger opportunity. Did really well for Dynasty. It's interesting to see what Bart and Dave can kind of get him, to that next level, whatever that level is.
Another body coming off right now for Aftermath.
Yeah, Aftermath just stayed in the pocket for too long, Matt. You cannot survive in the pocket with people on both tapes, right?
Yeah, last player getting diced up, and that is going to do it here in point number 1. Yeah, full field press, full court attack from Edmonton Impact. Good job by Urena and is that Reeser over there on their D side. Reeser had a couple good ones in that first game. Urena getting lots of spins. That's what he wanted, go to another top team.
Yeah.
After cutting your teeth with Dynasty, helping win some tournaments and win an MVP. Now Houston Heat come back out after that. See what they do game plan wise here with Coach Ryan Smith. And there's Harris Hussein. Let's listen in real quick.
Kyle Berry. Okay. Hey, dig deep, tuck in like tits.
There you have it. Tuck in like tits.
Houston Heat now on the blue side, MO Kings on the red side. Both teams doubling up that back center. Going to see a lot of that, as we already have.
Yep, both teams 5 wide, Maddie. Both teams playing outside, inside.
A little bit better field position for Heat as they risk the body a little bit farther into that insert bunker, that Dorito on the towards their snake side.
Yeah, I like that because almost no one's getting shot going there. It seems like it's harder to get to the corner or even sometimes to that little temple than it is to get that Dorito.
Ooh, but Chad George, a little bit too far out of that spot, losing a gunfight, getting shot cross field.
Ryan Moorhead releasing from the back center to the wing on this side of the field. One's closest to us. 4 on 5 advantage here for ML Kings. ML Kings still have 2 in the back center, staying way too long in the back center. Yeah, can't see who those 2 players are for the Kings.
Yeah, they have that body out in their D2 position. So with the death of Chad George, that's going to be a pretty nice spot. And he's going to get a little help. ML Kings filter.
Kyle Berry gets out there and immediately catches one.
Yeah, it's a tough death for Kyle. He made it to a spot.
Yeah,
clean.
he had to get out of there. He understood that, so he made a great move to get out of there. But once he got there, he looked into the first paintball that was shot his way.
Looks like he got shot more than once, too.
Well, I didn't want to, throw fire on the fire. But, yeah, he got shot quite a few times.
4-on-4 situation. Even up on the body count.
I love the Houston Heat guys in the pocket over here. You can see that they're having those micro conversations like, hey, what do you got? What can I do to support you? Where should I go? Ryan Moorhead repositions as it looks like Ronnie Dizon.
Yeah, Ronnie Dizon taking the walk. So now down to just 3.
Bad death there for Ronnie.
Yeah, so Moorhead in a pretty good spot up in that middle, but he doesn't have, he does have a little bit of help. Connor Kelly's looking like he wants to filter out that way. Connor's that back hurts can. He's wondering where he wants to move.
There's a lot of guys I would like to see in that back center can. Connor Kelly's not one of the guys I want to see in that back center can.
Yeah, things are not going well for Heat if Connor Kelly's in the back center.
He is pissing me. It's like seeing you in a snake, right? It's like, oh my God, what's gone wrong?
Sam Monville's still alive, though, at that tower. At the can.
In the corner?
Yeah.
Yep. And Connor fills out his way into the small temple that way. 3 on
4.
4 still advantage for the Kings.
Yeah, so Connor Kelly, Sam Monville here on your screen, and Connor just got out of that Hertz back center in the Aztec now, and body language is telling me he wants to get across Sam's lane and get into the snake. So he's going to get into the insert bunker. He's going to go actually right past go into the snake. Connor Kelly playing offense right now in a low body situation.
I don't know if you've noticed this or not, Mag, but the back center guy for ML Kings has been shooting this way the whole game, and there's no players for Houston Heat on this side of the field.
Yeah, it's just some miscommunication.
Yeah, he thinks there's somebody, I guess, in one of those Dorito corners, and he's pumping his gun and talking to guys that they just missed the memo that there's nobody out there. The closest guy to him is Ryan Moorhead in the center of the field.
Anytime, Rich, you're in a high body situation, you're playing one of the top teams, you have to win that one.
Yeah.
You can't lose 4-on-3s against Houston Heat if you want to win the game.
And on this field, that back center is a transitional bunker, right? You're only really there to stay alive on the break, and then you got to get out of there. And if you can't go that way, then you got to go this way. Oh, man. As soon as the ML King player over here someone's got, oh, yeah.
It's Connor Kelly.
Yeah. He's up in the snake, just topside, gets 3 kills. Destroys whoever was the back center there from ML Kings.
That might be on the list, too.
Yeah, he got 4. He got 3 there.
Yeah, and nice finish from Ryan Moorhead. But, Ryan was in that good spot in the middle, but the ML Kings just didn't do anything with their body advantage. They allowed Connor Kelly time. Sam Monville holding it down, gunfighting back over there, and then they allowed Connor Kelly time to get a read on it, figure out where he needed to go, didn't put enough pressure on him, makes his way in a snake, and then just gets 3 kills, and then a little finish there from Ryan Moorhead. So
that's a great play to watch, to know how not to play this field or overplay a field, because what happened is they had the back center guy and the wing guy both just dumping paint onto this corner, but there were no Houston Heat players in this corner. So you had basically 2 guys that were just completely out of play shooting their guns because they just didn't know where the guys were.
If we're looking at overall so far best points of the prelim or moves, going for that $500 courtesy of Pate Smith Law, that's on the list because you're in a low body situation. You're in the back. Connor started in the back center. He had to make about 5 or 6 different moves to put himself in a position to get those kills.
Let's have a fucking match, Brian.
Yeah,
he worked hard.
Yeah, let's listen in real quick. Aftermath down by 1.
Oh, shit.
Always parental advisory when we cut to this audio.
Great shot of that Hertz can. Don't forget to get your discount on Hertz rental cars, courtesy of the NXL.
Clock has stopped. Might be on some sort of technical timeout here. Looking over in the Heat pit, this is giving them a little bit more time to do some homework and collab with Coach Ryan Smith. Everyone is huddled around the clipboard currently. Aftermath just staring down the field at Impact, who's up by 1.
Hey, yo, find out where Cornell's lining up.
Yeah, I'd like to see, and this is just me, but I'd like to see Aftermath come with a little more offense. Like, I've seen those kids play in practice. They got a lot of young, fast, aggressive kids.
If he lines up on the block,
this is one of those fields where
hey,
it
if he
pays
lines
off.
up on the block, he goes to the fucking Delta. Up from these? No, fucking from Utah and up. So they're both gonna try to go out? No, he'll delay. No, but I think it's Zupa out there. Okay.
Well, they're trying to figure out who and where, right? Hey, where's Cornell? Tell me where Cornell's going to be. Who's going that? Is Zupa going that side? Know thy enemy, man, and that's good. That's the type of talk you want to be hearing. Figuring out, hey, they've obviously done their homework.
Yeah, and dialing in those little nuances on the breakout, right? Like, hey, if that guy takes 2 steps this way or 1 step this way, it makes a big difference, right? So how do we shift our guns based on what we've seen him do so far?
Yeah, and certain guys run certain routes. Sometimes they'll put a guy in, he runs a certain type of route, or he'll run that route 60-70% of the time.
Yeah.
Just gives you a little bit of that informational edge. So it looks like it's Zupa, Laval, Zach Yakimek, JC, Justin Cornell, and who's that 5th body?
Probably Trevor.
Yeah, I think it's Trevor.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Impact on the blue side. Big bite for Impact and a big bite for Aftermath. Aftermath going to be losing a body, though, but the big bite going to the insert bunker snake side for both squads. Impact filtering a body up after doubling up that Hertz can. 4-on-5 situation in favor of Impact still as, Cornell. Look at Cornell. Cornell all the way at the wedge already. He's at this. This is the spot you want to get in. This is the work you're trying to do. Get to the spot. If you wrap around, you really start putting the pressure on your opponents, and it gives your teammates a lot of freedom.
Yeah, really the only thing you can do there, Matt, is hope that your guy's doing the same thing on the other tape and pushing through, right? Because you're at an advantage with that gunfight.
And we can see in our illustration that's what Aftermath was trying to do, but they lose that body from Snake 2. And with no pressure on the rest of the players of Impact coming from Aftermath Snake side, that's going to be a problem for them because JC also has a teammate with him in there as well, too. And with the lead, too, JC does not have to risk anything here. As long as they're telling him the count and where the bodies are, he can just chill in the spot for a little bit and he's head checking. Just trying to be as tight as he possibly can, be that thorn.
Just play smart paintball and absorb, right? Yeah. Absorb. You talked earlier about pressure, and part of pressure is absorbing pressure, right? If you've got 3 guns on you, and you can keep all 3 of those guys engaged with you and communicate that those 3 guns are on you, that's a huge benefit.
Absolutely, and you see the effect of that pressure there as the body's getting clipped out for Aftermath. Couldn't get tight enough in that spot, feeling that pressure. So Impact going to cruise to another point here. Beautiful job, Nick Laval and JC, Justin Cornell. Getting some help. Yeah, solid point for pretty much everyone who played that one for Impact. They shot the early body, made the most of it. JC got in his position, played intelligently in there, didn't risk anything, didn't get foolish. Smart paintball.
Impact's really good at not making mistakes.
Yeah. When they're primed to win, I mean, look at what, Cup, they go all the way to the finals. Lose to Dynasty, close match. But, they play a particular brand of typical, but it's also, they may make a mistake here or there, but they plug holes quickly. The top teams do that. Teams that win tournaments, they do all the things right. They're elite for a reason.
They understand how to win, and they understand the risk reward.
They're a threat to shoot bodies on the break. This is all the top teams. Threat to shoot bodies on the break. Don't die to the spots too often. When they do get to good spots, they make intelligent decisions. And if mistakes are made, their twos are close to the ones, and then they plug holes. And they can pull back low body situations.
Yep. Rarely miss their shots.
Yeah. Houston Heat now doubling up that back center.
Chad George right into the bottom snake here. Snake 3 on the break.
ML King's taking the 2 bodies, taking the walk. 3 bodies. Yeah, Rich, it's not looking good again here.
Unless you're a Houston Heat fan, then it's looking real good, Matty.
I was going to say it's not looking good for ML King. It's looking outstanding for Houston Heat.
Can't see who it is in the back center for the Kings, but he's in a tough spot.
Yes, Tyler Harmon's wrapping around. He has to hide right now or he's going to get shot by Tyler.
Or Chad.
Oh, yeah, sorry. So Tyler's behind Chad.
Yeah. Yeah, Chad was there on the break and then immediately. This is this could be a real good field for Houston Heat just because they love that fast, aggressive style. And if you can get outside the pocket on this side and they can't, then it's very conducive to a fast point, fast match.
Here's a sad fact so far.
I don't want to hear anything sad in my morning, okay?
Well, it's we're getting to the afternoon almost, man. We only
okay,
got a half hour left in the morning.
Hit me with the solemnness.
Well, the solemn fact for the ML Kings is that they have not scored a point in this tournament yet.
Ooh.
They got skunked by
You're right, that is sad.
Bit, and they are now 0-3 against Houston Heat.
It's almost like they're cursed. Man, I hope they can pull it out.
Yeah, it's when you have a team that, I mean, they've had you look at that roster. It's
highs and lows,
pretty
man.
solid.
It's a solid roster. They just have highs and lows. They must be like a really emotionally based team because, when they're playing good, they're playing amazing. When they're struggling, they are really struggling.
Well, jump in this next one here, see if Impact can keep this roll going against Aftermath, who needs to fix some issues they're having here.
Impact with a good play call. They ran a shot to that Dorito corner mat, and because nobody rarely does that, he got out there alive. That gave him one more gun up alive, and now they're outside on that side, giving him an advantage. A lot of interesting play calls on this field so far, Matt. I like it.
Make the scouting for the coaches a little harder heading into the days,
you can call 4 bunkers out of the break pretty much, but that 5th body everyone's kind of doing different things with, and that kind of keeps it interesting.
Well, that was Brandon Cornell. So Brandon Cornell now moving up into D2 here for Edmonton Impact. 5-on-5 situation, though. Impact not able to get a ball to break on Aftermath at the start of this point. But Aftermath much more tucked in the pocket.
Hard pocket.
It looks like Aftermath's playing with the lead.
Well, and this is what they did really well last at World Cup, right? They stayed in the pocket. They stayed disciplined. They knew their shots. They knew their lanes. They communicated well, and they just outlasted the other teams. Like they were the Rocks of Gibraltar, right? All the other teams were breaking on them, and they'd end up with 1 guy or 2 guys left alive, and they'd win that point. And if they're going to come back in this match, they might have to play that same style of paintball.
A couple repositions here for Aftermath, but the offense is coming from Impact. Impact is all the way up and but Brandon Cornell getting pinched out of that spot. I don't really see him die in positions like that often. Oh, and then looks like another body coming off as Nick Laval runs into a ball.
Yes.
So
I think it's this lay down in here, Matty, just shooting that cross shot. I think you got both of those guys.
I think that's Grayson Gladstone. So Grayson doing some work out there, and then once they see those 2 bodies come off, Aftermath launches an attack, trying to stay in this game.
I love the fact that he gets those 2 kills, or at least sees those 2 kills, and immediately reacts like, okay, I understand what's going on now. I'm going to apply more pressure. Impact down to just 2 players left alive, the Snake corner and the Snake wing. Now the Snake insert with, I believe, Mikey Arena. Arena's looking inside.
Yeah, going to need some low-body heroics. Last couple bodies out there for Impact, all on one side of the field. That's not a good sign.
Nope. Especially when the center of this field is wide open when it comes to closing out, when there's only one tape or the other.
Yeah, Aftermath repositioning. 2 bodies attacking in the Snake, 1 in the center, and then 2 bodies over here in the Doritos.
Looks like
5-on-2.
JC's in the corner for Impact and can't even get his gun up because he's got so much pressure on him.
You just have to.
He's trying to figure out where he can go to get his gun up. Now he's sitting down low, gun up in the air, just trying to figure out.
In these situations, you got to smother people. And Mike Urena going to get shot out. That was very nice of, is that Castro? Who's that? No.
Yeah.
Still just, that's a solid point. Good containment. Brandon gets into that spot. They shoot Brandon. Then the containment comes and they don't let Laval fill. Then that whole side's completely blown open. What do? Hit the deck, crawl up, put 2 bodies that way, 1 in the middle, and then just smother the last 2.
I think if you allow Aftermath to play that style of paintball, that's where they really thrive right now, and that's what they do really, really well. And you got to try to figure out how to take that away from them.
So here was the first kill on Cornell. So Cornell just a little bit too far off his bunker.
Sloppy death.
And just, look at, he's frustrated. He knows he doesn't normally get shot that way. And then as we pan off, you could see Laval get pinched in, and this was the close. So you see JC, there's nothing JC could do in that.
No,
as you were saying, there was so much pressure,
gunfight.
He could not even gunfight, or he would just be going right out into a ball. So he was just trying to stay alive and hope maybe Urena could put a ball on somebody. But beautiful point from Aftermath.
Let's see if Houston Heat gives us any little jewels here before the breakout. ML Kings, 2 in the back center. Snake insert, Dorito corner, and Snake Temple. 5 on 5. No advantage for either team.
Houston Heat playing aggressive again.
Yeah, all the way up in the Snake on the bottom side, Tower on the top side.
I like that inside out run, Rich. That guy's made it so often, particularly from the blue side. They are going to be losing Ryan Moorhead, so a little bit of glimpse of some goodness or something good happening for the ML Kings. As if you just tuned in, they have not put a point on the board. Also, if you're just joining us on your social media, head on over to gosports.com and watch the best players on planet Earth throw down here at the first NXL event of the year here, Major League Paintball. And we need your help, man. We're trying to build the best show we possibly can for all the paintball fans out there, but without your support as subscribers, we can't do it. So head on over to gosports.com and sign up. We've got documentaries, shows, and the best players in the world throwing down. 8 minutes and 43 seconds left to go. Houston Heat still in the driver's seat, but the ML Kings did get that early kill on Moorhead, even though Heat's playing offense still, man.
Yeah, and honestly, I hate this play call for ML Kings. They got 4 guys in this little pocket over here on the Snake side, only 1 guy on the Drio side. He's on an island all by himself. They're down on points, and they look like they're playing really, really heavy defense, right? Down by 3, and they got just now getting into the Snake. Houston Heat's just going to sit back, communicate, look for an opportunity for ML Kings to make a mistake, win a couple gunfights, and try to get back in this match. If not, just burn it off as much time as they can with their 3-minute lead. See if Ronnie picks up on the fact that they're crawling into his mirror. Nope, good little battle here.
Battle going down in the Snake. ML Kings on your left, Houston Heat on your right. Ronnie Dizon's checking off on the inside, does not know that this body is right on the other side of him.
See which one shoots his gun and kind of alerts the other guy that he's there. Oh, no, he heard Ronnie.
Oh, Josh comes through. He's going to get 1. Chad George, though, trying to protect Ronnie.
Yeah, Chad was right there, and Chad repositions immediately. Redevelops from that back temple into the front Dorito. Now he'll go into that wing. Great move from him. ML Kings now lose their player on the Drio side, too, as well, Matt.
And their back center.
And their back. It's at 4 on 2 now. Harris with a great move into the Snake. Harris gets in there, and well, he's nice and he's clean. That was a great move from him. He needs to be able to get his gun up as quickly as he can, though.
Yeah, he leapfrogged Peterson. Peterson trying to put paint on that opposite side because that side's completely blown open. He gets shot, so now it's just Harris trying to turn the tables here, and he's going to trade out. Oh, that's going to be a penalty. Well,
if anything, Chad George should got a penalty there.
Well, I would like to see the replay on that, but he might have just missed him.
Hey, minor here on Heat.
Oh, okay, yeah. So it looks like Chad George is going to be getting the penalty.
Yeah. And the only reason the only reason it's a minor is because he missed him.
The refs are figuring out right now. Let's listen in. Yeah, so it looked like Harris thought the penalty was on him, which he does get penalties, so I can see that.
Once or twice in an event, he'll get a bad penalty.
But we have mics all over the place, so it sounded like the refs had correctly identified.
Did you put that mic in the porta potty? That was weird.
Nah, that's not.
Like that's.
I don't.
That's
cool.
I think the audio guys are getting a little carried away because we do have mics everywhere, but it's just too much. I need some privacy.
So people do different jobs. I'm not the set the mics up guy.
Okay.
Good job, guys. Way to go.
But whoever did do that job did a great job.
Yeah, keep up the good work. We hear you. We hear you.
Okay, we're in the pits with the Heat right now. Let's listen in.
Mish here then?
Because the back center will be rolled down on me. Okay. So this is roll up.
Mish, you want to go here? Mish, you have to.
No, I'm just saying you got that good.
Good job, man. Post this in the corner. You shoot. Take your time.
You say. Ready? I'm going to get the wheel.
Hey, is it excellent?
So let's get a look at this replay here. So here's Harris Hussein, desperation run. As he comes through, gets the drop in on Chad, points at him, say, hey, penalty. Don't even know if Chad actually put a ball on him or not.
Yeah, he missed him.
Yeah,
well, it looks like maybe he bounced his arm because he did look at his arm.
Chad sees him. It looks like as Chad popped the top that he might have got a glimpse on him. No, he didn't, as Chad was checking off on the inside. So Harris did get the drop on Chad George. We heard the referee confirm the penalty on Houston Heat. Don't know if there was a body to pull, and I didn't see a point go on the board for ML Kings. So they're figuring that out. We're back in the pits here with Coach Ryan Smith and Houston Heat.
Oh, shit.
Oh, Harris got a minor for talking.
Okay, I remember, guys, when that... But that's supposed to be a major thing. They're working on it right now. But right now, we have a minor and they have a minor. Okay. They're going to let us know. I don't think anyone...
Well, there it is. Minors on both of them.
Double minor.
Aftermath down by 1 to Impact here. With still 9:14 to go. A lot of time on the clock.
Oh, he got shot over the top of the beam.
Yeah, Impact going all the way to the snake off the break. Looks like he's clean as Aftermath losing Castro trying to get into the snake off the break.
Yeah, Castro got in there live, Matt. He just caught one over the top of the beam. You got to kind of crawl tight into that beam to keep those cross guys from dropping that paint in over you. Impact 3 across the back. Snake insert.
And snake.
And and snake wing.
Yeah, he's all the way up into that. Yeah, it's Mikey Arena. So Mikey in a really good spot. He's going to get another body in to help him out. So a double stack of attackers in the snake on the top side here for Evanston Impact.
And Mikey Arena is right where you want Mikey Arena to be. He can just wrap on the outside of that wing from the top side and put pressure on the 2 guys in the back center, both of the little temples. He can literally kill all 4 guys from his position.
Yeah, and Aftermath is not really in a position to counter that.
Yeah.
There's no one to run him down. There's no one outside wide to give him any trouble. It's just going to allow Mikey a lot of freedom. And they have a lead, so this would be a good time for Mikey to maybe show a little bit of patience, let the play develop, maybe let another body get into the snake on the opposite side of the field, draw a little of that pressure, and then close.
Yep.
Then get that 3-pack close. Or just wrap around and start getting kills. Whatever. You know.
Whatever. I mean, I'm not going to criticize. I'm not critical.
No, Mikey's he's doing good in there, man. He's looking inside right now, communicating back to his guys what he's seeing cross field. Body drops from the middle. It's going to give him a little bit more freedom to wrap.
Well, the big debate is if that guy's up in that wing wrapping, do you just concede and stay inside and try to win a gunfight? Or do you try to fight and get outside and try to cancel him out?
Well, Aftermath has launched and get outside wide, but Mikey's now on their side, and another body is just dropped for Aftermath. And yeah, it's a 4-on-1, so 5-on-1 actually. Now 4-on-1, now 4-on-9. So Impact going to extend their lead. 3-1 will be the score.
Impacto.
7:22 to go. And it's also interesting is from a scoutability standpoint for Impact is Dave is doing a real good job kind of spreading the guys around different spots. You know, so you got a situation, as Harris is saying, is just losing his mind over here yelling at one of the referees.
At Jason. That always goes well.
Harris Hussein yelling at that never happens.
It's the first time. It's the first time. Something must have gone wrong.
I was being sarcastic.
I
don't know if I laid it on thick enough. But yeah, Impact. So, Joe, our expert replay guy, said,
"Thanks, Joe."
Might rack up another one here. So let's get a look. And I couldn't quite hear what he was saying, but okay. So we got our inbox replay. So you're looking at Harris from 2 different angles, and look at where Chad gets hit. Harris is still clean. Chad hit right there. Yeah, on his arm. I just can't see if Harris got hit. Harris didn't really look.
Didn't look like
he had hits, and then he got a talking penalty. But for what? Talking if he wasn't hit. Not sure. But
I think that was just a Harris Hussein penalty.
I mean, you can get a penalty if you're mouthing off to the refs while you're alive, too. You know, you don't have to be.
I said a Harris Hussein penalty.
Back center.
Both teams starting with 4. If you're wondering what happened on the break, nothing. This is a penalty from the previous point, so both teams didn't have a person to pull, so both teams lost a player. Yeah, starting with 4.
But Rich, the issue here for ML Kings is it's 4-0.
They have no offense, right?
They don't have any offense,
and their answer to no offense is hiding in the back.
It's not working.
And this field, like very early, I think most of the teams determined that being aggressive paid off on this field. Like if you had to choose a way to play, passive or aggressive.
Well, and I look at their roster, and they have wheels. They have aggressive guys. talking about ML King.
Yeah, they got athleticism, they got speed, they got brains. I mean, whether it's skinny Peterson or fat Peterson, that guy can go.
Yeah, Rodriguez has wheels, Donaldson has wheels, Navarro.
Kyle Berry
they're
has,
all fast.
Everybody but Harris is fast on that team.
Yeah, that might be it. It might be a strategy situation for them, but whatever it is, they have not put a point on the board here at the Las Vegas Major.
Maybe they're just trying to build everybody's confidence.
Well, here comes a couple bodies launching for Houston Heat up on the D side, actually, as the line getting whittled down. Peterson going to be taking the walk.
Yeah, again, if they're outside and you're inside the pocket and you're not looking that way, you're going to lose that point.
It's just Barry and Rodriguez, and then Barry's going to get shot, so just poor Elias over here as Chad George is crawling up. And a little desperation run up to D3. Nothing that Elias Rodriguez could do.
If nothing else, if I'm on the ML Kings, I'm playing an aggressive game plan just because I want to go shoot some guys because I'm getting frustrated after, 2 matches of not scoring a 0 point. Like, I'm like, yeah, coach, that's a great plan. If you put me in, I'm going to go snake on the break and shoot as many people I can and die and walk off, right?
100%.
Let me tell you exactly what I'm going to be doing for the rest of this match.
Yeah, at a certain point, frustration would be setting in.
Yeah, you got to find a way to win, man. Rainy down there.
20 seconds to go before the start of this next one. Impact going to be on the red side. Aftermath, blue side. 2-point spread.
10 seconds.
Aftermath needs to pick it up, though. They dropped their first game against Aftershock. Impact put a win on the board barely against the Bears. But, hey, win's a win.
Yeah, and obviously the Bears are playing amazing. They beat New York, I mean.
Running referee coming to check out one of the players here for Aftermath.
It's always scary.
Looks like he's good to go. Aftermath releases one of the bodies out from that back center to double up the mini wall.
I don't hate that because that guy's got a good shot on both. Like, he can shut off the fill from that side and from this side from that bunker.
And with this mysterious bounce shot that apparently is
raining in back
damage.
center.
Yeah, it's not bad if you can get out of that back spot. Nice
the
move
sooner
here.
the better.
And Impact, I like these secondary aggressive pushes that Impact's throwing out. They dive a body often from that D side, getting in, and then are also sending bodies up on the snake side, but they're doing it at different times.
Yeah.
So with the way that Dave is filtering in different bodies and strategy, it's going to be harder to scout Impact right now. And they released up to the wedge too, so it's 3 bodies towards their Doritos side for Impact as Cornell's going to get out wide, or maybe Reeser.
And Aftermath is just digging deeper into that pocket. They're down in there with the Lintas now.
And here comes JC.
Nice fill.
Yeah, cuts from the inside route to get into the snake, and he's just going to kick up some dust. Dust trail's also going to be a tell out here.
I was going to say, though, with nobody outside for Aftermath, JC can go right to that wing and just start assassinating people.
But that's the good thing that Impact's doing. It always uses the boxing metaphor. The jab sets up the overhand right, which sets up the hook. Yep. And that's what Impact's doing right now. They jab out D side, take some ground middle, and then throw the overhand right with JC to get into the snake, to get to the arguably the most crucial spot on the field, which is this wedge.
And he just shoots 3 people when he gets there.
There you go. Worked out perfect.
Yep. Aftermath down to just 2.
Just like they drew it up, Rich.
JC knows it's kill 3 because he shot all 3 guys, watched them walk off.
But it's one thing to draw the plan up. It's another thing to execute.
That's the hard thing. A lot of times in practice with New York, we'll have a play, and we'll play it 5 or 6 points, and we'll win, a good amount of those points, but we won't ever execute that play perfectly, right? And that's kind of always our goal, is to just execute perfectly.
Nick Laval getting checked out by the ref. Look for the thumbs up. That means the point is good. So Impact with 5:16 to go, going to be 4-1 over Aftermath, and it's kind of a little bit of a head scratcher here for Aftermath too. So we're looking at the ML. Now Aftermath's got much better looks than the ML Kings are having, but with how well Aftermath played at Cup, how much they've been training, I'm a little. I thought they'd come out and have some close games.
I'm surprised as well. But again, this field is really a different field than people are used to playing. And you can't go out and play your style of paintball, right? You got to go play the field you're playing. And I feel like Aftermath is trying to take what they learned worked really well for them in Cup and apply it to this layout. And it's just a completely different layout.
Houston Heat 1 point away from a Mercy Rule win. And that would be 2 shutout Mercy Rule losses for the ML Kings if they can't summon the spirit right this second.
Kings I don't even think they have a chance to win at this point. They sat Harris Hussein, their best player. It's like almost like they've given up. They lose one on the break. Rodriguez is taking the walk. Second player's getting a check. It's possible they lost 2 on the break. Not only, oh man, they got both guys trapped in the back center again, Maddie. Kings have to figure out how to get out of that back center faster. They get out, luckily. But there's 4 players for the Kings, and they're all in this little pocket over here on this side again, Matt.
Right, and Ronnie Dizon
Yeah,
is all the
Ronnie
way
Dizon's
on their
about to
side, and he did it
feasting.
from the Dorito side, too. Now, they know he's there. Dizon might have lost a gunfight. Yeah, so...
Ronnie lucky he didn't get a penalty there.
Yeah, not the best death for Ronnie, but...
Sloppy gunfight.
They are up 5-0.
If he'd have looked inside, too, he'd have got 2 kills.
Well, there's 5 minutes left. He could have just chilled there, too.
Yeah, I mean, if you have your choice between, chilling or getting 2 kills, you probably want 2 kills. But yeah,
I'm with you on the 2 kills, but they have a 5-point lead. There's 5 minutes left.
You know what's better than a 5-point lead, Matt? A 6-point lead. You know how you get that?
That's called a 6-point win, Rich.
It's still a 6-point lead, isn't it?
No, because the game's over.
Dropped another one. Down to only 2. ML Kings down to 2 players, both on the Snake side of the field. Snake can, and going forward. Oh, Ryan Moorhead gets caught going in.
Yeah,
he traded. Wow.
Wow, he traded on a one-hand
jump. I was gonna say on the jump shot.
Very athletic.
One-on-one, Maddie? Possibly.
Yeah, in the chaos. Looks like Peterson's still alive. Back corner bunker. No, 2 bodies left alive here for Heat. They got the wedge and the Snake on the VIP side.
It's gonna make it hard for Kings to try to win that first point.
And also in the middle, too. So yeah, 2-on-1 situation.
As a team, oh yeah. I was gonna ask if the team had ever gone without scoring, but I think
yes, many times. So that is it. Coffin nail has been pounded home here for Houston Heat as Chad Boucher was in the middle, and I believe that's Connor over there.
Skinny Peterson taking the walk.
No, it was Monville. Good job. Sam Monville and Chad Boucher.
The Rocks.
Holding it down to put the 6-point on the board, and that is a really rough day here for the ML Kings. I foresee a long and frustrating team meeting for them.
I bet Harrison's got all the answers for him. He's going to figure it right out. Yeah, it's tough when you have a match where you don't score any points because nothing's working, right? If you have a few points that you do well, you can kind of build on that.
Well, and if you're Heat, okay, cool. This is great for our margin.
But not great for going forward.
Well, yeah, because they didn't really have anything. They didn't have much to fix.
No adjustments, right?
Yeah, so they looked really good out there, and they had a little bit more to fix in the Uprising game, but they looked really good there. So it's Heat just look really good? Or is the ML Kings just having that many problems?
100%. Kind of like we were saying in the Shock Aftermath game. Is Shock playing good or is Aftermath struggling a little bit?
Yeah, so
there's a little bit of both.
Yeah, it was that little gunfight loss there from Ronnie. But look at this trade. Ryan Moorhead with the dive in, one-handed. Look at this. Sees him, and on the dive in, one-hands him.
Not only could I not have made that dive that Ryan made, I could have shot that guy on the dive.
Hey.
Aftermath releasing to the top Snake on the break. Maddie losing 1 out of the back center. 4-5 advantage here for Impact.
Still 5-10 left to go here, Rich, in a 3-point spread.
Impact gets the Dorito corner. They got 4 across the back now. 1 in the little wing. Aftermath really got to get some offense going here, Maddie. Cannot sit back and just shoot their guns and hope that Impact's going to make mistakes.
Well, and also Impact, look at their body language. They have a 3-point lead. There's 4:45 left to go. Really no hurry to go anywhere.
They look lazy. I agree.
That's not what I'm saying. But they look composed.
Good fill out of that corner.
Mikey with the dig out.
Great fill out of back center. So now Impact is in the preferable 4 positions you want to be, the corners and the 2 temples, out of back center. They got the little wing that shuts off the cross shot. So they're in 5 spots where they can play this whole match out if they want to. And now it's up to Aftermath to try to figure out where those bodies are and how to push into those bodies.
Comes another release for Impact. Ooh,
oh, Impact dropped 2.
No, Laval and Reeser taking
somebody
a walk.
Somebody had a good line.
Good containment here from Aftermath.
I'm not even mad.
Well, they have a body at the wedge on on their Dorito side, on the VIP side. So I don't know if Impact was aware of that position. And then Aftermath's going to dive a body. He's going to crawl all the way past Snake 2. Looks like he wants to get to that crucial wedge position, that Snake 3 spot. Here on your screen.
Yeah, he's got to play tight because if the little Dorito outside kind of crawls out, takes 2 steps out of his bunker, he can't shoot him. South Electric bunker though for Aftermath is trying to keep that little Dorito from wrapping.
Aftermath is trying to put it together here, figure a way to close. Impact is trying to hold the line.
Yeah, Impact down to 3 bodies. Aftermath on their side of the field now.
We talked about closing through the middle and how that could be big. The Aftermath trying to do that right now is Impact really focusing on this wedge. And here comes, as he run the right route, he gets the first kill. Mikey is going to do damage control and stay alive. Great read and react here in a counterpunch, Mikey Arena.
Yeah, Mikey Arena with a great read and react there. Just got shot cross field though in the back. See if the refs catch him. Yep, they got him. Impact down to the last player left alive. He's in the D corner here.
It's Zupa. Now Zupa has been a hero, pulling off 1-on-5s, 1-on-4s before. So
well, there's a bunch of players walking off.
Doesn't look like he's going to be able to do it this time. So Aftermath on the board again. Now only down by 2 with probably around 222.
Making it interesting. Thank you, boys. Appreciate that.
Signs of life. Aftermath. And we will have 2 minutes in between points. The Houston Heat 6-0 Mercy Rule win. Coming up next, we got X Factor taking on AC Diesel.
That should be fun.
Infamous and Notorious. And we're in the pits here with Aftermath.
We're betting on this, and then we're coming with the secondary up the middle. Okay. You guys filter up once we get to those spots. Let's get a fucking kill off the break. It's X-Ball. Let's go. X-Ball, just forget it.
We're sending it, guys.
I like that. They're sending it. They should have started with that a couple points again before, but
you
now
did.
than ever.
Good support, man.
Well, they got to send it, right?
Yeah.
So down by 2, 2:22 to go. Because on this layout, we really don't know what that number is going to be. How quick can you score a point out here? I'm sure in practice they've trained it, but until you're actually tournament field, tournament refs, tournament paint, tournament pressure, what does it actually look like? And this is, the field is also a little undulating too, so
for
that
sure.
could add a couple
rolling
seconds
the
here or there.
Down, I was like, oh man, this field's way more uneven than it looks like. The brownish kind of makes it look all the same. It's like a camo field. It looks flat, but then you walk in, there's a gopher rolls out there everywhere. Toughen you right up.
So you got Cody Woodruff, Zurich. We're flipping over to Edmonton Impact. Just going to try to hold the line. Preserve this win. It'll be their second win of the day.
Or they might go hard and fast this point, just to because it's just so unexpected.
Well, yeah. If you're impacted, you want to take a risk, throw a punch, make your opponent pause a bit, take a little time off.
Some play you might have to use later in the tournament. You want to see if you can execute it now. Good opportunity.
Yeah, Cornell, Reeser, Zupa, Zach. So it looks like they are going to hold up a little bit here. Edmonton Impact doubling up that hurts. And then on a delay, Aftermath. Yeah, Aftermath took the insert bunker snake side. They're going to crawl in a snake. Definitely took some ground in the middle as well, too. Losing a body backhand, though, so 4-on-5 situation that bodes well for Edmonton Impact's chances to seal up this victory. Slight high body situation for Impact. They release up to the wall. And now going to crawl into the snake. Ooh, JC getting caught, though. Great zone control from that middle.
Yeah, he's up on the top snake. Got 2 of them, Matty.
Yeah, Zupa. Also, I don't think they knew that they had, I don't think Impact had any idea that they were that far up the field.
No, it might be cousin over there.
Yeah, kind of trapped in that middle, those 3 middle bunkers a little bit and being pinched. Not in a good position here for Impact. See if Zach can try to win a gunfight. And then now they're going to, Aftermath going to dive a body here, D side.
Aftermath's right back in this game, man.
Yeah, well, they still have 3 bodies to shoot.
He's inside, he's going to get that kill in the back center if he looks inside.
Cornell pumping paint towards that snake side, trying to keep him honest.
Decides not to look inside.
Gladstone gets a shot in on Brandon. Brandon Cornell forced to take the walk.
That's why you get out of that back center.
Down to 1:10. This is going to get interesting here. Because depending on how long Aftermath takes to shoot Zach, they're going to commit. No penalties. So
see if they get that buzz.
Grayson's, yeah, they're still a little unsure of the count. Going to run with their guns up to make sure the field is clear. And then Sprinter hit the buzzer. So 55 seconds, 1-point match here, Rich.
Should be fun. Of course, it's tough to beat any team in 55 seconds. It's real tough to beat Impact in 55 seconds.
Indeed.
They're so athletic. They've got so many different looks. They're hard to scout. Super good at not getting penalties, not making mistakes. Aftermath has basically got to plan the perfect point. They've got to get a couple key kills on the break, release outside, get to those key spots, apply the pressure, and then close out all in 55 seconds. And it's hard to say. It's even harder to do.
Tense moments in the pits right now. See if Aftermath has enough in the tank. Score this quick point, tie this game up, take it to overtime. Let's listen in.
Dave is
I'm gonna draw the guns.
If he's still alive, he's gonna put a pressure on it. You go.
Where am I starting from now?
Who's the one? Second one in.
So I'm okay.
Let's go. We gotta go. Second one in.
All right. In the home?
Coach Wayne Woodruff, their owner of ASG Park. He's been doing a really good job coaching these kids up.
A minute 15,
So Lovely's rocking the old school tiger stripes. Throwback camo pattern. So here we go. Aftermath going to bring some wheels out here. But yeah, like you're saying, it's tough because with Impact's been in this situation so many times. Yeah, layouts they change and the angles are going to change, but this pressure doesn't change. The principle's the same. They're very experienced in these moments, so typically don't falter. So it's up to Aftermath to really make it happen right here.
Yep.
And maybe hope that Impact plays on, gets a penalty. That will help.
Yeah, X Factor. I mean, Aftermath has to have like the perfect breakout, but also Impact has to make a couple mistakes, right?
100%.
Yeah, if Impact just goes out and plays their pocket, doesn't make any mistakes, no matter how well Aftermath does on the breakout, they're probably not going to be able to get this point out here.
Dalton getting a spin, Trevor Reeser, Arena. They got some wheels out there.
I bet Dalton
Impact has some wheels.
Super confused with all the Impact, with all the Doritos out there, like not knowing where to go.
Yeah, Zupa 2. Yeah, this is kind of a fast lineup here for Impact.
They get outside to the snake insert and the Dorito corner. Shoot one Aftermath on the break, so 5-on-4 advantage here for Impact.
Look, we've talked about how good Impact's made a few mistakes here, there, and Aftermath's fought hard. That's why it's close. But I really like the strategy that Impact is employing.
Yeah,
I like the different game
good
plans.
Good play calls, good rotation.
But even look, right, so they're up a point. They don't hide. They take ground. Everyone lives. And then they get a kill. So things are looking really good for Impact.
Yeah, 5-on-3 advantage here, Matty, for Impact.
But Aftermath has a chance here, and Aftermath's going to launch up the middle of the field. They also took ground early, and they are definitely in positions to launch an attack, but they have a lot of work to do to whittle these bodies out, as no one has been shot from Impact yet. You're going to get a release up the middle, and he gets diced up, so just full containment here from Impact. Still 5 alive. Now they launch their attack. They want to pad that margin a little bit. Dalton runs through. There goes Cornell, who's going to get there first, and they're going to get there with just 2 seconds to spare. Edmonton's Impact, just an absolutely perfect situation. Contain the aggression of, and Aftermath had a pretty solid game plan too. Just better execution from Impact.
Right?
Yeah,
and that's the difference between the teams at this level. A lot of the individual players are not that far difference in skill sets, but overall in execution and a team executing, that's the highest level, man. You get 5 guys out there all able to execute their game plan. Hard to beat that.
So that's going to do it. Congratulations to both Heat and Impact, but X Factor and AC Diesel will take the field battle of Texan teams. And interesting year, as AC had a rough one last year, only made 1 Sunday with that superstar roster, so we're expecting a lot out of them. X Factor, one of the best teams in the world last year. Infamous also looked real solid last year. It's been a while since they've won. And then Notorious, some change in their roster. See what they got. It's all going down. Just a few moments. 2024 NXL Las Vegas Major. I'm Matty Marshall here on Go Sports, and make sure, please, tune in. Go to gosports.com. We need all the help we possibly can get. We're trying to bring you guys the best show possible and do our sport right and exhibit it to the world. But we cannot do that without your help. Head to gosports.com. Please subscribe. I'll see you guys in just a few.
I think it hit. I think it was bullshit.
The Tauntauns came out swinging in their match against the favored San Diego Dynasty at this year's NXL World Cup. And while the battle was back and forth the entire series, Dynasty ultimately came out on top in their decisive victory in overtime. With the series being so back and forth, I thought it would be a good idea to look at each point and see what lessons can be learned that we can apply to our own gameplay. Let's take a look. Point 1 goes to the Tauntauns, despite Dynasty making a strong early push up the middle. This was in large part because Ryan Greenspan was run down in an uneven trade shortly after making his move. How did this happen? Well, if we look at where Ryan and the rest of his team were, we can see that the only players who can really protect him this far up the field are either Archie, whose only chance is landing a trade with a player who comes to run him down, or from Chris Shear, who would have to look on the inside of the field from the Dorito can. In their current positioning, Shear is likely the best candidate to protect Ryan, although this would slow down their Dorito push. The lesson learned: if you plan to make early and aggressive pushes up the field, be aware of whose job it is to protect that person. There's nothing worse than going through so much effort to take ground, only to have it snatched away shortly after. Dynasty answers back in point number 2 by getting Chris Shear into the Dorito 50 early. This was likely the game plan in response to the Tauntauns applying a lot more pressure to the snake side rather than the Dorito side in point number 1. Despite the snake side pressure, Archie is able to eventually get into the snake and crawl all the way down to the Tauntaun side of the field. However, he's shot out by Axel as he wraps the outside of his bunker, leaving the snake side open for Dynasty. Despite this, Shear's pressure from the Dorito side is eventually followed by Marcelo's push up the middle, where they win the point shortly after. There's a few lessons learned from this point. The first, sometimes you gotta make something happen before it's too late. There was a fairly long window of time where Axel could have pushed into the snake to equalize the pressure they were getting from Dynasty's Dorito side. The only person stopping him was his heads-up opponent, Archie Montemayor. Granted, Ryan Greenspan was shooting cross-field towards Axel from time to time, but Archie eventually pushes down the snake side only to get shot by Axel, but it's too little too late at this point, as Marcelo and Shear mop up the rest of the Tauntauns. The second, don't take the obvious angle. I've talked about this at length in my gunfighting masterclass video, so check that out if you haven't already. It's linked down in the description below. Archie wrapping on the outside of his bunker here was a mistake, even if he didn't think Axel knew he was there. Granted, Archie was inches away from trading out with Axel, but he likely would have surprised and thereby eliminated Axel for free had he come up over the top of his bunker and on the inside of the field. And the third, great game plans are made by responding to how our opponents are playing the layout, not just in what is working for us. Although Ryan survived the push up the middle in point number 1, Dynasty recognized that the Tauntauns were putting a lot of resources into stopping their snakeside push. It could have been easy for them to come up with a clear plan to get Ryan up the middle, only to protect him this time around, but instead, they opted to push the opposite side of the field hard, which paid off for them big time. Moving on. Dynasty maintains their momentum by winning point number 3 with a strong breakout that puts 3 guns snake way. This pays off when they shoot Tauntaun Snake Runner off the break and get Archie in shortly after. Archie eventually gets shot out of the snake in his signature over-the-top look, but in an incredible read-and-react moment, Ryan fills into Archie's spot immediately after and eventually shoots out enough players for Dynasty to win the point. The lesson learned, we gotta be more careful repeating our tendencies and habits, especially when we're this deep into the tournament. Matty Marshall even says as much about Archie, that this over-the-top look has been working for him, meaning that he's noticed him doing it somewhat frequently, at least enough to comment on it. And although that might have been working for him earlier in the tournament, it's something he needs to be more aware of this late into the game.
So Axel now down the sidelines. Ooh, Archie gonna launch on or start.
Archie
But Archie,
long.
yeah, Archie's been doing that and very successfully, staying up and over that top and not feeling much pressure, but...
Point 4 goes to the Tauntauns in convincing fashion as they shoot out 2 of Dynasty's Dorito players virtually off the break. Tauntauns keep the pressure up and shoot out the rest of Dynasty quickly after and win the point outright. As they say, if you're going to lose, lose fast. The lesson learned, just like in point 2 of this series, the Tauntauns did an excellent job of focusing their guns on what was working for Dynasty, the Dorito side. Doing so landed them 2 quick kills that sealed them the point. Creating game plans that stop what was working for our opponents while also exploiting our strength is how you win games. Dynasty sends Arturo Andrade to the snake off the break in point 5. The beauty of this play is that not only was it a surprising move to send someone to the snake off the break, but that this move was supported by shooting back at the only player threatening this play, the Tauntaun's back center player. You can see that just before the point starts, Marcelo Margot is looking for where the Tauntaun's guns are shooting. He identifies that it's a double stack at home and decides to shoot at Tauntaun's only gun that was shooting at the snake. This causes Fabrice Colombo to flinch, giving Arturo the time he needs to safely get into the snake. After the breakout, the Tauntauns draw a yellow flag, which pulls 2 of their players, making it a 5-on-3. Dynasty eventually gets into red zone positions and closes out the point. The lesson learned here, support your runners by shooting at the players that are shooting at them. This can only come by having the intel to know which direction your opponents are shooting, either by scouting their breakouts, identifying their tendencies, or by simply looking at them and seeing what they're telegraphing. The subplot here is, don't telegraph what you're going to do before the point starts. Point 6 starts with a strong 5-on-5 breakout, with both teams pushing opposite sides of the field. Axel is able to get to the 50 Snake before Dynasty gets to the 50 Dorito, but Dynasty is aware of this and plays tight accordingly. With the point coming to a standstill, the weakness for Dynasty's defense is the Snake can. If the Tauntauns are able to eliminate Archie out of the can, the point will surely go to them. Axel continues to apply pressure from the Snake, while Bryce Gauden eventually makes it to the Dorito 3, giving them the angle they need to shoot out Archie. Tauntauns follow this up by shooting out the rest of Dynasty as they try to fill the holes in their positioning. The lesson learned here, playing pocket or defensively isn't just about playing tight in your bunker. It's also about being in positions that keep your players alive. Had Sheer pushed down the Dorito side, or Dynasty had a gun cross-field that kept the Tauntauns out of the Dorito 3, they would have been able to survive indefinitely, as long as they didn't die in a gunfight. Identify the bunkers that poke holes in your defense, and do what you can to keep your opponents out of them. For some reason, they play an inconsequential .7 with 5 seconds left, which ends in full time, and we move on to overtime. Now, there's a lot that happens in overtime. For one, more bodies drop off the break than ever have before in this series. Dynasty not only risks a Snake runner who gets shot, but they also manage to shoot both the Tauntaun Snake Tower and Dorito Can players off the break, making it a 4-on-3. It's still anyone's game, but Dynasty does have superior positioning after the breakout. The point eventually goes to a soft standstill where neither team wants to take big risks, especially with plenty of time left. A big reason this point comes to a halt is because the Tauntauns don't know what to do about Ryan Greenspan, who's stopping Axel from getting into the Snake. Despite this, Axel not only manages to survive running through Ryan's gun as he gets into the Snake, but he also manages to push through a second gap Greenspan is holding. Ryan missing these shots is very uncharacteristic of him, and pretty fortunate for the Tauntauns. After the series of these moves, the point once again comes to a standstill. Archie continues to stand over the top of his bunker, despite its relative riskiness at this point, trying to look for a pick to open things up. But the play to win the game at this point is to push the Snake and trade out with Axel. Marcelo puts this together and pushes into the Snake past Archie. In a moment of controlled chaos, Axel shoots Archie, but Marcelo surprises and shoots Axel in the loader, and immediately turns his gun towards the Snake can, eliminating Colombo and securing them the win. The lesson learned here, don't be afraid to make plays that would surprise your opponents, especially when you have the information you need to solve the puzzle in front of you. Archie was too hesitant to make a push, and instead was trying to wait for a pick. Marcelo knew that him going into the Snake and past Archie would be surprising, and that no one would likely see him make that move. Excellent play from Marcelo to win that point, and the game for Dynasty. There were a lot of lessons learned from this series, but let us know which one will help you the most this season. As always, if you like this type of content, please be sure to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. See you next time.
That's going to take out Caleb and Sense, but here comes the push as Weaver and O'Mara are going to have the full send, and Weaver's going to get through clean as he dices up Brandon. Weaver dives in with just 3 seconds left to go, and Baltimore Revo is going to be knocking out Tampa Bay Damage.
That's crazy,
Unbelievable turn of events here as the #1 seed is now eliminated.
Baltimore Revo shocked us all in their photo finish win against Tampa Bay Damage at this year's NXL World Cup. Not only because they won with only 2 seconds left, but also because the last time these two faced off, it ended in a 6-0 victory in favor of Damage.
If you take down Tampa Bay Damage, you can beat anybody.
To better understand this series from inside the net, I spoke with Revo Steven O'Mara to discuss what was working for them, what they expected Damage to do, and the events that led to Steven landing a 3-pack in that crucial 2-2 point that ultimately secured them their victory over Tampa Bay. If you want to see more of this type of content, be sure to like the video and let us know down in the comments below. Enjoy. Throughout the tournament, especially by the time you got to that match against Damage, what did you feel like was working for you guys on that layout? Was it, pushing the middle? Because it seemed like that's what you guys tended to do on in that game specifically. But talk to me about how your team was approaching the layout by the time you played Damage.
Pretty much it was a middle push field. I think the main focus was pushing the center and just sitting there and waiting on Snake side because it's just too easy to shoot. But everybody going to that tower. We felt pretty good. The only thing is everybody was like, oh, Revo's going to lose the Damage again. I think the last time we played him, we got 6-0'd. It was not a fun time, but the team's different. We knew they were coming in not really trying anything because, they played the champions bracket, but there's no risk. They don't have to. Even if they would have gone 0-4, it's well, whatever. We're still on to Sunday. Nobody knows how we're actually going to play the field or whatever, but
Well, then tell me, going into that match, was there anything in particular that you guys scouted that, I mean, you just said as much that they didn't seem like they were risking anything, but did you have any assumptions going into that match about what they were going to do and how you would counter that?
I mean, it's pretty much the same, playing damage every time. You need to watch out for Chad just running down the Dorito side, which he just will do at will, and same thing with Keith, but they were doing the exact same breakout that we were doing, tower, double back center, and the 2 cans. Nothing too special. I knew pretty much playing up the middle is if I can get Rainey off the field, that's the big variable. But I mean, every single person on that team is a superstar player at their position. Our main focus was keeping my guys level and just making sure we execute what we needed to do. And I think that's the big thing for my guys is I don't care what everybody else is doing. That's for the coach necessarily to worry about. Our focus is making sure we do our jobs and communicate, which is, as a new team, and this is the first year we've all played together, it's very difficult to do and put together at the end of the day on Sunday.
Okay, so then tell me a little bit about the Dorito side, because like you said, you guys had the same breakout as Damage. Pretty much everybody had the same breakout as that. It was a lot of double stack the home, like you said, the Landry logistics, like Snake Tower, stopping the snake. And then a lot of times people were stopping at the Dorito side can and then shooting cross, which it felt like at that point, the only person that was stopping the Doritos was the home player who was double stacking. And in that point in particular, on the 2-2 point, you were shooting towards the Dorito side and it looked like you were the only one that was holding that containment, at least until you could get somebody into that like lay down door on the snake side to shoot cross. And so talk to me about that shot, because you killing Jason there when he was moving up, which I assume that was you. It looked like you were the only one looking that way. Hey guys, I just wanted to add a quick editor's note here to this section. Every single time I say Jason, I actually mean Jacob Edwards. And in hindsight, looking at the footage, I'm pretty sure it was Benny Carroll who shot Jacob as he was trying to move from the Dorito Tower up to the wedge. I could be wrong, but in any case, I just wanted to correct the record. But that death on their part was really key for you guys. Yeah.
I think I threw a couple over the brick and hit Jacob going forward, but I'm really not sure. It could have been me, could have been Benny on the heads up, who knows? Because the tower and the can are in line with each other.
Well, certainly whoever it was, it looked like shortly after it opened up you to push up to the center. And I know that in that series, you and Rainey had a battle. I think the first point you'd accidentally got caught. It might have been the second, I can't remember, coming around the wedge.
Yeah, first point I got Rainey just hanging out low, and then I tried to do it again and got shot by Jason from the tower. I don't know if he shot me directly, but I was wrapping the door and somebody started shooting the pin, which Rainey did earlier, but then Jason did it to me and it smoked me right in the tank. And then I believe the third point, Rainey shot me right in the he was set up the whole time, wasn't really throwing any paint, and then as soon as I stepped out, he kind of like just leaned out a little bit and was not prepared for that at all.
That timing was just super unlucky. But that 2-2 point, when whenever Jason walks off, you push up to the middle. That was you that jumped up over the top and shot Rainey out of the door, right?
Yeah, so I stepped around the wedge and just saw the corner of his mask, and I was like, I can't miss. And I did literally just kind of step back. I know the angle increases a little bit, and I block out the can with the 2 steps backwards, and I just went over the top. I guess he literally just kind of leaned at the very time where I snapped over the top to just, are they running through the middle? And as soon as he leaned forward, I just had the corner of his mask. It was perfect. But right at that point, I think it was like 26 seconds.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure the time, but you didn't have much to work with. And that shot, I mean, certainly Jason dying opened the opportunity, but that shot was like, okay, these guys are going to win this game right here and now. Chad gets out wide on the Doritos, which you were aware of. Did you hear the call out, or did you see him out of the corner of your eye? And then
that was the coffin nail, I think. I mean, shooting Rainey is one thing, but Chad not being in the backfield was actually, I think, what cost them the point.
Really?
If he would have stayed in that first Dorito, nothing would have happened. Nothing. I wouldn't have been able to go forward, or we wouldn't have got to the buzzer, basically. But yeah, Chad, I think Benny got out wide, or Benny or Henry got out wide, and he just basically went to match him. And if he would have just stayed in his bunker, I would have got shot going across the field.
Wow.
But yeah, I saw him out of the corner of the eye, and he moved into the third Dorito, I think, when I was going to their side. And I'm like, I know I got him on the inside in that spot. And he literally I think he looked like he just wrapped the inside to shoot Benny. Benny or Henry's penalty went up. And then he was like in the process of like trying to yell back to Jason. And I just caught him with his gun down.
Yeah, you absolutely roasted him. It was, again, another very timely kill. You push forward and then you shoot, I believe, the snake side can, and then you die shortly after. And you were calling for what looked like a penalty. Tell me what we couldn't see on the broadcast very well. What happened in those final moments of that match? What was going on?
So I could see Keith, and he was still shooting like the gap for like their Dorito. I could see Keith as I was coming forward, and I saw that Jason was shooting Snake Way. So I saw Keith's arm, and that's why I slowed down to shoot him. I shoot him 2 or 3 times, and then I adjust my gun to go get Jason out of the back center, and he shoots me in the ear, and I'm just like, yeah, no. I took 2 steps, put 3 paintballs on him, and just gets shot in the side of the ear. But I see Elliot running through right afterwards. Elliot actually shot Jason before I got there, because Elliot and I, right before I shot Chad, I think Elliot moved into the other wedge across from me, and I say, we got 20 seconds left. And I mean, I'm sure everybody knows Elliot was definitely MVP for us at World Cup.
He played amazing in the middle. It was incredible. Yeah.
He's definitely, I always knew Elliot was good, but actually having him on a team where he's got people that are also good around him has been night and day, and definitely glad that Elliot's going to be with us next year. It's going to be a good year for us.
Okay, well, that's pretty much it. I wanted to give you just an opportunity, if you had anything that you wanted to say, I guess, to the paintball world about what we can expect from Revo.
Not sure. Let's see everybody at event 1, really. You know, it's the thing is everybody already knows that we have that solid team, solid core, and World Cup was just kind of hey, we're figuring it out. Once we start putting the pieces together and being more consistent with everything, everybody already knows that we're going to be a top 4 team again. The team's only going to get stronger, and that 2024 is going to be a good year.
Thank you again, Steven. I appreciate your time. For the first time this year, Dynasty was knocked out of the tournament before making it to the finals at the NXL Mid-Atlantic Major in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania by the long-standing powerhouse San Antonio X Factor. Dynasty not making it to the finals was quite surprising, as their performance this year and in previous years has been nothing but dominant, winning over half of the events in the previous 2.5 seasons. Taking down the Dragon was no simple feat, but a combination of punishing snakeside mistakes, executing decisive run-throughs, and scoring insane clutch kills, including a game-saving bounce shot, ultimately led to the best kids in Texas winning the match. To describe the match between these two as anything other than close would be a disservice to the series. So let's take a look at what X Factor did that led to Dynasty's downfall. In point 1, X Factor's Billy Bernaccia gets to the snake off break and makes an excellent read on Dynasty's Harrison Fry, who accidentally bumped the bunker he and Billy were playing. Billy then digs Fry out of the snake in an unequal trade and wins the point shortly after. Dynasty answers back in point 2 by getting Mike Urena into the snake and shooting Billy off the break as he tries to make it into the snake insert bunker. Urena's unmatched presence in the snake 50 lands him some easy kills, forcing X Factor to concede the point. Dynasty keeps the momentum in their favor in point number 3 by repeating the successes of the previous point, as they get Urena into the snake and shoot Bernaccia, this time out of the snake corner off the break. This point would not be so easily won, however, as Archie Montemayor makes an uncharacteristically sloppy move in support of Urena, throwing his body away and leaving Mikey to push alone. Despite this, Urena is able to low crawl all the way to X Factor's snake side and win the point for Dynasty. Despite their 1-point lead, Dynasty would not be so fortunate in point 4, as Archie dies off screen and Billy trades out with Mikey, leaving Dynasty's snake side exposed. Ryan Greenspan tries to stop the bleeding by filling to the snake corner, but Meter Niños punches up the snake and shoots Marcelo Margot out of the Dorito side, making it a 4-on-1 and forcing Dynasty to concede. In this pivotal point number 5, both teams look to play their strongest breakouts, with X Factor pulling short while putting 3 guns on the snake side, whereas Dynasty double stacks the home and risks a snake body off the break. X Factor shoots Harrison going into the snake with 5 bodies alive, winning the breakout. However, Colt Roberts gets plucked out of the snake insert bunker shortly after, making it a 4-on-4. Over time, both teams secure favorable positions to balance each other's field presence, leading to the longest point we've seen so far in the series. Eventually, Archie makes an excellent tactical retreat and shoots LJ Parrish out of the Doritos to open up the point. Despite this, X Factor manages to shoot Margot and Sheer, making it a 3-on-1 and once again forcing a Dynasty concession. With X Factor now leading the series 3-2, Dynasty's back is against the wall in this must-win point number 6. They opt to slow play and work Urena into the snake, who then lands an amazing over-the-top crossfield shot onto TJ Danner. Urena improves his position further by getting to the snake 50, and Archie scores another D-side kill on Cody Bayless, eliminating X Factor's entire Dorito side. These 2 kills force 2 guns to look Dorito way, which allows Mikey to single out Billy in a gunfight, eliminating him and winning the point shortly after. With the series all tied up, X Factor risks it all in point 7 by sending LJ on a dangerous Dorito route up to Dorito 3, who might have taken a bounce going in, and Billy into the snake off the break. X Factor looks poised to win this tiebreaker point early as they get to the 50 snake first, but Mike Urena equalizes the threat by trading out with Vernaccia. Now in a 4-on-4 situation, Dynasty is the first to take back the snake as they get Archie into the snake 50, but in a bend don't break moment, Meter Niños shoots out Archie, eliminating the biggest threat to their positioning. Immediately after, both Dynasty and X Factor trade out bodies on the Dorito side in a series of chaotic run-throughs, leaving little in the form of a follow-up attack for either team. Point 7 goes to full time, taking the series into an overtime point. With the chances of a finals appearance on the line, both teams go for a changeup in their strategy. X Factor risks a snake and deep Dorito route, whereas Dynasty pulls short on the snake and instead tries to match the Dorito pressure. X Factor loses Billy out of the snake, which is followed up by Urena getting into the snake. The ball is now in Mikey's court as he's now in position to score some important kills and win the series. But just as Mikey is ready to strike, Archie again accidentally throws his body away as he tries to move up and support Urena. Urena then shoots out Roberts, but dies shortly after in an incredible bounce shot from Meter Niños from the home. Now a 3-on-3 situation, Dynasty has superior positioning on the field with 2 bodies pushing the Dorito side. With under 2 minutes to go, however, Meter lands another insane kill onto Marcelo Margot, making it a 3-on-2. TJ Danner reads the situation and eventually runs down Chris Shear, making it a 2-on-1. X Factor then drops the hammer on Ryan Greenspan, ending Dynasty's chances at a finals appearance. Given how dominant Dynasty has been, it might be easy to analyze this series from the lens of what Dynasty did wrong, but you can't take away from X Factor for how well they played. Let's take a look at what they did that landed them this crucial win. First, X Factor not only went toe-to-toe with Dynasty in the snake, but even when they weren't able to match their presence, they managed to pluck out Dynasty's threats before too much damage was done, even landing a game-saving bounce shot from the home to the snake in the overtime point. Billy Vernaccia's overall performance is a big reason they won points early in the series. Second, X Factor's ability to stabilize in downbody situations was very impressive. Against a team like Dynasty, that's a hard thing to do. Their ability to contain their threats and manage control of what they did have led them to neutralizing their disadvantage in that 3-3 point and keeping their chances of a semifinal win alive. And third, Meter Niños played out of his mind in this series, being the key reason they won. Not only did he shoot Archie out of the 50 snake in point 7 to neutralize Dynasty's chances of winning right then and there, but he also shot Mikey Urena on an insane bounce shot that saved them in overtime. He then went on to shoot Marcelo Margot out of the Dorito wedge, giving them the body advantage for the first time in that point. These 2 kills completely turned the tide and ultimately secured them the win in the semifinals. There is no doubt in my mind that Meter Niños was the MVP of that series. But what do you think? Was it Dynasty's game to lose, or was it X Factor's game to win? Let us know in the comments below. Thanks so much for watching. Be sure to like the video if you liked it, and subscribe to the channel to stay up to date on all things Go Sports. See you next time.
Major League Paintball is coming to Las Vegas for the first event of the 2024 season. At its heart, the game of paintball is simple. Shoot your opponents before you get shot, and then march down the field to victory. In the Major League Paintball Pro format, each team employs 5 players at a time. They have a buzzer on their side to protect. Hit the opponent's buzzer, win the point. En route to the buzzer, both teams will be locked in gunfights, utilizing diverse strategies while moving up a field full of bunkers, fighting to get into critical positions. And these strategies could change given the score and the time left on the clock. There's 15 minutes in regulation. The highest point total wins the game. This is chess with guns, with no quarter given and no quarter requested. Welcome to Major League Paintball.
We should have won the point. Yeah, the other shit, whatever. We pulled those back. We should have won that point. End of the point, we should have won that point.
There's no Dorito, there's no corner. And I'm screaming and I'm shooting my gun. And then Brandon gets up there and he's helping hold. The move's there.
It is 1 weekend before the first event of the 2024 season here, NXL, Major League Paintball, and all across the United States. The 20 best teams in the world, the 20 teams that comprise the Pro Division, are all practicing right now, trying to learn this unconventional layout. Now, we happen to be at one of the best places for this training. It's Capital Edge, Northern California, and it's San Diego Dynasty and Edmonton Impact, the #1 and #2 teams at World Cup, and also Los Angeles Infamous, a 3-team battle going back and forth here to try to figure this thing out. So we're going to dive into a practice report. We're going to see what's working, what's not, touch base with some players about tactics and strategy, and also just kind of see how the sausage is made at the professional level and see how this goes down. Let's check it out.
Just give them hell.
Hey, Ryan, have a fucking match, Ryan.
Welcome back here, 2024 NXL Las Vegas Major, the first big event of the season of Matty Marshall. Very blessed to have Rainey Stanzik from Tampa Bay Damage and Todd Martinez, coach of brand new Chicago Aftershock and a paintball legend, up here to call this next set. It's going to be X Factor taking on AC Diesel. That could be an amazing match, and also Infamous taking the field against Notorious. Rainey, we'll start with you. X Factor team you're very familiar with, and you have definitely scrapped it out against AC Diesel quite a bit too. So what do you think about this matchup? Who you got in this one?
Originally I took AC Diesel. I watched X Factor play yesterday, and I think they're playing well, but I think Diesel, I think we taught them a few things at practice that I haven't seen teams doing out there, so I expect them to kind of execute some of that stuff we were practicing with last weekend.
And then Todd, with Infamous and Notorious, obviously have to give the nod on the favorite to Infamous. Just wondering how big of a favorite there. See what Notorious is going to bring in 2024. I got to watch Infamous play against Dynasty and Impact last weekend up in NorCal, and Infamous has a lot of offense, and they have the same core group of guys. But X Factor, AC Diesel, what do you think, Todd?
The coolest, best-looking guys to ever come out of San Diego. I think we might be San Diego's finest, all sitting right here in a row. On top of that, you know, I think Infamous is going to be pretty strong this year, bringing back that core, you know, like Travis had talked about, like you had talked about. But I'm really excited to see what we see from Notorious. You know, another year under their belt, coming back together, bringing some more guys back, bringing in some reinforcements. I really want to see how they're going to play this field.
Jumping into point number one here, AC Diesel. They're going to be starting from the blue side, San Antonio X Factor from the red side, and looks like going offense here, hot and heavy with Bernaccia taking Snake 2, and then also on a delay on that D side for X Factor, taking a ton of ground over there. So playing some really good secondary moves here, Rainey, to start things out for X Factor.
Yep, Billy's calling out a kill, calling a Lucy, but the guy hasn't walked out yet. Nope. Mouse is still alive in that temple, whether Billy shot him or not, so we got a 5-on-5.
So Todd, offense versus defense, you guys went 1-1 today. This field seems to have a bit of both. What do you think?
Yeah, I love this field. You know, you can attack everywhere. So far in the morning set, we've seen teams winning points from the middle, from both sides of the field. I thought that we did a good job of getting over here, going left, but we just didn't get the job done well enough going right. And both sides, you can get in, get down on the other team side of the field, and you just have to make it count when you get in there.
Yeah, so X Factor continuing to improve their position. Arguably the most important spot on the field is where Billy Bernaccia is. It's the wedge on the Snake side. You can wrap around and get lots of angles, get lots of kills, lots of production from that spot. You get a shot at Cody, Cody Mikowski. A nice little kill there for Billy Bernaccia. Start softening up this line. Still 5-on-4 situation here in favor of San Antonio X Factor.
Yeah, Billy's still alive here, wrapping this big giant wedge on the right. Jesse Stevens, instead of coming up and into that same brick with Billy, came across into that first big Dorito over here on this side. Looks like AC Diesel playing a lot of defense here on this first point.
Yeah, it's tough with both at the X Factor in both 50s right now. Kind of Cody's playing inset and Billy's looking to wrap. Oh.
Yeah, you almost have to hope that somebody overextends and gets a little sloppy, as Mouse is going to die from that backhand. So now down to just 3 bodies here for AC Diesel. Kyle's... Sorry, go ahead, Todd.
Yeah, if you don't put any pressure on Billy Bernaccia, he's going to eat you alive. He knows what he's doing. You know, this is his neighborhood over here in the Snake.
Oh,
He's been doing this for a really long time. And if you don't put any pressure on him, he's just going to wrap and get kills left and right.
Billy with, with the major.
Major on Billy Bernaccia. Looks like Jesse Stevens begging for the penalty, and he got it.
Yeah, Jesse definitely shot Billy first. Billy kept going, and he finally got a ball on him. But, you know, didn't really play a matter when you still got bodies alive.
I didn't say who he was going to kill. I just said he's going to get killed.
He got kills. He got both sides.
He got 2-pack for sure, and then went to try to run down Jesse to finish that 3-pack off, trying to get himself in the running for $500 courtesy of Pate Smith Law for move the prelims. But hey, Baylor's still alive over there, and points going to go to X Factor regardless, even with that penalty.
Who'd you guys play your second game, Todd? I missed that one.
We played against NYX.
And you guys dropped that one?
Yeah, we went down 2-0, came back 3-2, I think they tied it up 3-3. 4-4 in there somewhere, maybe.
Yeah.
And then 5-4, we lost at the end.
It was a slight 1-point loss. Yeah, NYX came in very, very focused for that one because they dropped their first one to the Bears, kind of hometown rivals, Northeasterners, and didn't want that to happen. So now Infamous going to set up against Austin Notorious. Notorious here on your screen. See what Archie Barnes Jr., Marky Franz, Carter, Sherman, rest of the boys here.
I think this first point's going to be a banger. I think both teams are going to become an aggressive breakout.
Infamous, man, with Patient and both Patient and Jonah, man, they look pretty good. I mean, the whole crew was looking pretty solid in that D-side attack with Soberg, Brusselback, and Nate Schrader.
Austin Notorious in the middle, right off the break, and took the snake Doritos.
Yeah, interesting with the middle. The middle, during the morning brackets, the later part of the morning brackets was a little bit more of a factor.
Yeah.
Especially on the closes, and then once you get a guy up there, it kind of sets him up to get run down, and if you can protect him and keep that guy alive, it could be beneficial. Infamous very quickly going to be making it in past all those Doritos. Oh, but getting bunkered out here is Archie Barnes Jr. doing some work, getting a little two-pack here. Blowing the door open here from Notorious. He's going to get a little bit of help as he gets a back player to dive into the snake behind him. ABJ, Nate Schrader trying to do damage control here as the body's dropping for Infamous. Nate Schrader does end up taking him out, but it costs him his body, so all the way down to just one body left alive as the door completely blown open for Notorious. Archie Barnes Jr. taking a sledgehammer to Infamous.
That was a huge move because the Infamous player is looking inside, putting the pressure on the Notorious player, and Archie played off that. Archie saw that, ran down the wire, got that guy off the field, and then essentially got someone to come trade with him. So big move for Archie there.
Yeah, setting the tempo and the pace quickly here in point number one. I mean, on paper, you got to give this to Infamous. We've already seen a couple upsets today, and Notorious.
I mean, that was almost a flawless point. They lost one body, right? And he did a bunch of damage.
Yeah, but he's on the list.
Yep.
I got a list of the best moves. We can give that money away again, courtesy of Pate Smith Law, and
so this is
ABJ's on the list.
This is the one I've been waiting to see is Axel now. Axel made the move over to X Factor this year, and I'm interested to see how X Factor utilizes the Frenchman.
I love the roster that X Factor's. TJ Danner was so solid for them. Axel is one of the best snake players in the world, and then they have these vets and guys like Meter that have just been honing their skills. Obviously, first bout Hall of Famer Billy Bernaccia, Colt Roberts. It's a nasty roster, and they got some depth now too. So, yeah, they lose Parrish, but Bayless was pretty solid. Yeah, X Factor could make a decent run this year. But AC Diesel, they have a lot to prove. Only one Sunday. They made one Sunday out of 5 last year, so they got a lot to prove.
I think Ryan Gray is really going to help them this season.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
Let's see if Ryan Gray sends the attack out here. We got Kyle Spica going up the middle. That's short on that Dorito side.
2 points. X Factor is taking the snake off the break.
Yeah, I mean, if Billy's going to make it, Ryan Brand's probably going to keep sending him.
Well, it's one of those things with Billy, is if you're playing X Factor and you cannot shut Billy down in the snake, you're probably going to lose that game.
Snake Gronkowski getting in there doing work.
Snake Gronkowski, and they got 2 of them now with Axel.
Yep.
So with 2 snakes and Axel got in and Billy on the same team, in some universe, X Factor could win this event, and I don't think it would surprise anybody if those guys are hitting. And they're both in good spots right now.
Yeah, X Factor probably have the most active offseason of anybody, right? They pick up Axel, they pick up Matt Jackson, they get Ryan Hoskinson, they get Tim Stelzel, right? Half the team.
Yeah.
Half a whole new team.
Which is a bold claim coming from the Shock camp. As far as the most active
Oh, yeah, I forgot about those. Yeah. That's right.
Yeah, but you've all played together, so it's kind of a new team, but an old team.
Yeah. We got 10 new guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Billy.
We're an expansion team.
Billy here on your screen in a really good spot. But now, eye in the sky, you can see both Axel and Billy there, the 1 and the 4, in really good spots. And San Antonio X Factor tripling up that snake side, that top portion over by the VIP. 2 bodies here down low. Great spread. And though it's 5-on-5, better field position here for San Antonio.
Yep. What you expect to see from X Factor. Axel got in as far as he can go over here, with Clint Johnson in front of him and Billy Bernaccia, again, all the way on Diesel's side of the field at the tip of that snake, just wrapping around the outside. Things are going to get really tight for Cody and Mouse over here on the their right side.
Well, it's interesting.
Snake can. What are we calling it? What are we calling it, Matty?
Which one?
No, what are we calling the sides? How are you calling it?
It's kind of seeing what works. But you have Randy, you got a red snake and a blue snake. But then also, so this is AC Diesel snake side.
Okay.
And then vice versa, just because of the way it's a little unconventional, but it's also interesting from a story perspective with AC Diesel. We got a little bit of a longer drawn out point here with both teams in pretty decent position. Still better field position for X Factor, but no. So you have Jesse Stevens playing against his own squad, Cody Mikowski playing against his old squad. So, and everybody knows that when you're playing against the team that you used to play on, you kind of want to do well in that one.
So this, there we got Billy on your screen here. I was gonna say you got Axel and the snake. Axel's one guy you do not want to battle when he's laying down. I think he has one of the best shots laying down on his belly than anybody in the game of paintball.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Yeah, so the battle going down here on your screen between Clint and Johnson on your left. There's Clint. So Clint's laying down right now. Axel's popped up, but he's the perfect size for this bunker because he doesn't have to crouch down too much to get in a good gunfighting position. And how much you have to contort your body based on your size definitely can be a difference maker as far as accuracy is concerned. Unless you're Rainy, you know?
Yeah,
if you got real good, you fold up like a folding chair.
It starts to hurt after a while when you're in these awkward positions for a long period of time, the older you get, you know?
Yeah, so just a longer point here. X Factor trying to protect the lead. They took a ton of ground. Offense has worked on this field. We have seen some low body magic out there, but offense is definitely at a premium on this layout.
Mouse making the move from the corner. I don't know if I really like this move. You know, it takes a little pressure off Axel. And with, as I say, with Mouse in that corner, he could put pressure on Axel and allow Clint to maybe get around this corner and get Axel off the field and start getting some offense. Because at some point, AC Diesel is going to have to make a move and try and kill some bodies here.
Yeah, because the way the Doritos are in set, it's not like just a gunfighting paradise down the sideline. You have to get very crafty. And we've seen lots of guys either make mistakes or make the better move to solidify this position. But with Mouse going inside and focusing, I think he's really worried about Billy, though. Try to put a little bit more pressure on Billy. But it leaves Clint by himself to gunfight, essentially, and then that's what happens. So Clint Johnson gets shot out.
Yeah, that's a bad gun death right there. You know, he was kind of wilding out, didn't need to do that. For some reason, panicked, lost dominance, and just took another quick snapshot, got shot.
Now, Mouse was close enough to take over the attack, so I'm wondering if X Factor, now up a body, knows that, we shot Clint. Do they know that Mouse retook that position?
I think they do. I think Matt Jackson's, no, maybe not. Is that Meter over there? Yeah, that's Meter in the top. Ooh.
Over the top shot him. He was tucked into that. Nice little drop shot here for San Antonio X Factor, as they're now going to go up another body, and that's going to force a concession. Ryan Gray has seen enough, and they're going to have to reset. So a 2-point lead right now. X Factor with some dominance. Decent amount of time left, a little under 8 to play.
Do you think those shots came in from Meter over there in that Snakeside Temple, or from Billy Bernacchi?
I think Billy.
Field?
Yeah, because it had an arc, but it wasn't arced that much.
Yeah, his head went this way.
There was a pretty good thwack.
Got that whiplash to the outside.
Yeah,
as far as like forward, you know.
He wasn't giving him much. That was a pretty nice. That was a pretty nice shot.
Well, here we go. Infamous coming back on the field with Notorious.
Let's look at this replay here. So it's Clint Johnson losing the gunfight, and you were talking about this shot. So there's.
Yep. Yeah. Axel shot him from that low spot.
Yeah.
You don't want to battle him there, right? When he's there, it's like a pitcher's throwing his pitch there. Don't swing.
And then Colt was backing up Billy, and then there was Mouse who got in there and then got the crossfield shot as well, too. Jumping into this next point here, Notorious surprising Infamous with it was ABJ surprising Infamous. It was Archie Barnes Jr. running a racket on Infamous in that first point.
But he gets shot off the break. Now Infamous loses Jonah, so back to a 4-on-4.
And Archie Barnes going to the same side of the field, not the same bunker-wise, but he went to the VIP side of the field both times.
He can play offense and defense. He's got the snake and the Doritos, right? I like it.
Well, two of the fearsome attackers for both these squads taking the walk with Jonah and ABJ for both Infamous and Notorious. Another body dropping right now for Notorious, so they're down to 3 and tucked in a pocket. Going to be losing the body from the mini wall as well, too. Not looking good for Notorious to try to preserve this lead. We'll see if Infamous can count these bodies and realize they only have 2 they're looking at right now.
And Notorious also picked up a body from one of the European teams, right?
I can look at their roster real quick.
Yeah, I think they picked him up from the Polish team over there.
Oh, from Verst.
Yes.
Yep, I know you're talking about. Russell back over here, going down the Dorito side for Infamous. He's going to get across. Quick fill out to the snake side for Notorious.
Yeah.
And Brustleback's just going to eat him up into that big Dorito insert. as Cali Kevin gives the wave over to Brusselback.
It's Pasternak.
Okay.
Yeah, he's good.
Yes.
He's really good. Arguably one of the best players in Europe right now. Yeah, so Infamous going to be tying this one up. It's good conversation. This is good. Looks like Messer and I always like seeing when a point is won, people are still having a constructive criticism conversation walking off from having won a point.
Yes.
They're definitely not talking about what they're eating for dinner tonight.
No, that looks a little heated, right? Like, no, you're supposed to look this way. I'm looking this way, right? They won the point, but something didn't go to their tasting, right?
But I like when you look at the top teams, when we go to the pits for the top teams that have won tournaments or players that have won tournaments, it's a different look as far as the conversation. They could be up 4 points. If something goes wrong, they're still having an intense conversation. Well, here, let's listen in real quick.
Breathe.
Get it in.
All right. Hey,
We can talk this out, baby. Said it too. Neither of us heard what you said. We couldn't say San Diego. That's it.
Perfect shot on the
okay? We're doing fine.
It's not a deep breath.
Brett had to take a big deep breath. Looked like Brett wanted to punch somebody.
Yeah, somebody had to tell him, we won. We won this point. It's okay. Yeah. It's crazy. Sometimes you'll even win a tournament sometimes, and you're still arguing about what happened. You're like, dude, we won the tournament. It's over. You don't have to play this field anymore.
It's also funny because I literally just talked to Brett Messer yesterday about how they don't yell at each other that much anymore. Because in practice, they weren't yelling at each other, whereas Dynasty and Impact was. And then now they're yelling at each other when the tournament starts. Hey, that's the intensity required.
You put it in his head. And Cody makes that jump across again into that 50 Dorito.
Well, does Diesel have an answer right now? So they lose Mouse from the D side, or from the Snake side again. That top side, the VIP side. They do take some ground. Jesse Stevens getting in. We're seeing this a lot, boys. Like this run to get to this portion from the Dorito side, the inside outrun, that guy barely ever gets shot. Yep. I think I've seen the guy get shot once all morning long from that route. The other side, totally different. Less survivability on that side.
Well, AC Diesel now finally playing some offense, coming over here and getting in. Jesse Stevens getting in early on this Dorito side for Diesel, and then some protection for him up the middle. I think that might be Baginski in that first big wedge in the middle. Looking over top of him at 3 X-Factor players in the corner, the inset tempo, and the mini race across the field, mini wall. It's been a minute. So 3 bodies over here, 2 bodies over on that Dorito side for X-Factor.
Yeah, but it's interesting because we have seen this a decent amount. Oh, body coming off.
Cody gets up to their side, their Dorito side, but technically AC Diesel Snake side. Shoots Bazinski out of that center wedge.
So that's what I was saying. We're seeing a decent amount of offense from the Dorito sides off the hop, as another body coming off right now for Diesel trying to take that back corner bunker. And again,
Cody had
Ryan
a point.
Gray has seen enough. So, but also a good strategic offensive element at the start of. You're up 2. So they didn't go to hardcore defense. They got tons of aggression on that D side, took that spot, and then was able to contain the aggression from AC Diesel. X-Factor's got it pretty dialed right here through 3.
Yeah, they've been taking spots every point. So now that you heard Ryan right there, Billy's back in. Let's see if he rips the snake again.
Let's listen in real quick.
Thanks, Al. Where's your mask? I got you.
Good shit, Cody.
Good
Pardon
job,
my
boys.
French.
Good job, boys. Attaboy. I shot Jessica. Yeah. Hey, Timmy. It was Alpha and the
Such good hair.
Yeah.
You see, Alpha. And he went Alpha and went to Alpha. As soon as I said it, he went.
Yeah, it's interesting, too, as far as who does X's and O's for teams. Sometimes a coach is a little bit more very involved in the X's and O's and comes up with every single play, and other times it's much more of a team effort. So jumping into this next one here, Infamous has tied it up with Notorious. Infamous
loses one, and Notorious sends one up the middle. I had a feeling Notorious would send a guy back the middle. They won the first point with a guy in the middle. The second point they lost, so it's like, let's go back up the middle.
Definitely Rainey, and then now they're going to get another body. Again, this is just, we keep seeing this time and time again. Oh, but he just gets taken out. And a major penalty going to be assessed here on Infamous, and it looks like Zach Patient going to be drawing a major that pulls out Callie Rudolph. It's going to pull out their back center as well, too, with Ryan Hall taking the walk because of the penalty. And
that's credit to Carter here. Carter watched his guy, protected his player. His Patient came around, shot the Notorious player, but Carter shot him before it.
Notorious is scrapping things out right now. I mean, they got a gift, but still. But they were quick on the close, too. In the morning brackets, we saw people have, it would depend on the chaos, but it took a while sometimes for teams to react to what was happening, whereas Notorious, they see the penalty, take full advantage of it immediately, don't let a situation present itself where Infamous has time to put a low body situation together. Yep. Heat had a good situation. Connor Kelly. It was a low body situation. He's in the back center, and they gave him all the time in the world, and he ended up pulling it off and getting a 3-pack. So here's Zach Patient. He comes around, goes low.
He got shot by the middle guy before he bunkered up.
Yeah, so he goes up a little high there. Do we see the explosion?
Yep.
Yeah, right there. Yeah, right on his pack. And that's one that you may not feel. You know, some fans will be like, the pros always know when they're hit. I'm like, maybe like 95% of the time.
No, he knew. He looked around.
You think he knew that one?
Yeah.
It looked like it, because if you have a double stack of pods, sometimes that one you don't feel. I'm just giving him the benefit of the doubt.
I'm telling you, if you and me went to an open field and I shot you in your pack, you'd feel the pack.
Not if it's the double stack of pods.
Maybe.
Maddie has like 19 pods on his back.
Okay, that's true. That's true.
Depends on the run. That one, maybe. It also depends on how close the shot was.
Yes.
Yeah, dude, if you shot me from 8 feet away, 1,000,000% I felt it.
Yeah.
But if you shot it was a coast-to-coast little tink, type situation. Anyway, jumping back into this next one here.
Both teams trade blue snake side players. So we got a 4-on-4 game right here, 2 in the back center for X Factor.
So did they send Billy to that top? Yeah, they sent him the snake. Yep.
Yeah, X Factor on the blue side, Diesel on the red side. Yeah, it's Billy that took the walk for San Antonio X Factor.
Now, question here. If you shoot a guy and he gets a major, would that be 3 kills for my stats, or would that just be a single kill? I always wonder that.
I think it's a single kill, and then that dude gets the major penalty stat.
Okay, he gets...
Because you only technically shot one guy.
Yes.
It's him cheating that got the other 2 bodies pulled. So those technically aren't your kills, though it was the repercussion of your kill which gave your team that advantage. Gets a little complicated.
So maybe an assist.
Yeah, sure.
Double assist with a kill.
Well, we'll change that when the NFL changes no passing yardage on pass interference.
Okay.
We'll change it at the same time. Implement similar rules,
So AC Diesel drops another. Yeah. 3-on-4.
And here comes Axel. Axel moving up X Factor into that middle of the field, getting to the close wedge. He's going to zone up, looking towards the Diesel snake side. No one in there to shoot, though, right now.
He switches back over the Dorito side to watch Spica, who just made a fill out there.
Matt Jackson fills out to the snake corner for X Factor. TJ Danner out here on the Dorito side on the cross.
So even though AC Diesel's losing, the last thing they want to do is try and rush, right, and get try to win quick points, right? If they lose this match, it's better to lose 3-1 than go 5-0, 6-0. So they, don't let this game get out of control.
Rainey, I'm glad you brought that up.
Right there, that wasn't a good fill.
Yeah, so they're trying to fill up into D3, gets torched. Great zone control here for X Factor. But Rainey, I'm glad you brought up the point management discussion. It's one of the intricacies and the nuances of the game. If you are not playing the clock, playing the point spread, you're putting your team at a deficit.
Yes.
Because like you said, if you go out and get blown out, like right now, ML Kings are in a rough spot. 2 mercy rule losses as the run right now is Mouse begging for a penalty on Axel, not going to get it. But yeah, if you take a mercy rule loss, you have to go get a mercy rule win just to get back to an even point spread. And to make Sunday, you need 2-2 with like a +2 right around there to be on the bubble. Points devolving here, a couple tactical retreats as Cody Mikowski goes across, actually, to get to the Aztec. And everyone's talking it up right now. Good communication. 3 bodies here to preserve this lead as the tactical retreat from Meter as he gets back to the Hertz can. Mikowski on the attack.
They're saying they toweled it.
Might have no malfunction.
Game's still going, though. Yes. The players want to play. Let them play.
What if Cody pulled it out?
Yeah.
You have so it might have been a malfunction on the button for the concession for AC, as it was just Mikowski trying to roll dice.
I didn't see anybody by the towel pushing the button. I think they were just like, hey, towel. They forgot. It was a long off season, man. It's the first event. Give them a break. There was nobody there. They're all just looking at the clock like, what's going on?
They're in Vegas, right?
Hey, towel, right?
Brain's a little fried.
Hey, it's 4-0 or 5-0? 4.
Still a lot of time.
Hey, Meter, you're on the spin. Get turned, baby.
Tim Stetzel, new pickup coming over from New York Extreme. Cody Billis on the right. See Colt Roberts in there with the white frames. And there's Matt Jackson, which was a huge pickup for them.
Yeah, that move set a series of events where then Urena now goes to Dynasty, and now, or Urena, sorry, goes from Dynasty to Impact.
Which then forces Danny Schonauer.
Yes, and then Level gets blown up, and then this move, and then it's like that little meme you see of the little domino, and it's just boom, 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 boom.
Because if you think about it, would Level, if Danny didn't leave, maybe they don't sell the team, and we don't have a Chicago Aftershock.
Yep.
Which then all those moves happen, because then Corey comes up, so that's how crazy it gets. The butterfly effect.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, it's crazy. Yeah, a Matt Jackson leaving and ends up creating Chicago Aftershock.
Yep.
You could argue it that way.
100%.
So now Notorious and Infamous.
2-1 Notorious. They've won 2 points with going up the middle off the break. Do they go there again?
It might be worth it. Might be worth it. Yeah, I got Rainey Stanton, Tom Martinez up here. Tom Martinez, Aftershock boys went 1-1 today. We will see Tampa Bay Damage and Rainey Stanzik take the field this afternoon. First game will be against Notorious. This is a good game for you to be commentating right here.
Yep.
I always tell guys, I'm like, hey, you want to come get a game? Some guys are like, I got to watch the game. I'm like, well, you could watch it from up in the sky and be forced to break down every single tiny minutia of every move that's being made. Or you can go stand in the stands and have 15 people come and talk to you and not pay attention.
That may have been part of my thought process. I'm not going to lie.
Well, you were trying to come up for the next set, and I was like, how about the next one? And then you're like,
no,
oh, yeah,
so that
worked.
set was going on was the last one was Impact, and I was like, hey, how about the next set?
Oh, you meant this one. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's how it is, man. It's all good. Plus, you're Rainy, so any game, if you want to get a game, brother, you can come get a game.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Neither hate on the player nor the game.
Oh, Notorious run the snake, lose their guy off the break, and then take this tower that not a very unconventional spot to go to off the break. I like it.
You told him to go to the middle, Rainey. He went.
He did.
You can see the Hertz can getting doubled up still from Notorious as they're attacking that middle again. 10:44 to go here. A lot of time left in this match. We have seen some really long points out here, as we always will. Seen a little glimpse of Sunday Paintball already. Infamous into Snake 1. He's going to get some help. Backhand hot now for Infamous. Is Notorious going to lose a body? Going to lose another one. Great zone control for LA Infamous right now as they peel 2 bodies off of Notorious's Snake side.
Yeah, Jonah's up in that Snake. He's shooting some people out and getting some cross shots. Yep, he's calling another one too.
Jonah stacking up some kills right now. He's just another one of those young guys that's been coming up and just gets better every year.
100%. Getting better.
And then Brusselback's going to make it into the Snake on the opposite side to give Jonah a little help. He's going to wrap around and get a free kill. Got Barrett right behind him. It's looking real good for Infamous to try to tie this game up.
Yeah, Infamous is going to be a good team this year. I was kind of saying it like, you know, there is value into having the same roster year after year, right? And they lost one guy. They lost Thomas, right? But they didn't really change it, right? With the last few years, they've had a bunch of bodies come in or come out, or this guy or that guy. And so now they kind of all get used to each other. So, you know, Infamous may be one of these top teams this season.
Yeah, stability is incredibly crucial for elite performance. It's not the most important thing, but Jesus, it really helps. And the thing with, we did a practice report, went up there and filmed the whole practice. You guys can check it out on GoSports' YouTube. But one of the things that Travis said, he's like, look, we normally get picked apart. We didn't get picked apart this time. Yeah, we lost Thomas, but I really like the guys I have. And I agree with you, if you go back and look at the production that they're, you know, threats and vets, they have that. And they have it on both sides. So, yeah, man, Infamous could go deep on some Sundays in 2024 for sure.
It's about having the right group of guys, too. You know, a group of guys that fit together. Without those guys being picked apart also tells you that those guys wanted to be there, right? So now everybody that's there, they played together for a little bit now, but all those guys want to play for each other. Those guys want to win together. And they do have a group of like-minded individuals that, threats and vets, like you say, can get the job done anytime they step on the field.
Yeah, and it's also about buying in, right? And if you stay, that means you're buying into the process. So jumping in to this next one with the giant lead here for X Factor. So
here we go. Alex Goldman in the Snake off the break. No, yeah, Alex is over there.
Both teams losing a body.
Okay, both teams losing a body. But Alex, you know what? I'm going to go into the Snake. I'm going to get it done.
Another body coming off. Jesse Stevens gets his eye dotted and takes the walk. But actually, both teams trading bodies.
No, Mouse is on their side of the field.
Oh, yeah, Mouse is eating people up right now.
He's like, I've had enough. I'm in the Snake. Let me go kill people. Last player alive is the Snake for the X Factor. Mouse knows it.
He's definitely good for some of these every now and then.
Yeah, watch this. Yep.
So how many kills did Mouse get? Because I'm about to write them down on my list for potential move of the prelims. At least three. At least 3. And then Tim Stetzel gets a spin.
And he puts a steal on him. He's like,
well, we talk about assists. So that wasn't Mouse's kill, but he pushed Stetzel all the way on the other side. That's a free kill for his boys.
And he was smart, right? Like, you'll see, unexperienced players or younger players, they go down there, they get a bunch of kills, they get super excited, they throw their body weight. Mouse went down there, shot a bunch of bodies, realized as long as I don't die, we're going to win. So he stayed alive, kept his eye on the snake, because he knows just as easy as he turned the field can get turned on him. So way to be disciplined at the end of that point after he went down there and basically single-handedly won.
Yeah, put the team on his back real quick. Signs of life from AC Diesel, letting Mouse get into the snake and feast. Do they do that again? Got to, right?
Yep. Why not?
I would.
They're still down 3.
And that's top-tier coaching right there. Hey, that worked.
That's why they pay you.
Do it again, baby.
Yeah.
We're in Vegas.
Hey, sometimes you got to press that bet when you're out here.
My bad, dude. You're sitting so close to me, I went full Joey Blute right there for a second.
So tie ball game right now, Infamous and Notorious with 9:31 to go. And there's that inside-out route, and let's see if make it. Yeah, he did. Again, 95% of the time, that guy's making that run fine.
And so did Infamous. Both mirrored up.
Logan Dyer.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Infamous player who ran the same route that Logan did on the opposite side, so both teams in the snake, but looks like body coming off right now for Notorious. Here back, one of the backmarkers in the Doritos, and they're going to be losing that wall as well, or the mini wall as well too. So just down to 3, it's going to be kind of up to Dyer. Dyer's got to make something happen over here.
Yeah, he better be a liver if people keep falling off that snake side over there.
Yeah,
I want to look across there for a second, see if you can drop one in.
It's kind of frustrating. You make the 50, you're in here, and your guys are dying in the back spots. The guy that needs to die is the guy in the front. Like, let him take all the risk.
Yeah, I think that's what X Factor's doing a good job of, right? The back guys are staying alive and giving the front guys an opportunity to play and search for their kills, and the front guys aren't forcing it too much where they're dying out of those good spots.
Exactly what you said about gelling and buying in, right? You got Matt Jackson, TJ, who've played many years together, back together.
Free kill for Zach Patient. As
CP had a point there.
Yeah, I mean, Dyer had to back up. He was trying to get creative. He realized he was in a pretty treacherous position. And Zach just had his head on a swivel. Free kill. He's like, what was that? Oh, look at this free kill.
Yep.
So,
the way I look at it, though, is Dyer's there, right? There is nobody wide in front of him. All those guys are looking across the field. When he looked over and saw 2 of his guys die, maybe he takes the chance to cross that gap and go and try and pop up and surprise 2 of these guys and shoot a couple dudes. Maybe he gives his other guy an opportunity, right? Because he still had, a couple bodies over on that side. But, he sat over here, didn't give him anything. And
I mean, you're going to lose at this point.
Anything.
Just go through the gap, roll the dice. But yeah, like you were saying about X Factor playing good in the back, well in the back. It's TJ, Matt Jackson have played decades together.
Yeah,
so it makes it easy. They're not, you watch them, they're communicating well and staying alive, and they're going to be a tough team this weekend.
Yeah, this year I really do believe that, man. A lot of people have been talking about this lineup that X Factor brought into 2024 as we jump into this next point. But they just have those nasty threats as the first attackers, and then their back line is insane.
Oh,
Peter, TJ, and Matt, get out of here. It's ridiculous. So they're up by 3 right now on Diesel. Mouse
He tried to crawl around Snake 2, and TJ had that drop shot over the top from the home that caught Mouse going around.
But we just talked about, hey, do you send him again? You kind of have to. But if you're X Factor, okay, Mouse is going to try to be pushing up.
Maybe Mouse should have stopped there for a second, right? Just pause for a second. Yeah. But you can't blame him for trying to go get a bunch more kills.
Well, also the problem is he doesn't really have time to mess around because there's only 2:40 left. So he's and he needs 3 just to tie.
Yep.
Yeah, if it's Diesel playing X Factor, everyone wants to win this because it's your first match of the tournament, but you do not want to lose to the other big Texas team as well.
Yep, and Clint Johnson getting a penalty there. I think Cody pulled.
Yeah, it's not looking good for AC Diesel here currently, but it is looking really good for San Antonio X Factor. I mean, other than Mouse running down and shooting everyone, they haven't faced too much adversity. They've been great strategy. Backline's been playing well. Front guys have been playing well. They seem to be, because when you have a lot of change, even though these guys have played with each other before, but you bring it into a new season. How quick can you get it together? They look pretty together right
Well,
now.
the other thing is, too, is Axel and TJ and Matt Jackson have all played together when on the Tauntauns over in Europe. Matt and TJ both went over there. So there is some similarity or some,
familiarity. Some people didn't know that that connection. They're like, how does Axel end up on the Texas team X Factor? And that's because of TJ Danner and Matt Jackson.
Yeah, so it's like, who reached out? Matt reached out, hey, I'm coming over here. You want to come over? Cool.
And Matt playing with him all year last year on Impact. Right?
Impact too, right? Yep, good call.
So we talked about how important this middle would be, and the middle is a potential finishing position, and Meter just did a textbook finishing move right there.
Jumped over the middle.
Switching hands on the run through.
That was clean. Don't go to sleep on that move on Meter.
Yeah, it made it look pretty as well, too.
Smooth.
Yeah, nice and smooth. Not enough O's to describe how smooth that one was.
Yep.
Ooh. Put some more ooh.
So, yeah, not much time left in this one, and X Factor, even with all these changes, still looks pretty good. But a very frustrated situation here for Diesel, not the way they wanted this one to go. Let's listen in real quick.
No, that's how I got shot, but they were shooting the crack. Yeah, Buzz was in the guy. Oh, that's it.
Already a bunch of 1,000-yard stares out of the Diesel guys. It's the first game. You got to shake this one off.
Yep. Got to be mentally tough out here.
Yeah, looking at the replay. Yeah, he was belly to the ground, but could not get low enough.
Yep, there's TJ right there. Very disciplined, waiting on Mouse. He's like, look, you got me the first time. You're not getting me this time.
Do you think if he cut inside would have had a better chance? Because he still took the straight route instead of cutting directly inside and running.
He got shot the second he went around.
Across,
I think he had to pause there, at least put the pressure on TJ to make him bottle up for a second and then go.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree that he should have paused. Again, ideally, but the problem was under 3 minutes, needing 3 to tie. You kind of have to push the issue no matter what.
Again, back to the thing. If you just win that point and the match ends 4-2, it's better than now being down 5-1.
For overall spread.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And you just went down the field and shot everyone, so you got to think, like, they're going to expect me. Right, first point, cool. Second point, maybe I have to throw it a little different.
Yeah. You do have to keep that spread in your mind at all times, because whatever deficit that Diesel ends up with here when this game ends, they got to go get that back in another game.
100%, and they're in a tough bracket.
Yeah, that bracket is absolutely just nasty. The bracket A is really, really difficult. It's Dynasty, X Factor, Legion, Diesel, and Blast Camp. Jumping back into this next one, 1 point lead here for Infamous with still a decent amount of time. 8 minutes left to go.
Infamous into the snake first with Jonah over there on that blue side. He goes off the break. Archie Barnes goes short on that Dorito side, then comes up one to that mini wall. Look for him to try and make a move.
Hey, they lose Marky Franzo, and a running referee is going to come in and check out their player at the mini wall. Looks like he's going to die, and he's going to get a penalty. It's looking good for Infamous. Barrett. Yeah, Joe Barrett gets a good read on it. Ooh, almost catches one crossfield. Another minor. Wow. Not good. At least they had a body to pull. Just giving this one here to Infamous. Still a lot of time for Notorious to get back into this one.
Why aren't they conceding?
No idea. I mean, this game's still close. You're only down 2. You got 7 minutes left. Just concede. I get the spread, right? But they should be conceding this point.
We can't be playing that game first match of the event.
Again, if they're down 4, sure, definitely. But they're down 2, so
maybe they're going to give their guys some time here. I don't know what's going on.
I mean, it's the first game, and you can't be gassed yet.
Yeah. You take some time to think about those penalties.
It's a different type of time.
It's also 60 degrees out here. It's perfect paintball weather. It's first game. You're only down by 2. No one should be. Yes, they should be. I don't know, right? They should be conceding this point.
Yeah. And yes, this is bikini weather, Maddie.
Oh man, I left mine at home.
I meant for the ladies.
Yeah, I don't think anyone wants to see my pale and hairy visage in a bikini. That would be not that great.
There's a couple people here for sure. Yeah.
I'm sure people would pay for that.
100%.
Some of them.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. Take anything I can get at this point.
Yeah.
There they go. They let a minute eat off that clock.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're in the pits right now with Notorious. Maybe they'll give us an insight. I don't mind stoicism, but anytime we cut to pits and guys aren't having little micro conversations about things, it boggles my mind.
Yeah, I mean, this is a close match. They're only down by 2. They scored the first. Infamous scored 1. They scored 1. Now Infamous it's been this like tally back and forth, and they just lost that one. Like, you're still in it.
Like, if this was Damage or Shock or whatever, any team with a bunch of experience and we cut to the pits, people are having, even if they won the point, the 1 and the 2 are talking, no, I was on that guy, and whatever. There's having little, nobody, he put me in, that's why I couldn't make that move. Just these little parts of the overall complexity of the strategy have to be discussed.
That's why you need vets on your team, right? That's why you go pick up a guy that's been in the league for a while so he can recognize that, right? Hey, man, details.
Yes.
Small thing, little thing, bigger things. Be better.
Yeah,
with a little encouragement. Right?
Absolutely.
Even if the veteran's not playing every point, you have a bunch of young guys. Like, he's in there. He's managing the pit. He knows what's going on. He's keeping people in it.
Yeah. Like Udonis Haslam. He played for the Heat the Miami Heat for probably 5-6 years longer than he should have. Was in the league for 20 years just to be a positive influence, show the Heat culture, pay attention to the details, and occasionally choke people out.
Let's fucking dig deep, boys.
There you go.
Yeah, and I don't mind the emotional, hey, let's dig deep or let's go get it. That's important too, to keep the energy high, but that needs to be 30% of it. The other 70% needs to be very specific, detail-oriented conversations about what is going on out there.
And here's AC Diesel's new pickup, Renee, going right up the middle. Mouse dying. Renee on their side of the field.
Well, they got a minute to work with here to try to keep the spread a little bit better. The Diesels, they're down 4. And they have a ton of ground on their snake side, getting in that blue snake, the VIP side. They're past the 50-yard line in the middle, and they're putting a lot of pressure. This back line of X Factor, you can see there on your screen, but no one's dead yet.
Oh, is that Alex Martinez in the home? Yep, Alex getting a spin. Jesse shooting his old owner.
Yeah, so they still have 4 bodies to work out, though. Got the mini wall, Aztec, other mini wall, and back corner. It's going to be tough. Just 20 seconds to go. Find a way to break this cross. Here comes the full court press, though. The first attack goes through, gets 1, gets 2. Did he get everybody? No one picked him up. Is that BJ?
Looks like it. Oh, no, that's Cody?
I think that was BJ.
Okay. Yep, that's BJ.
Oh, BJ goes on the list.
Yep.
Yeah, BJ Henningberg got some wheels.
There you go.
Gets a spin, makes the most of it.
Yep, 3-point margin. That's big.
Yeah, it is interesting, too, though, because, conversation always when you have a layout like this, especially starts out regular, twist sideways, and then the close does come from that middle. But then we were wondering, okay, how much? So the middle is early body there. What's going to happen with that? Because it kind of sets a little bit of a trap. Once they figure them out, they're going to try to come bunker them out. And that's worked out, hasn't worked out. It's gone both ways. But then we just saw a beautiful close kind of cutting the seam through the middle once the pressure goes outside.
Yeah. Everybody looked this way. BJ's all the way at there to the snake, pops up over the top. Nobody's looking at him. Yeah. Jumps to the inside and takes off.
All right, different game here. Much closer. Notorious, 6 minutes and 16 seconds to work with. Marky Franz going to start at the back center and dip out towards his snake side. Infamous dropping a body.
2 bodies.
2 bodies.
And over here in the second Dorito. Wraps on Cali in the back center.
Well, this is not quite best case, but pretty good for Notorious. Because if you trap your opponents in those 3 middle bunkers and you get outside wide, it's pretty much a wrap.
Yep.
As long as you don't make any big mistakes.
Yes.
But did you identify that? Did you know where the bodies dropped from, where those last bodies are left alive, and then you get in that position to close the door? Because I don't think they have anyone in their snake right now. Do you guys see anyone?
No, Marky Franz just died. He walked off the backside. But Bateman over here now, as Cali dies out of the back center, just 2 bodies left alive for Infamous.
Ooh.
Bateman could go all the way down to the other side.
Yeah, there's nothing stopping Bateman. He's just, he wanted to get that concession from Infamous.
That was nice of Travis.
Yeah, I was going to say he could have just let that roll out. Kind of saved his, where did he save?
Yeah, I mean, that could have been an extra 15, 20
That's what I'm
seconds.
saying, but maybe he didn't. Maybe he wanted to save the pain and the cleanup for his guy. But you kind of just got to take the pain at that point if you're the last guy left alive, or he didn't know.
No, or Travis thinks his team is better than their team, and he wants
to run the score up.
Yes, he wants more points.
Again, you have to play the spread. It's a big part of this.
Same 5.
Plus, we're not in split deck, right? We're in X-Ball mode, so maybe Infamous has a deeper pit, and so he can put 5 new bodies out, and it's going to take Notorious, who maybe is running the same 5. It takes him a little longer, right?
Yeah, Infamous is very deep.
Yeah.
Hey, same 5, okay? Time.
So they're going to run the same 5.
Hey, Marky, same job. Hey, Zach.
So same 5, same job for Marky Franz.
Okay.
That means he's going to shoot and then filter out.
If you can, but you're going to have Ty next to you, okay? Yeah, he's in the Delta. Hey. Go, boys.
This is not a bad look for Notorious.
No, I mean,
it really is not. Infamous coming in as a big favorite. If I had to do the spread on this, I probably would have said Infamous by 3 or 4, to be honest.
Yeah.
Maybe, I think maybe 4.
They lost their coach. They lost some bodies. A big turnover. Picked up some new bodies. I mean, that's a huge reset. So a lot of unknowns, a lot of new variables coming into the situation.
Yeah, Infamous just losing Thomas with all, again, as we broke them down. Yeah, so again, this is just a really good look. But we're seeing a decent amount of this. The Bears upset New York Extreme. We've had, some other upsets out there, some close games. Yeah, a couple blowouts. PB Fit to completely destroy the ML Kings. The ML Kings did not score a point today. Not 1 point. 2 Mercy Real losses.
Yeah, they were losing a lot of gunfights individually out of their spots.
Can Notorious upset Infamous? We will see. A little over 5 minutes to go. Looks like Infamous is going to be pushing into the snake off the break.
Yeah, well, the first thing Notorious is going to have to do is stop getting penalties. The second thing is going to have to be stop Jonah from getting in that snake, where he's sitting in snake 1 again right now with 4 live bodies behind him. So just trying to stop the bleeding over here again. Notorious with 2 bodies left alive now. Here comes the desperation fill to the corner. Oh, he made it.
Yeah, I don't mind that guy dying out of that Dorito real quick. You're down 5 on 3. You got to engage and try to get in there, right? You're still down a point, so it makes it easier on your coach, right? Either get shot or go get in the snake and get some people. Because Infamous looks like in total control at this point.
Yeah, Brustleback's over here in the Dorito 3 of the red snake. Just turning around, talking to his teammates. Here comes Joe Barrett behind him.
All right, Notorious, how quick are you going to be on this concede? Come on, coach.
They're just burning time. I mean, they're in this game, too. Okay, so not that bad.
It should have, the second Carter got shot going to the corner, it should have been boom.
If we count the time squandered on that last one, they've wasted about 25 seconds.
Oh, no, the last point was a minute.
Oh, yeah, sorry. You're right, full minute. So now we're talking about like a minute and a little over a minute.
Yes.
That's a lot of time, man. You're down by 2. You're playing Infamous. You're still in this game. Small things, right? It's all these little things that have to happen.
Well, they're going to win this next point, right? And because we've having this conversation, it's going to be a 5-4 game. And then they're going to be going to win the next one and then miss it by like 10 seconds. If they only had 10 more seconds, we're going to have that conversation for the how many times?
I've seen it so many times. Little 20 seconds here, 30 seconds there. Next thing you know, you just squandered a minute and a half. And if you had had that extra minute and a half on the clock, now maybe it would have been, we're singing a different song up here.
Yeah. They could just get blown out here in the next minute and 40 seconds.
You jinx them by talking about it.
Yeah, because Todd broke it down that way. Infamous is going to rail off another 3 points, put up a big number. Oh, now Travis is getting hyped up.
I like that out of Travis. That just shows he cares.
Go fucking believe in your fucking side. Believe in your fucking teammates.
And as always, parental advisory every time we cut to the pits, or we also have the start stations mic'd up, so it's going to be some earmuffs.
Yeah, words to live by.
30 seconds.
It's just,
it can be frustrating being a coach. I mean, I don't know how Todd's done it this many years. I've been coaching divisionals for the last 2 or 3, and some days I question it at all times. Like, what am I doing?
And Rainey is for hire. If you guys are a divisional team and need some help, hit him up. So just about to start this next point here. 5 seconds to go. Notorious on your screen. Do they have enough? And what are they getting off the break? Taking a little bit of ground, getting to that insert bunker on the snake side. Just putting one body in that back center. Looks like Infamous just relentless with Jamrose into the snake. He gets the snake one and posts up, crosses it up with 4 minutes to go. 5-on-5 break. Both these squads, Notorious on the blue side, Infamous on the red side. Slightly better field position here for Infamous, as they have a body in their snake, and Notorious has not made that move yet. Now Notorious is going to dive into on that Dorito side snake and get to the, just kind of get there untouched. He doesn't have to worry about anyone down the sideline. Jonah's inset and looking inside. So some freedom for ABJ.
Yeah, I don't like that he just immediately popped over the top with no one knowing if he's there, right? Like maybe look to crawl around with no one knowing you're there yet, right?
Yes.
He could have gone around, crept up their side and caught Jonah.
Yeah, Jonah with a nice little gunfight win on D2, which puts ABJ in kind of a rough spot. He's on an island now, still has to play offense. They have 3 minutes to score 2 points. ABJ up and on his feet right now, wrapping around, trying to catch, I think, Ryan Hall at the Aztec.
Now Jonah's going to come up.
Or is that Cali? One of the two.
Yeah, Archie had all this time to make this move before.
Ooh, Jonah comes right up into a ball. Did that bounce off his head or did it come off the bunker? I don't see anything on his head.
I don't know. He's
the
laying there.
refs saw what I saw, though. He's posted up. His gun is down the sideline to protect himself, and it looks like he's either bounced off his head or something came off that bunker. Regardless, he's alive.
That Notorious player is going to back up now to the back of the center snake and see if he can get a better look on Jonah. Jonah's going to back up. Jonah just turned his head this way to give us a look. Definitely no paint on there. He's going to come back to the snake one and look across the field. Time ticking away. We're at 2:14 on the clock. And there goes another Notorious player off their snake side.
Yeah. I can't really call that a tough death. You need two. You have 2 minutes to work with. You have to start aggressively gunfighting, aggressively making moves. Here comes the inside route. Oh, man. He's in a very treacherous position. He's hitting the bunker, too. I mean, Jonah's got to know he's on the other side. He does. Comes and stitches him up in the back of his head. Nice little move from Jonah. Here comes the reaction from ABJ. He should have Jonah's back. Does have to worry about that inset, but he's a little blocked out from that spot. So he gets the kill on Jonah. ABJ pops the top into paint. Puts in that back center. Here comes the counter reaction from Ryan Hall. And then Ryan Hall gets eaten up by ABJ, too. Actually asks for a check. Shoots that back center as well, too. ABJ's going off. Just 1 minute and 26 seconds left. No, Ryan Hall's still alive.
Ryan Hall looked like he called himself out.
He did for a second.
He definitely called himself out. And put himself, yep. Ooh.
So as we were watching that action, looks like Carter dove into the snake on the opposite side for Notorious, but they must have lost another body in that middle because that is going to be it, I believe. I think it's just Brett Messer as the safety valve over here. It's the only body alive. We're going to see a concession. So now it's a 3-point spread with a minute left.
How many times can you say you've been poisoned twice in a point?
Poison meaning there's somebody right on the other side of your bunker.
And Jonah probably heard the first one, was like, wait, what? That's possible?
No.
Right? No.
It already happened.
And then they're yelling again. Oh, he must be yelling it from the point. He's seeing it from before. I'm not poisoned again.
So it's a 3-point spread with a minute left. It should be a 3-point spread with 2 minutes left.
Yes.
And this is why we bring that up, because...
And that point right there, honestly, should have gone into... Notorious should have won that point. It should be 5-4.
Like we're talking about with X Factor. They're letting the front guys go to work and staying alive in the back. What keeps happening with Notorious is that their back guys keep dying.
Yeah.
The front guys are getting into the spots, the back guys are just dying.
And so...
Dyer was up here, Barnes was up here.
Yep.
Imagine now you put a veteran behind Barnes telling him, hey, you can go down that side and shoot everyone. But instead, your back guy's dying, so you're kind of up there. Barnes is like, I don't know what's going on. I'm not going up here. I don't know if I have a guy behind me.
Someone like Harris Hussein?
Yes.
That's what I
Yeah, so there was the, a poison basically means there's somebody right on the other side of you. So it happens to Jonah once, and then it happens again. Is ABJ on the attack? Jonah kind of got spared a little bit there as he caught kind of those glancing blows. They still broke. And then ABJ launches. And it definitely, look at this. Where does this ball hit? You see the explosion right there. It looks like off the back, kind of his collar, the back of his collar almost. but it didn't look like it left anything, which has happened a couple times out here today. Whatever, it didn't matter. He got ran down. But Messer was alive.
Yep.
As a safety valve.
Hey, if it's 53 or more, let's get the points. Okay? If it's 5-on-5, relax.
Yeah, so 53 meaning they have 5, opponents have 3. So if they shoot 2 bodies on the break or too quickly, then they're going to try to push it. ABJ stretches it out again and makes it in clean. Where's that Dyer?
Nope, that's ABJ.
Yeah, it's ABJ. And ABJ crawling all the way down, getting to the most important bunker on the field. This wedge, see if he can wrap around, get any kills. Infamous is double stacked in that hurt spot. Not ideal when you have somebody in that wedge.
No, it's definitely getting tight in there with Joe Barrett and Ryan Hall. I wouldn't doubt if Ryan Hall tries to bail out of there as soon as possible. Brusselback knows where ABJ is too.
ABJ's getting some help. Low. Yeah, Todd, you can see on the left-hand side of the screen here, and here comes the full court press from Notorious. Both those bodies drop out of the back center for Infamous with just 18 seconds on the clock and a 3-point spread. So it will be Infamous's win, but just can Notorious make this a 2-point spread? They probably wish they had that minute, as they're going to run in, and Ty Bateman with 8 seconds left makes it a 2-point game. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but there should be a minute and 8 seconds left in this game.
I mean, the minute from the first one, 20 seconds from the other one, you're looking at a $130, $128.
Totally different situation.
Yep.
$130, you can score 2 points.
Uh-huh.
For sure. I mean, still not a bad look for Notorious.
No, not at all.
Yeah, ABJ's legit. Bateman's had some good ones. Dyer's good. I mean, they just, like you said, Todd, I mean, that's exactly what you said is what's happening. Their front players are getting it done. Their back players need to increase their survivability a couple notches, because that's what's hurting them.
We need more out of Marky Franz, and we need more out of Carter.
Yep.
And they're going to watch this, and they're going to listen to it, and those are the tiny adjustments they need to make to have a better day tomorrow.
And Carter's been in the mix a bit.
Yeah.
But when you're in that spot, man, I mean, you kind of have to live and die on the survivability of your back guys if your front guys are doing their jobs, right? And if you want to contend out here, this is Pro League, man. These are the best players on planet Earth. There's a reason why we got Europeans flying out here to play, to get on these top teams. We got Clint Moore coming over playing for Revo. We got Nick Ripple will be taking the field playing with a broken foot for the Hurricanes. And, you know, Axel out here. There's a reason why they want to get on these teams, because this is the best in the world. So if you want to be Notorious and be successful out here, these are the small little fixes. But I love the foundation they have, though. I really do think they have some talent on that squad.
Yeah. I mean, you got to come here with the mentality that we can win this event, right? 1 point at a time. If you're out here and you go down 2 points with 10 minutes on the clock and you start playing the let's burn some clock game, then, you know, you didn't come to win. You know, it's just different mindset for these guys that are out here that just want to dominate every single time. Well, shout out to David Lopez.
So Infamous with a 2-point lead, but you know, this has been a tough fight for Infamous, which if you're winning games is good, because then they'll go back and be able to look at this game and figure out the small mistakes they made and get better.
And usually Infamous kind of struggles in their first few games, so
yes,
they're coming out with wins today. That's
a good point.
That's a good start to the tournament for them.
That's a very good point. Infamous is notorious, no pun intended, for getting off to a slow start. So on the breakout here is a full court press with just a few seconds ticking off. Ooh, minor penalty going to be assessed here on Infamous, but it's not going to matter in the end.
Archie Barnes playing with no pack. Full send.
That probably should have been a major.
Yep.
Shot somebody. That would be another point on the board for Notorious. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If he was in the back, he definitely shot that first guy coming through.
I saw a few flags go up, so 2 refs saw that, obviously.
Yeah.
So that's going to do it here. Congratulations to Infamous. And in case you forgot, because it was a while ago, X Factor handled AC Diesel pretty easily. So that is going to do it here. Randy Stanzik will be taking the field with Tampa Bay Damage. They're on deck. So it's going to be Legion taking on Blast Camp, and the Hurricanes taking on the Ironmen. Great stories there. And then after that, Dynasty Diesel and Damage and Notorious. And then we got Todd Martinez up here. New coach for the new team. Old name, Chicago Aftershock. They went 1-1 today. Stick around, though. More action coming at you from the 2024 NXL Las Vegas Major here on Go Sports. I'm Matty Marshall. Stick around. See you in just a few.
Major League Paintball is coming to Las Vegas for the first event of the 2024 season. At its heart, the game of paintball is simple. Shoot your opponents before you get shot, and then march down the field to victory. In the Major League Paintball Pro format, each team employs 5 players at a time, and they have a buzzer on their side to protect. Hit the opponent's buzzer, win the point. En route to the buzzer, both teams will be locked in gunfights, utilizing diverse strategies while moving up a field full of bunkers, fighting to get into critical positions. And these strategies could change given the score and the time left on the clock. There's 15 minutes in regulation. The highest point total wins the game. This is chess with guns, with no quarter given and no quarter requested. Welcome to Major League Paintball.
We should have won the point. Yeah, the other shit, whatever. We pulled those back. We should have won that point. End of the point, we should have won that point. I kill a snake!
There's no Dorito, there's no corner. And I'm screaming and I'm shooting my gun. And then Brandon gets up there and he's helping hold. The move's there.
It is 1 weekend before the first event of the 2024 season here, NXL, Major League Paintball, and all across the United States. The 20 best teams in the world, the 20 teams that comprise the Pro Division, are all practicing right now, trying to learn this unconventional layout. Now, we happen to be at one of the best places for this training. It's Capital Edge, Northern California, and it's San Diego Dynasty and Edmonton Impact, the #1 and #2 teams at World Cup, and also Los Angeles Infamous, a 3-team battle going back and forth here to try to figure this thing out. So we're going to dive into a practice report. We're going to see what's working, what's not, touch base with some players about tactics and strategy, and also just kind of see how the sausage is made at the professional level and see how this goes down. Check it out.
So right here, this is the coolest part of the duel. I boxed when I was younger in high school. I wrestled, and you always put your feet in the ground and you look straight across at your opponent, whether it be 80 feet or 5 feet.
It's one-on-one, man. It's no man's land out there. You can try to think you have a way, and it could get completely corrupted really quickly.
I think that it's the truest form of skill. It shows how quick you can be, how much work you've done with your gun skills. I get to battle this guy. I get to go to war with this guy.
$10,000. $10,000. I've never won $10,000 playing paintball.
You can't bluff, you can't pretend like you're good. You gotta put 10 points up. And you gotta look the other guy in the face and tell that guy that you're gonna put 10 points on him and he can't do anything about it, or maybe he will.
Gunfight.
Get on this box, look the other guy in the eye, tell him you're gonna fuck him up and go fuck him up. It's that simple, baby.
Hey, what's up everyone? This is Walker with Carbon Paintball, here to show you the difference between the SC and the CC harness. Our premier pack is the SC harness. The first thing you're going to notice when you grab that is actually how light it is and how small it is. In fact, it is 1 pod less in width than a traditional harness as well. Secondly, the silicone that's throughout the whole belt is going to secure the pack on you, so if you're running, diving, jumping, it's not going to move around. And then you're also going to notice the ventilation. So the whole belt has perforations throughout to keep it way more breathable than a traditional pack. Lastly is the lumbar support on the SC pack is hard. That's going to keep it tighter to your back, especially if you're a little bit of a smaller guy. And the CC harness, the main difference that you're going to notice is that it doesn't have the ventilated belt. And also when you put it on, it has a way larger lumbar support. It's a 2-tier foam, so it's really cushy, it's really comfortable, but it's not as rugged and tight as the SC harness. Other than that, what you're going to notice is all of the harder injection moldings for all of the logos on the CC harness versus the SC, all of them are soft or they're non-existent to keep the pack as light as possible. Besides that, both packs feature our tapered tube ejectors, so they actually slim as you pull pods, which is going to move the pods to the middle of your back and keeping your profile as tight and slim as possible. Both packs do come in 2 sizes, small, medium, and large XL, and they're both available in 4 and 5 pack as well. For a full feature list and more information, visit crbnpaintball.com.
Like, you guys think you're shooting your guns, dude? Fucking, dude, go watch. You know what? Fucking watch Marcelo. Watch him play, because he's playing it fucking perfect. That motherfucker's living, talking, and shooting his gun. You guys want an example how to win a game? It's that motherfucker right there. Screaming, talking, shooting his gun.
Sunday's the best day. I don't know why, dude. Sunday, for some reason, I'm always in a good mood on Sunday. We win a lot. We just got done with another match. You know, it's Sunday, so we're playing matches against Impact and Infamous. We're doing 6 minutes. Really, the whole point of it is just to get acclimated with playing the score, the clock in different situations, being able to protect the lead or come back. In that match, we were down a point with 1.5 minutes to go. We were able to tie it up, go to overtime. Lost in overtime, but it's still really good practice to see those situations and get ready for the event. 3-minute overtime point. Ryan, I might come in off the tee.
I'll be way over here.
Yeah, come in. Let me in. Hey, hold on. We ran into this issue in Chicago, and I thought we should have a code for it, but I was like, you know what? We might not see that situation again, and we just did. Yeah. So, you could have bunkered the ghetto clean.
Yeah. If you don't shoot your gun, I don't know how the fuck you think you're gonna hit anybody. That's the simplest fucking kindergarten math I can give you in paintball. If you don't shoot your gun, we are not winning this game.
Doge, I'm gonna be off the back.
Okay. Two guys over here.
Okay.
They're gonna do the release.
Missouri All-Stars have been playing together out of Kansas City for about going on 5 years. Our play style is super aggressive. We like to just be in your face constantly, can just keep the gas going the whole time. D4 season, I had hit